So we still have enough today without him, don't we? Yeah, 4 more minutes.
Yeah, I was asking, I knew he had a conflict, but he said he was gonna try to get out of it.
Mark, excuse me. I know you think. Much break at all. 6, 7, 8 hours. Yes, so we can order something and just get it cleared out.
So the idea is probably going to be
He is trying to change that.
okay. Because everybody wants to keep going. They shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what we were curious about.
Even if Robert's going.
Yeah.
No,
Nobody else.
yeah, I agree. It's power.
Good morning. Morning. How are you? The Christmas hat.
Yes, I do.
You're ready to go.
I'm on all week.
So we got time to work here there.
It did.
You did?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
that. He's got everything. Put the dog down tomorrow.
You serious?
Like the angel of death.
I'm telling you. I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, after all day now. I'm gonna go sit through the- write up my notes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. Realtor.
You're gone again. Oh, so I have zero interest in being here on January first, second, or third.
No, oh, no, no. Yeah.
Six.
You deserve some time off.
I don't want to screw up my holiday anymore.
You definitely deserve some time off from your.
Well.
I'll remember that.
Couple weeks.
I'll remember that. Good annoying landlord I want to talk about. What tenants I want to get rid of.
Exactly.
There's your wife is giving up on giving
So do we have Zoom working?
Folks, we're going to wait just for a little technology here, so just bear with us. Alex, are we still working on the Zoom or are we live?
Thank you. I probably will take.
We're good to proceed. Welcome, everybody. As our normal custom, if we would, let's take a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. This is continuation of 309 Collegiate Circle. We've asked everybody on the board. This thing seems a little low here. Can you hear me? Okay. Has anybody come into information or otherwise feel that they cannot make that you have preconceived notions coming into this meeting and stipulates a conflict of interest? Okay, so we're still on track with the schedule. Any changes to the schedule? I'd like to get that out of the way before we get to the end. Any changes currently?
I rebooked everything. What I would also like to do, anybody have their mind made up about this? There anybody who, anybody have any part that you think about these? I just want to make sure that everyone understands.
Thank you. Does that work better? Oh, I didn't know. It did sound loud. And I just want to make sure that no one conducts any independent investigations into this matter. The only information that we are supposed to consider when making a determination at the end of the case is the information that was presented during the hearing. All right. So I just want to advise the board of that. Thank you.
One more question. Can you allude a little bit to about the reason? There's been a question of can we take the books home and look at them in between? And can you kind of expound on that a little bit?
Right. And so the answer to that is no. We'll have an opportunity after everybody presents their evidence. If the board wants to take their information home and review it, of course, without talking to each other about it, but to take the information home during one's presentation of their evidence doesn't give a fair and impartial sense to the other party. And so we're going to wait till all the evidence is presented before this board decides whether or not they want some time in between the end of the case and their deliberations to review all of the information, independent of anybody else. No questions can be asked, can't do any independent investigation, but the evidence that is presented to the board here in this case is the only evidence that you all can use to make your determination. Can't go out and do any measurements. You can't go out. You can look at the site, but no independent investigations. And that would include taking the books, the books home before all evidence is presented.
Can we recall any witnesses before they sum up?
You can, depending on whose
If-
witness
if
it
say
is, if they're here and you want
available.
to ask, let's say the applicant to,
Okay,
that you've got a question for Mr. Kreckelberg.
right.
Yes, if
We can do
you
that.
have Ms. Hayner as a witness and you want to ask her witness something else, you can
Okay,
ask if
thank
they
you.
can be recalled.
And there is, the goal can be, when we get to the end, when both sides have finished, we can continue. In other words, I don't want, my opinion is we're listening to the testimony and all of a sudden we go to a vote, not being able to see the books. I hope that we can have a day, we continue to the next day and make our decision in one day. Is that possible? In other words, not the same day that we finish all the testimony, but at least we could take the books home, read them, and then come back. Is that right?
Yeah, the idea would be if the majority of the board wants to recess the case to look at the evidence that's been presented and then return on a following day for their deliberations and vote, there's nothing wrong with that, right? You all can do that. You've got the authority to do that. If you wanted to vote on the very same day where the evidence was concluded, you could also do that. But again, if you're going to take all that information home and look at it, you can't do any independent investigations. And so that's just my caution to you if you're going to do that. But you absolutely can recess, come back the next day. Hopefully we can schedule several days before January 7th in a row that we can conclude this matter before January 7th. Yeah, for sure. That would be the idea.
That's hope you guys are planning for us to be here between Christmas week and the week between Christmas and New Year's.
The week between Christmas and New Year's. Any date that anybody can be here is open. One of the board members is going to be out of the country for the majority of January, from January 7th to the 31st. And we can't put this off until February. We could, but there's no reason to try to put it off till February. And so if there are available dates between today, the 15th, I think today is the 15th, and January 7th, I'd like to schedule several days in a row. The board determines that.
I don't want somebody to arbitrarily pick a date for, my wife to leave between now and New Year's.
No, I understand. Yep.
We'll have 7 days.
You'll have 7 days after New Year's. Actually, you'll have the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. So you have 4 days.
Okay. Appreciate your civic responsibility. We're like you. It's our civic responsibility. That's why we have an attorney here to make sure that we have good advice. We want to do this thing right. So we appreciate your patience and the long term that this thing has gone on. We're about done with half of it. We got another half to go. So just bear with us. Okay.
not, it's got. What subject matter are those two different?
I don't think we have anything for housekeeping for right now.
Okay, if I take this off.
Have you testified?
Yeah, not here.
Okay. So I need to, Angie, could you want me to? I can. Promise to tell the truth, the truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Say I do.
Okay, if I take this off.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
It's a good question. I'm not overloaded with details this morning. We do have a ordinance in Buncombe County that applies. I think they extended it all the way to January 2nd. And that ordinance really says that indoors we must remain masked. I'm not sure if you can take your mask off while you're testifying. I think that's been the normal procedure around. Is there any,
No,
is
I
there a
think-
law
I think
issue there?
absolutely the witnesses can take their mask off to testify if they feel comfortable. If they want to leave it on, they can leave it on. I think governmental functions have been exempted from certain masking requirements.
So we allow politicians to run their mouth with their mask off. Is
Yeah,
that
and
the
maybe
deal?
catch COVID too. I don't know.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir.
No, I've been vaccinated and I have my booster, if that makes any difference. So. My name is John C. Palmer. I reside in South Asheville and I'm a certified general commercial appraiser in the state of North Carolina. I've been an appraiser for approximately 20 years. I've been a realtor for almost 44 years. I appraise all kinds of different properties. I've appraised approximately 1,400 properties over my career from North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee. And they range from really special things like Nantahala Outdoor Center. I do rails to trails, do a lot of impact studies. I do a lot of these kind of situations. I've done electrical substations, cell towers, special use projects, multi-use projects over the course of my career.
And where is most of your work concentrated geographically?
Geographically, I'm based in Western North Carolina. The last several years, it's been basically Western North Carolina with a few things outside.
Okay. Do you have any certifications or special recognitions within your profession?
Yes, I'm a designated MAI appraiser. I'm also a designated CCIM. And work on a couple other ones, but we won't go there.
Okay, I think that's fine, sir. Have you been recognized by an expert, any court in North Carolina or a local board such as this Board of Adjustment?
I've been recognized for Superior Court, District Court, Buncombe County Board of Adjustment, various boards of adjustments and councils across North Carolina.
Okay, and then in our Exhibit L, we've included a copy of your resume and also a photocopy of some of your licensures. Are those true and accurate copies of your licensures and also your resume?
Yes.
Okay. We would ask that the resume and the licensures be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
And
No objection.
And we had also asked that Mr. Palmer be admitted as an expert in the area of land and property valuation.
No objection. No objection.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Palmer, are you familiar with the plans and application for the proposed expansion by the Mountain Retreat Association of its lodge on the subject property that's before the Board of Adjustment in this hearing?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and are you familiar with the project and with its location?
Yes.
Okay, and we don't need you to provide any level of detail like Mr. Kruckelberg, Mr. Bryant provided, but could you tell us generally what the project is, if you understand?
Project, I'll read it directly from the report. To me? That's a good question. Okay. Is that better? Okay. Okay. What I understand the project to be is it's a proposed expansion that includes the removal of 3 existing lodges. Sorry, I'm having trouble seeing. And a pavilion structure all located on the northeastern half of the subject property. A new lodge structure is proposed containing approximately or containing 40 guest rooms and other guest facilities together with offices and conference facilities are proposed to be constructed on the site. The other 3 remaining structures, about 30 guest rooms on the site will remain. And there are currently 50 guest rooms spread among the other structures. But the new lodge structure, the total number of rooms will be 70 rooms. The total number of buildings and structures will decrease from 7 to 4. Parking will be provided partially underneath the structure. And the surface parking spaces will be reduced from 41 spaces to 32 spaces.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Palmer. Now, I know you've listened to witness testimony so far in this case, is that correct?
Yes,
And did you understand that the MRA has to obtain a special use permit before it could proceed with its project, correct?
yes.
So I'm going to read you one of the standards from the special use permit ordinance. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So this is zoning ordinance section 310.623. The applicant has to demonstrate that the use will not substantially diminish and impair the value of any property, any portion of which is located within 250 feet of the boundary of the parcel in which the use will be located. Are you familiar with that standard, sir?
Yes,
Okay, and you mentioned that you prepared a report. Is that correct?
yes, I did.
And in preparing your report, did you prepare it with an eye to providing testimony with regard to this standard?
Yes,
Okay, very good. And I called it a report. I want to be more specific. It's called an impact study.
it's called impact study. Yes.
Very good. Can you tell the board what you did for your impact study? And I'd like it to be, without overwhelming us with technical information, as specific as possible. So if you could talk about your methodology, your sources of information, what kind of comparables you used, and any other information you think is relevant for this meeting.
Well, I first started by looking at the ordinance as it presently reads. It's a little different than what you would normally see based on the fact that it's 250 feet distance. Normally you see them a little differently. From that, I basically studied the site, studied the surroundings to get an idea of what kind of property was there, the present use, the neighborhood around it, things like that. And from there, I looked at comparables of similar properties that I thought. The property itself is a lodge, motel, hotel, whatever you want to define it as, but it's a hospitality, of which a lodging is a type of a hospitality. Part of that determination that I made was the fact that it's been an existing use as a lodge for Montreat for several years. So the use exists. So I was looking for properties that had similar institutional religious uses, that had similar conference facilities. And I just looked in the entire neighborhood to see. I had a data set, a pretty large data set. And from that data set, I chose the comparables from there.
Okay. And could you tell us more about the comparable properties that you looked at, sir?
The comparable properties I was looking for were properties that were located in areas that there were sales of properties that were within 250 feet and outside of 250 feet. There's no definition past 250 feet, but I was trying to find properties that were in the general neighborhood because of the influences that you would have on the specific type of use.
Now, one question that may come up is the proposed use is somewhat unique, particularly in the context of being part of a large conference center. Were you able to find comparables for other similar types of properties?
Yes, what it boils down to is it's basically a conference center. And the way hotels and these types of properties are defined is based on the patrons that they serve. For instance, a resort community would not be a comparable to this, nor would a limited service hotel, nor would a bed and breakfast, I didn't believe. And that's kind of what I was basing my search parameters on.
Okay. Are there other methods that you could have used for your impact study?
There are other methods that appraisers use, but basically appraisers do comparables. That's what similar properties, comparables, what this one is, what this one isn't. The methodology that we use is basically you compare one against the other. That's what we do. The methodology that other appraisers might use, I don't know. I've been using this same methodology for years.
And so in your professional opinion, you believe the methodology you used was the best or most appropriate methodology for this project?
Yes, and other appraisers, my peers, use the same type of studies, similar compare before on this part and this part. And that's how we kind of do things. You're going to see the difference in values based on sales of properties in the general area.
Okay. Oh, sorry, did I
I'm sorry,
cut you off?
depending on how it's defined.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Palmer. All right, so based on your review of the application, your investigation of available information, and your training and experience, do you have an opinion satisfactory to yourself as to the impact of the proposed expansion of the MRA Conference Center under consideration here today will have on the value of properties, any portion of which is within 250 feet of the site of the proposed use?
Yes,
And what is that opinion, please?
that the proposed use will not substantially diminish and impact the value of any property, any portion of which is located within 250 feet of the boundary of the parcel on which the use will be located. I'm sorry, my glasses are giving me all kind of trouble.
And before you go on, Mr. Palmer, I don't want to interrupt your rhythm, but I do want to clarify, you used the word impact. Now, the standard is substantially diminish and impair.
Oh, I'm sorry, impair.
That's fine. That's what I
Yeah,
just want to clear
excuse
that up. Okay, so in your impact study, I'm looking at page 30 here. You said that research showed that other similar conference and lodging facilities appear to enhance value surrounding properties and neighborhoods. What is the value? What is the basis for this?
The basis is when I was looking at the comparables, the ones that are in here especially, if you look at within 250 feet and outside of 250 feet, the value per square foot is higher within 250 feet than it is outside. So it would appear that the values are being increased as it gets closer to the comparable. And that could be for a number of reasons. Proximity to where walking distance, could be rental opportunities, it could be a whole bunch of different things.
Okay. How would a use like a proposed lodge affect the value of neighboring property? For example, like the Hainer House for use as a residence.
That really was not part of what I was charged to do. I was looking for sales of properties.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Mr. Palmer, I apologize.
I'm going to object to that question for a lack of foundation. Mr. Palmer has not done an appraisal of the Hayner residence. And so if Mr. Morphus wants to rephrase his question, that's fine, but I don't think Mr. Palmer can speak directly to the Hayner residence.
Well, and Mr. Whitlock makes a fair point. I apologize if my question was not clear. We were attempting to not discuss the appraised value of the Hayner residence, but what he did want to talk about is why part of his analysis was not the value to the Hayners as a home. When he looks, and I'm saying what Mr. Palmer will say, but just so you understand where we're going. What he looked at is what is the just dollar value of the property, which is a different question than what is the value to me as the homeowner. And so that's what I was hoping Mr. Palmer could explain. Is that sufficiently rephrased, Mr. Whitlock?
It's not. I'd make the same objection.
Okay, well, let me try again. So when you look at the use like the proposed lodge, when we talk about the value to neighboring property, what do you mean?
What I mean by that is you look and see what the land use is or the property use is. And then what I was looking for was actually sales of residential properties or land if I had it, especially if there were resales over a period of time, because that typically will show that the values are increasing or they're decreasing or they're the same.
So does your analysis take into consideration the emotional or sentimental value a property owner may have for their property?
No,
Does it take into consideration what they feel the best use of their property?
no.
Okay. Let's see. So in your opinion, and I'm not asking you to opine as a planner or an architect or anything like that, but looking as an appraiser, the subject property is currently used as a lodge, correct?
Yes.
And in your opinion, and again, limited lens being an appraiser, would the proposed expansion be any different from that current use?
I'm sorry.
How would the proposed expansion be any different from the current use?
There would be more rooms. It would be configured differently. But the present use is a lodge.
Okay. I've got, I think, just two more questions. So these are really just clarifying questions. Looking at your report on page 30, this is part of your impact analysis summary and conclusions. And you have a sentence in here that says, the proposed conference and lodging facilities expansion appears to be in harmony with the surrounding property uses. Now, as we've talked before, and I'd like you to explain to the board, what did you mean when you said harmony?
Well, harmony to me as an appraiser is things like how is it going to look based on the information that I have, and how that might fit into the neighborhood that it's going to where it's going to be. It doesn't really have anything to do with whether there's commercial over here, residential over here. It's just basically a feel over my years of experience. So you wouldn't typically have a square box next to an historic house. That's the kind of harmony that I'm talking about. It has nothing really.
Yeah, but you've heard a lot of discussion, like from the architects and from Mr. Schufert about harmony in terms of design, harmony in terms of comprehensive plan. Yours is more limited analysis. It's part of what appraisers typically do.
Yeah, it's a personal thing that I do. I don't know what other appraisers do, but that's what I look at over my years of experience.
Okay. Last clarifying question. On page 9 of your report, you have a list of what are called extraordinary assumptions. And one is that the proposed conference center expansion would be permitted and would be a legally conforming use. And what I want to be clear about with the board is, are you attempting to interpret the zoning ordinance? You say it's legally conforming.
No, not at all.
Okay, so you just mean that you understand that it's not an illegal use.
No, what I attempted to do there, it could have been clearer myself, was to simply say that you have to assume when you do appraisal reports, certain things that you don't know for a fact are true. And I do it because I don't know whether the board's we don't know whether it's going to pass or not. So you have to assume that it's going to pass, and that's what you base your opinions on.
It's really, you assume that it'll have the permits that it needs
Right.
to operate. Okay.
Right.
I think the last thing I have, Mr. Chairman, we would ask that our exhibit K, which is Mr. Palmer's impact study regarding property values, be admitted into the record.
No objection, subject to cross-examination.
Okay, I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate your comments. Does the overlay district have any impact on values? In other words, in a residential area, you can make certain assumptions. But in a commercial or a town center, you can make, I don't know, you can't make certain assumptions. Was that taken into consideration?
No, because the ordinance reads within 250 feet and outside of 250 feet, the values. The overlay district would only come into play if it was a specific use that I was trying to determine whether it would have an impact or not.
Thank you.
And if I may ask just a clarifying question with that regard, if you're looking at comparables, you're really looking at the sales of comparable properties, correct?
Yes.
We have nothing further. Oh, I'm sorry, was it admitted into evidence, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, it
Okay, thank you. We have nothing further on direct.
Question, if it's all right, Mr. Palmer.
Yes, sir.
Have you driven up through Montreat since October and up and down the road?
When was the last board meeting?
November.
Okay.
November. Yes, I'm sorry.
Did you notice there's signs up that about the hotel? It's to stop the hotel. Have you seen those signs?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Since your report came out on October the 10th, have you had a chance to update your view of the market? And here's where my question is going. If the signs are out there and then you wouldn't be receiving mailings because you're not part of the town, but if you have the signs out there and if you have residential sales that have happened since that time, would that be an indication of the impact on values around the town? In other words, if houses have sold since October and they're going down in value, could we attribute any of that to the potential of a new lodge? Or if sales have gone up, can that be the lodge is unaffected? Does it have any meaning? See where I'm going with this? Or
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
The date of the report is in July.
okay,
So that's the date that I based when I was doing my research.
okay.
The answer to your question is that if I saw the signs, in which I have, then that's something that I would go in, and if I had sales, I would call the agent and say, basically, does this have any impact? Or would you say that would this lodge have an impact on why you sold or why you bought?
Right. Okay. You knew where I was going.
Yeah, I
So,
knew where you were going.
so have you done that?
No, because the date of the report was in June.
Okay. all
Right.
Very good.
In reference to 310-623, adverb substantial
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
adds to me a lot of shades of gray. So if you took substantially, if you removed that, how would that affect some of your comments?
I would have to have, excuse me, I would have to have some indication that there was an impact, substantial or otherwise. Or this says substantial. Whether you can measure that is another question. You know, that's not what I was tasked to do, because sometimes you can actually measure the part of it that you're looking for. Increase in value, decrease in value remains the same. But to answer your question, I would have taken that in consideration if it wasn't there when I did my analysis.
May I ask a follow-up question to that, Mr. Chairman? And I think where Board Member Hewitt is going is you're asking if the standard were that the use will not diminish and impair the value of the property. Have I said that correctly, ma'am? Okay. And was it your testimony, Mr. Palmer, that your comparables show that property values actually tend to go up in the proximity of comparable uses?
Yes,
Thank you. So your findings were that property values actually tend to go up in proximity to comparable uses.
There are 20 residences within that 250-foot margin. And you'll made a comment that you use other yardsticks in measurement as 250 feet. Could you explain some of those, please?
well, they're not different. The only measurement is they're longer or further than 250 feet. I didn't, see if I can explain that. I thought that what I explained was that I looked at properties within 250 feet and properties outside 250 feet. Sometimes there was something like a commercial building that you really can't get your hands on some of the comparables. So what I normally look for is land sales, vacant land sales, or single family residential within those two parameters. But the things like size or square footage or bedrooms, baths, those I took into consideration because that's what you would typically see in a market. But other things I would not, like whether there was excess land on the property or things like that, meaning it's got more property than what you have in a range. Did that answer your question?
Close enough.
Close enough.
We have no further questions for Direct, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Mr. Palmer. Good morning, members of the board. Can you hear me? I want to make sure I've got this close enough. Okay. Just to sort of set the table so that the board is understanding why I'm going to ask the questions I'm asking. I'm going to, ask you a series of questions about your report, about the standards you used, about the methodologies you used, and the data you used so that we can understand how you reached the conclusion that you've given. So that's sort of where my questions are going to be going. One of the first questions, and if you could give me a second to wake up our technology. Let's hope the dig goes. Give me just a second, Mr. Chairman. Apologize for that delay. So one of the things, Mr. Palmer, that I want to talk with you about is, are you familiar, and I'm sure you are, you and I have worked together before. You're familiar with the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, commonly called USPAP. That's what I'll call those going forward, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with most current version, which is the 2020 through 2021 edition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so essentially these standards, these regulate the appraisal practice. These are
Yes.
your internal rules as part of the appraisal practice that apply to the work that you do, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And North Carolina law even requires that you comply with USPAP. rules when you're performing an appraisal, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
And those standards are shown here. In the highlighted text, I'll read it is every registered trainee and licensed and certified real estate appraiser shall, in performing the acts and services of a registered trainee or licensed or certified real estate appraiser, comply with the following provisions of the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. And then it goes through them: definitions, preamble, ethics, standard rules 1, 2, 3, and 4. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
And in your report, I think you certified this is your report, correct? An excerpt from that, page 31, I believe.
yes,
Okay. You say your analysis, opinions, conclusions were developed, and this opinion has been prepared in conformity with USPAP, correct?
yes,
Okay. So you're saying here, I've followed these rules in forming my opinion, correct?
yes,
And that's your signature and seal underneath that on page 31.
yes,
You also indicate in your report, I think it's in maybe paragraph 25. This is within the, I think this is the conditions and limitations on your report. Is that right?
yes,
And this is paragraph 5. Again, you've complied with the rules as part of your report, correct?
yes, sir.
So the USPAP standards are required to ensure essentially a high standard of public trust in appraisal work, correct?
Yes,
That this is, so you follow the rules. This lets us know that the product that comes out of that is reliable from a public standpoint. Would you agree with that?
that's correct.
And in this case, it sort of goes to credibility, right? Compliance with the rules tells us whether your conclusions are credible, whether we can rely on them or not.
Yes,
And then I think in your report, you contain just a couple questions about the report, sort of how you've reached that. And I'll call it out here. I think that's pretty small for everyone to read. But this is a value opinion that you've come up with here. Those are your words.
yes, yes,
And again, here, I'll highlight again, this is page 9 of your report. This is, again, value opinion. That's what this report is, your opinion on value.
yes,
So one of the rules in USPAP, I think it's rule 2, covers appraisal reports with the contents of them, correct? Familiar with that? Rule
Say
2.
Rule 2.
I can pop it up there if that'd be helpful. Yeah. So in rule 2, some of the things, and I'll just put up rule 2, this is 2-2 AVI, and it says that each report has to state the type and definition of value and cite the source of the definition.
Yes,
Where in your report do you do that? Where do you indicate the type and definition of value and the source for that definition?
one second. I don't know specifically where it is.
Take your time. I'm happy. I don't want to rush you.
The source of the definition would be part of complying with USPAP.
Correct. And I'm just trying to identify where that, so we're having a common understanding of how you define,
That
what
came
is the
direct-
definition, what is the type, and what is the source?
The source was USPAP. The type and definition of value is basically, it's contained in USPAP, but it's in the back part of USPAP.
So where in your report is it though? Because the standard says it has to be included in the report.
It doesn't specifically state that as part of complying with USPAP.
I'm quoting from USPAP here, says state the type and definition of value and cite the source. So where is that in the report?
Well, it's when I said I complied with USPAP.
Okay. So is there a particular definition of value in your report?
The definition of value is basically the report itself When I said it was that it didn't have an impact is basically the definition of a value.
But as of today, you can't point us to the page that has the definition of value and the source of that.
No, it's in use map.
Okay, but not in your report.
Mr. Chairman, question's been asked 4 times, sir.
I'm trying to understand where it is. If he says it's in there, where we can find it.
It is getting a bit redundant, so I understand.
Well, I will move on.
I
Mr. Chair.
understand your need to get to the bottom.
Okay, so I'll move on with that. In this, let's sort of move forward just a little bit. Let's look at another standard here. This is 2-2 AV. Do you include or identify the real property interest being appraised in your report?
Not specifically, no. The interest, this really isn't a property interest. This is an impact study based on the definition of in the ordinance. So it's not a specific appraisal for a piece of property.
Okay,
It's an opinion of the value, of whether there's an impact on the value.
okay. So there's not a section in the report that states the real property interest being analyzed.
No.
Okay. And here, 2-2 AX2 says provide sufficient information to indicate that the appraiser complied with the requirements of standard 1 by summarizing the appraisal methods and techniques employed. So where would we find the methodology? I think you mentioned, you were asked a question about that methodology. What is the methodology that you used? How would that be described?
Methodology that I used was comparing the property with similar properties.
Okay, so similar properties as you defined them and identified them, correct? Okay, that's the methodology. And what techniques did you use?
Techniques were to find comparable properties that sold within 250 feet and outside of 250 feet.
Okay, so you looked at properties that sold within 250 feet of the conference center site on the comparables as you identified them.
Yeah.
And then you looked at those that sold outside of those 250 feet of the conference site. Okay. And number 2 there says state the reasons for excluding sales comparison cost or income approaches, if any have been developed. If any have not been developed. So where in your report do you talk about the reasons for not using those approaches?
That's in, hold on a second. And the scope of work, just the one I just picked out. It says the impact study provides an analysis of the surrounding properties and other similar developments. It's an analysis. It's not a specific value.
Okay.
It's an opinion of whether it's different.
Okay. But there's not a sort of section in the report that explains why you didn't use these approaches, correct?
No.
Okay.
Excuse me, can I ask a question real quick, just for brevity? Is your intention to say that the MRA should have done appraisals of all these houses in
No.
order? Okay, that's not where you're going on
No.
this. Okay.
No, my just foreshadow again, the reason is USPAP are the rules of the road that are required by the appraisal and by the state of North Carolina. And the questions are whether those rules have been complied with in the report that's been presented to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we've talked about whether certain aspects that are in USPAP are or not in the report. And I'd like to sort of change gears here and talk about some other aspects of the report. So give me 1 second. So as part of your appraisal report, and I think you talked just a little bit about this earlier when you were asked by Mr. Salaski about when it applies. Your effective date for the report is July 21st, 2021, correct? Okay, so
Excuse me, yes.
and just so we have a shared understanding of what that means, I'm going to throw up the definition from USPAP of effective date so we understand why this might matter. So effective date is the date to which an appraiser's analysis, opinions, and conclusions apply. That's the date. As of this date, this is what my opinion is. It's not after that date. It's not before that date. It's that date, July 21st, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And that's different from a report date of, and I think yours is October 11th, 2021. That's the date your report was completed.
Right.
Correct.
Yes. Yep.
Completed in October, but your opinion of value is based on the July date, the effective
You
date.
say October the 11th,
I have the 11th, but if I might be wrong, I'm
the 10th.
the 10th. I apologize. So report date is the 10th and effective date is July 21st. Okay. So you have the date as of July, and your opinion is that there's, and I don't want to misstate it. Your opinion is you've not found any decrease in value attributable to the proposed hotel as of the effective date.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, so tell me what your opinion would be as of the effective date.
As of the effective date, it's the proposed expansion of the conference center will not substantially diminish and impair the value of any portion, excuse me, any property, any portion of which is located within 250 feet of the boundary of the parcel on which the use will be located. Sorry.
As of the effective date of July 21st, 2021. Okay, so this is a retroactive value opinion here, retrospective, I should say, because your report is October, the effective date is July. This is retrospective. You're looking back in time from the report date to say, here's my opinion as of that date.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, let me show you this. This is advisory opinion 34 from the USPAP standards. And I'm going to highlight some text here, just so again, so we can have a shared understanding of definitions. And it says retrospective appraisals, effective date of the appraisal prior to the date of the report. That's the situation we've got right here, is it not?
Say that one more time, sorry.
Retrospective appraisal, where the effective date of the appraisal is prior to the date of the report. In this case, we have July as the effective date. We have a report date as of October. Correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
A retrospective appraisal is typically done when you're doing things like estate valuations and things like that, where or in condemnation, you would do a retrospective. You haven't seen the property prior to taking. A retrospective would be something that you haven't seen the property and you establish the date as of that date. This date that I established for the effective date was the date that I was actually on the property.
But according to this advisory opinion from USPAP, and let me finish my question, it says retrospective appraisals. It's defining that as the effective date of the appraisal is prior to the date of the report. That's what it says, does it not?
May be required for proper tax matters, estate or inheritance tax matters, condemnation proceedings, suits to recover damages, and other similar situations. I'm the one who establishes what the effective date is or the retrospective date.
And my question is not what those dates were. You have defined them. I'm just trying to understand here. The advisory opinion identifies it as a situation where the effective date of the appraisal is prior to the day of the report. Is that what, and again, my question is that what the advisory opinion from your USPAP says that I've highlighted there?
That's what it says there,
Okay.
but it's required in certain instances and it's not required in other instances.
So it's your opinion that it's not, you don't consider it here despite what the opinion says. That's
Not a
what,
retrospective. You're dealing with a term,
okay.
a word.
So you disagree with that?
I'm not
statement.
disagreeing with that at all. I'm disagreeing
I'm
with
going to
you.
object. He said despite what the opinion says, which implies that we've established what the opinion says. So I think Mr. Palmer is free to testify, but I appreciate Mr. Noor not trying to color the legal conclusion of that term.
So I'll move on with that question into some additional ones. In a situation where in USPAP does it identify a retro? And again, we obviously have a disagreement and what I'm showing you in the opinion and whether you consider your work a retrospective appraisal. But a retrospective appraisal about a proposed development. Have you ever seen one of those?
Yes, no, I have not seen a
Retrospective value opinion or appraisal with a proposed development, something that's going to happen in the future, like this, the construction of the hotel.
I've got some problems wrapping that around. All right.
Let me
What you're
ask it in a
saying.
different way. Have you, and again, I understand you don't agree that yours is a retrospective appraisal, but have you ever seen a retrospective appraisal that looks at a proposed development that will occur in the future as part of its analysis, including it in its analysis?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm gonna, you're familiar with the, essentially, these are the appraisal development, appraisal developments that are included as part of USPAP. Are you familiar with those, Mr. Palmer?
I'm familiar with
The general concept of them. You may not be familiar with this one in particular.
yes, I am. Excuse me.
Okay. And in this situation, the question that was posed to USPAP is, it says, the real property I am, and this is a question that generally comes from an appraiser, correct?
Typically, yes.
To the board. And it says, the real property that I'm appraising is in a market that was impacted by the closing of a major regional employer's facility 3 years ago. My client needs an opinion of value as to the date that preceded any knowledge of the facility being closed. Is it appropriate to include the fact that the facility closed in my retrospective appraisal? Did I read that right? That's the question.
Yes.
Okay. And essentially in that is they've asked for an appraisal as of a date before anyone knew that this event was going to occur, the closing of the facility. Correct?
Yes.
Sort of like in a situation of what is the value of something before anyone knows that a proposed hotel is coming or a proposed development of any kind, forming a value before that knowledge is available. Would you
Yes.
agree?
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree. Yeah.
And then let's read down in that second block there. It says the appraiser cannot include in the analysis the fact that an event subsequent to the effective date in a retrospective appraisal changed the market conditions that existed as of the effective date. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Using such information is not consistent with the intended use of an appraisal because buyers and sellers had no knowledge or expectation that the event was going to, that subsequent event as of the effective date, correct?
That's what it says.
You can't, someone couldn't factor into their decision to buy or sell at a particular price or attribute a particular value based on an event they're unaware of.
That's
Would you agree
correct.
with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So USPAP's guidance on that is essentially it's inappropriate. You shouldn't consider facts that didn't occur, that occurred after an effective date.
Can I explain something?
Well,
Can I?
I'm sure you can be redirected on that, but my question is, USPAP's guidance is that it is using events that occur after an effective date, because again, the effective date is the date on which your opinion applies. Using events after that date, again, they haven't occurred. How could they be? How could they go into someone's mind or decision-making events that haven't occurred as of the effective date? Would you agree with that?
I don't agree with that.
Okay. So I'll ask it another way. Using events that occur after your effective date, if your opinion is as of July of a particular time, July 2021, how could your opinion on value, how could something that happens after that date impact your value as of that date?
Can I refer you to a page of my report?
If it'll answer the question.
Okay. On the transmittal page, but also in the hypothetical, extraordinary and hypothetical conditions page, it specifically says.
Excuse me, what page is that?
I'm sorry.
What page is that?
It's a page 9. On page 9, under hypothetical condition, it says a hypothetical condition is made that the proposed conference center expansion as presented including all plans and specifications, was in place on the proposed site as of the effective date of that.
So that's your hypothetical, and I'm going to get to that as well, is essentially in your report, you're saying, I'm assuming as of July 21st, excuse me, we'll just say July 2021, we'll leave I'll for clarity purposes.
Yes.
I'm assuming the hotel is in place.
Yes,
So that's the hypothetical that you're talking about there.
based on the plans and specifications that I had at the time.
And I guess where I was going, and I should have been a little clearer, was, for example, the use of, if your effective date is July 2021,
Yes.
how could the use of data for a sale that happened months after that? USPAP's guidance is using that kind of data. And in that event, it was the closing of the factory, an event that occurred. It can't be factored into your opinion, correct?
No, that's not correct
Okay.
because it's done under the hypothetical condition that it existed.
And I'm not talking about that the hotel existed. I think we all understand that's your hypothetical. I'm talking about other data, other sales or transactions or events that aren't in your list of hypotheticals.
Right.
Factoring those into your opinion that occur after the effective date.
You typically would not if you had data that showed what you're trying to the question you're trying to answer.
Okay, so you typically wouldn't if you have the data as of that time.
Yeah, but sometimes you do if you feel it's relevant to answering the question.
Okay.
Excuse me, is this all predicated on all these questions are predicated on your assumption that this is a retrospective appraisal? Which y'all disagree on.
Well, so in
This
the
line of
context of a
questioning.
retrospective as defined, as we
Right.
put up in the opinion, yes,
So
that is a
this line of
critical-
questioning is that you believe it's a retrospective appraisal. He does not.
not so much we as
What your
USPAP
argument is.
defines it, but it's our argument, yes.
Thank you.
So in that context, so I'll throw up here a couple excerpts from the report. I believe this is, forgive me, this is comp, this is the proposed subject site. Yes, page 26. So in this context, for sale, residential sale 4, one of the sales you have there is from 9, so this would be September the 2nd, 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that would be after the effective date of your report, correct?
Yes.
So you have used a sale transaction that occurred after the date on which your opinion is formed to form your opinion.
Part of the opinion.
Okay,
Like we were talking before, I can use data if I think is relevant to answering the question.
okay.
Okay. If I only use that data, then I would have a serious problem with it.
So a portion of your data is post dates occurred after your opinion was formed.
In this this instance, on this on this situation, I felt that those were relevant to what we were trying to answer on this
Okay,
question.
and that's sale 4, correct? The 9/2/21, and
Yes.
then again on sale 11, the 9/1/21.
Right.
Okay. And you did that again for comp 1 with sale 5.
Which one is that? Oh,
Yep, sale 5 date there is
Yes.
listed as 8/26/21.
yes,
Did that with comp 3/2,
yes.
sale 6, correct?
Sorry. Yes.
So in those instances, you use data that did not exist as of the date of your opinion to help form your opinion because you believed it was relevant, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you explain methodology a little bit? Do you throw out outliers? Do you take into consideration, a lot has happened since July in the marketplace. The prices have been all over the map. Do you use some sort of methodology that throws out these outliers?
What I do is I look at the data set, the general data set, and I try to keep it within the time frame that I'm looking at. For instance, I wouldn't go back to 2008 and put a sale from 2008 in here because everything's changed. But I do look at outliers because sometimes they're just weird and they're just not right. They might be real low, it might be real high. And there's typically a reason. When you start looking at the data, there'll be a range that you'll start seeing within these things. If the report were done after the effective date, it probably would have changed because everything, you're right, are going up, they're going crazy. And that would go into what Mr. Solaski was saying, which is, okay, I see all these signs. Should I be calling these people and on sales that happened after that, or with like a sign in the yard, would that have an effect on what they sold it for? That's something that I would have investigated.
So if I can ask a follow-up question on that. So what I'm hearing you say is that market conditions changed after, or not necessarily changed, but let me ask it in a different way.
It could, you're the expert here. That's leading to the point with questions.
So
You can lead. He says, I'm not talking to the mic. Sorry about that. Your methodology is your methodology. I'm not being critical. I just continuous leading gets a little redundant. So if you could just kind of stick to it.
forgive me, Mr. Chairman, on cross-examination, leading is the standard. And so I will try to avoid that to do that.
Leading continue. Yes, it is a standard, but leading continuous.
Mr. Chairman, he gets a wind up before the pitch.
I understand. My goal, okay. My goal here is to move this along. So let me
I
rephrase it.
understand.
Can you be a little less redundant?
I'll be more succinct. And forgive me, it's a big report. There's a lot of data that's in it, and we're trying to cover things for the record that are important. And so I do apologize if we're spending time on things that you may get. I don't know if everyone is getting them necessarily, but it is important that Mary Ann is able to get them so that it ends up in the record. But I will try to be quicker, Mr. Chairman. Yes. So in that context,
Did I answer your question, Mr. Chairman? Did I answer your question that you asked me about?
You did.
Okay, thank you.
so following up on the chairman's question here. One of the things in opinion 34, and I'll throw it up there, is you said you felt it was relevant to consider those sales that occurred after the effective date, correct? Did I hear
Yeah.
that correctly? Okay. So the posting of the signs as was put out there by Mr. Solaski, I think you described it as the boom that's going on, so just sort of in generally right now.
Yeah.
That's a different market conditions that might have existed as of your effective date, correct?
It's a increasing market in certain areas, yes.
So you concluded it was an increasing market
In certain areas.
in certain areas. Was Montreat one of those areas?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'll throw up here, again, advisory opinion 34. And I've got, it's actually on 2 pages, so I'll put both of the pages up so that it can be seen. It says, with market evidence that data subsequent to the effective date was consistent with market expectations as of the effective date, the subsequent data should be used. In the absence of such evidence, the effective date should be used as the cutoff for data considered by the appraiser. So I think your testimony was just that you considered there was a change in market. You attributed that to Montreat specifically. So what evidence do you have in your report that shows that the data subsequent to the effective date was consistent with market expectations as of the date of the effective date of the appraisal?
Well, it's pretty obvious from what I used in the report.
Well, what evidence specifically? Can you identify the
The
evidence?
sales. The sales that I chose to include and that we just went through are evidence that there was a market, an increase in the value of certain properties, or they sold.
But
I
what
was looking
evidence
for
about
resale.
consistency and market expectations is my question.
I don't know exactly what you're referring to with consistency and market expectations, because market expectations change from one place to another.
So let me ask this way. Is there anything in your report that talks about the consistency of market expectations as of the effective date versus the date of those
Not-
data points you used?
Not specific.
After. Okay.
It's all part of the entire report.
If we could, it's a good pause.
Happy
It's
to,
10
yes.
after 11. Let's take a little break.
Minutes? Oh, how about, 11, we got 20, 11:22. 11:22. Yeah.
She's talking to you. She's recording every word. Yeah. So that's too bad for me. Yeah, she's, I'm sure she's in that too. I think it'd be fascinating to see. Because she's got a pattern on the paper. Okay, that's two. I will.
No, no, no. I would think so. I don't think anybody has thought of it. Yeah, let's do- I think it was. For the two down there.
No, there's nothing on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
That's gonna work. Yeah. Here. Okay. visual cue.
I think there's a couple of us are on that.
It's
It's a constant challenge.
Sorry. Is there a password right there that I can use? Okay. Hang on. I'll write it down here. Capital what? Okay. That's the guess thing. Tom guess, don't you say TOM guess? Got it. Okay, that works.
If everybody else actually hold the microphone, because it kind of reminds.
Let me ask you, I'm trying to think if that adds to expressed brain. Okay, yeah, I've got my use pack. I never thought I'd dig into use pack. This is your job. Okay, well, that's helpful, John. All right, yeah, here it is. Okay, thank you. I'll ask you a question.
So what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna order at 12, and we're at our next break.
Decisions, Susie. I know. Point.
Just a couple things that we discussed in the break. I don't think this is ex parte communications, but we got in the back room back here and decided about lunch. Is that all right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we did come to a quorum of, so what we're going to do is at 1 o'clock, we're going to do a 1 hour break for lunch. Okay. We were going to try to make it 30 minutes, but it's going to take 15 minutes to get back and forth to Black Mountain. So 1 hour at 1 o'clock. If that's okay.
I'm happy to wait for Mr. Solaski to get back if you'd like me, Mr. Chairman, or I can go ahead.
That's right. He did say he's not canceling. He's canceling.
Okay, Mr. Palmer, I want to pick up with one thing you said prior to the break. I think your quote was in response to a question about how you pick the date, the sales data that you pick and how far back you would go. And your statement was, I wouldn't go back to 2008 and put a sale from 2008 in because everything's changed. You recall that?
Yeah, I recall that. What it was in reference to is 2008 was about when the market crashed. And there were too many variables that were going on at that time. So if we have, I'm sorry, I got this. If there's better data that I think I have, I'll use that.
Okay. And I just want to present something quickly here. If you look at sale 4,
Okay.
that's from 2008, is it not?
That one was 2008. In this instance, I was trying to show that there was a resale over that period of time.
Okay.
That's the only thing I was trying to do.
Okay. In moving forward in sort of a different track here, I think you testified about how you picked your comps, and you picked them. And I think throughout your report, you reference conference center as sort of the way in which you tried to identify comparable facilities, correct?
Lodging and conference centers, yes.
Lodging and conference centers. And I just want to be clear again here. I'm going to put up 2 things. So here, but in this case, the MRA has not applied for a special use permit for a conference center, correct?
Is that
This is the uses table. It's under public and institutional. To your knowledge, the MRA has not applied for a conference center permit, correct?
to my knowledge?
Okay.
I don't think so.
And the use table for hotel is under the commercial label in Montreat, correct?
Yes,
And that's the permit that was applied for.
right.
Okay, so your comparables were for conference centers, but the application that's been submitted for here is for a hotel.
Not correct.
Well, the application, special use application is for the construction of a hotel, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, not a conference center.
No.
Okay,
Now, the difference is that this is a conference center with lodging,
but it's not an application for a conference center, is it?
but I was looking for similar properties that are conference centers and lodging facilities.
Okay, but you didn't identify hotels as comparables, did you?
Lodging is a type of hotel.
But to be clear, your comps are of conference centers with lodging, not of hotels.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Um,
Can I clarify that?
well, I'd like to move on
Go ahead.
as
I'm sorry.
in a different line of questioning here.
Thank you.
So one of the things, in a second, I'll pull it up. This is, I believe, page 30 from your report. You say the proposed conference and lodging facilities. And I just want to ask you a question there. So, but what we're proposing is a hotel,
Yes.
not proposed conference facilities, but lodging, hotel.
Say that one more time.
The proposed use is a hotel, not a conference center, correct?
The proposed use is a hotel and conference center. There's a conference center component to the lodging.
Okay. And your opinion here is that it appears to be in harmony with the surrounding property and uses.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you have any expertise in planning? Do you have any certifications or advanced degrees in planning or urban land use?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'm asking, do you have any advanced degrees or
No.
certifications in land use planning?
No.
Okay. But you have come to a conclusion in your report about harmony between the proposed use and the surrounding property uses. That's from your report, is it not?
That's in my report, yes.
Okay. Are you an engineer?
No.
Okay. So in the second sentence there where it says my review of the data and information provided indicates the size and mass of the proposed conference center expansion on the site is situated such that there appears to be minimal impact on the surrounding areas. Again, that's not within your area of expertise, is it?
Not as an engineer, but as an appraisal, it is.
So that has to do with value, size and massing has to do with value.
It has to do with the characteristics of the property.
Okay. So, and I'm going to talk about your comps for a little bit, moving to those. If I heard you correctly, you said your comps, you were looking at any of the properties within 250 feet of the conference site, correct? That's the language in your report.
On the subject parcel,
And I'll just throw it up there.
Yeah.
Your opinions here.
Okay.
So it is my opinion that no conclusive data was discovered indicating the proposed expansion would diminish or impair the value of any property within the estimated 250 feet of the boundary line of the conference center. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, and that's related to comp one there. This
Hold
is
on one second.
page 28.
And that's in reference to comparable one, which is Ridgecrest, correct?
That's right.
Okay, yes.
Okay, then I'll throw up comp two, same thing here, same opinion. Again, 250 feet of the boundary line of the conference center, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then that's the same opinion again, just to make sure we've got it. That's your opinion for all three comps. Under comp three, this is page 29 of the report.
20, I think it's 28.
I may have misseen that. 28. Well, I've got 29 on mine for this.
See?
The very bottom there.
Oh, it is. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to go through. When you were looking at the comps, and I'll backtrack just a second, related to the properties within the town of Montreat. I think that was before comp 1, 2, and 3. You looked at property sales within the town itself.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's that question.
In that situation, did you look at whether any of the sales prices of the properties you looked at could have been impacted by other factors directly related to the properties themselves versus proximity to the
No,
site?
I was just looking at the raw data.
Okay, just looking at the raw data. So for example, with 407 West Virginia, and I'll just represent to you that this is this was one of your comps, 407 West Virginia Terrace, correct? And in this comp here, we see that it had no permanent heat source or insulation as part of the structure on the property, correct?
No, I didn't consider these. I just looking at the raw data.
Okay, so you
Like I
didn't
said
factor
before.
that in. So there could have been qualities about the specific properties that resulted in their sales price distinct from their proximity to the proposed hotel site.
They may have been, but I was looking at raw data.
So I think, so this is one of the schematics that's in the application. And I believe you were here for Mr. Kreckelberg's testimony. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And in that situation, we see here that the length or the distance between the end of the the proposed hotel and the property line is 31.5 feet to the proposed lodge as indicated there.
You talk about in blue?
Yes, in blue.
That's what it says, yeah.
You don't have any reason to dispute that, do you?
I'm not an engineer.
And in that context, I think this is the slide we showed Mr. Kreckelberg. You remember him testifying essentially that, approximately we're talking about the distance from the Jones home, which is indicated there as 2676 to the hotel is approximately, again, not down to the 10th, but approximately 143 feet. You recall that testimony?
I believe so, yes. I don't specifically remember.
Not asking you to verify, just asking if you recall it.
I recall.
Did you look at any of the views from any of the homes that are within the 250 feet of the proposed site?
No, it's like I said, I was looking at the raw data. I wasn't looking at any of the attributes that would typically go into a traditional appraisal.
Okay, so you didn't look at each specific property. You looked generally at the homes within the 250-foot radius.
That's all I did.
And this again, this is looking down on the proposed hotel, and this is included in the application. This is that view from Georgia Terrace. Are you familiar with that?
Yes,
And Georgia Terrace is the road on the backside of my client's property, the Joneses.
believe so, yeah.
So let's look at comparable one. So this is the Ridgecrest Conference Center, correct?
Yes,
And you've indicated here comparable one. This is the conference center site as you've defined it right here.
yes, generally, yes.
Okay. So let's look at your first sale here. So the distance, you're familiar with Buncombe County GIS, correct?
Ad nauseum.
I know it's part of what we do. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that.
Right.
You use it a lot, I would imagine.
I do.
So we have comp one, Ridgecrest, sale one, and you've got a distance between the property line. And again, these are approximations because they're not down to the 10th of a foot or something like that, but 250 feet to the conference center line or within that.
Yes.
249, it says, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the conference center line. That same sale is measured as 487 feet to the closest building, correct?
Doesn't say building.
Well, where's the end point? You have two green points there. One is at the sale of 8302, correct?
Where's that?
If you, there's the green little marker on the,
Over there, yeah, okay.
one is at the sale property line of 8302, correct?
Yes,
And the other is right at the edge of the closest building, correct?
that's what it says, yes.
Okay. And the measurement there is 487 feet rounding down, correct?
Well, that's what it says, yeah.
Okay. So that would be, so the Jones's property is roughly 140 some feet to the proposed hotel. This would be 3 times the distance from this sale to the closest building on the conference center site, correct?
That's what it says.
Did you, again, I would assume you didn't go to Ridgecrest and look at the views from each of these sales, did you?
Not on those specific ones. I rode through the neighborhood.
Okay. for sale one, when you say you drove through the neighborhood, did you observe this view from sale one towards the conference center?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Can you observe any conference center buildings in this picture?
That picture?
Yeah.
I don't have a reference point.
Okay, so, but I'll ask it maybe a better way. Can you see any conference center facilities or buildings in this picture?
In this picture, no.
Okay.
I'm going to object. Mr. Newell can continue, but this photo has not been authenticated.
And it will be when we present our case.
That's fine. Very good.
So let's look at sale two, though. So sale two, you have listed as being within 250 feet of the conference center. But you didn't measure to the conference center, did you?
I didn't measure to the conference center. It says any portion of which is located within 250
Of the conference center site in your report.
of the site. Where's the site?
Okay, so site's down here. Same building we're talking about in sale one, larger building. I'm happy to go back.
But you measured from the building, not from the site.
So, but in order to put sale two into the within 250 feet, you didn't measure to the conference center site. Let me give you maybe a better. Measurement.
Actually, I did.
Okay.
Because what I did was I did the same thing you did. Is I was looking for 250 feet because it's depending on where you are, it's a difference all the way around.
Well, let's look here. Sale two,
Right.
4277, distance between that property and the conference center site, the closest distance measured at 577 feet, isn't it?
Well, that's what it says there, but the data that I've got in my files don't show that.
Okay.
Because you measured probably from a different place I measured from.
So where on that property at 4277 do you think you could measure and get within 250 feet of the conference center site?
I don't know without looking at my records.
And do you have your records with you?
Not with me.
Okay.
May I ask a question real quick? Is there a common, is it usually measured from the edge of a building or from the edge of the actual site itself? Is that the 250 feet?
Well, the ordinance says any portion of any property, any portion of which is located within 250 feet. That's what I would
So the
think.
edge of the property, not a building. Is that
That's
what we're
I would
talking
think,
about?
Yes.
Okay,
And I'm not an attorney. I'm just.
Right.
looking at this
Okay.
one.
And for clarity for the board's purposes, I'll be showing distances between property line to property line, but also between a property line and a building, because that is
Sure.
the relevant factor for the Joneses
Sure.
particular property.
sure.
But to your Ms. James question, this is property line to property line. And that's what my question is about, is what's the distance, the closest distance? And this one says 577 feet, does it not?
That's what you say it is. And like I said, when I did this, I did it from the closest, which is what I have in my files.
But your files aren't here today.
No.
And you can't present anything to this board that shows that this property is within 250 feet of the conference site, can you?
I'm just telling you what I did when I did my report.
Okay. So moving on,
May I ask one more question? Were there any other houses closer than the ones that you looked at that had relevant sales? I see there's a line. It looks like a line of houses that are closer to the conference site. This is the Ridgecrest.
Let me look real quick. Sorry.
It's hard to see from this, but it looks like there's some residences closer than the ones.
Yes, it appears, I can't see it hardly either on this. Now, can you pull that,
I can certainly
Okay.
try. What are you needing, John?
the original,
Which page? Just tell me that page. and I'll-
Page 27.
Okay.
let me see if I can do, it's okay if I walk?
Yes, please. There you go.
Okay. If you
Right there.
believe that all of this property
Yes,
is part of Ridgecrest,
that is not residential right there where you're pointing at.
right? So it looks to me like, just looking at this, is a line comes around here and comes up here. And this is part of Ridgecrest.
And for the board members, I've got photos
Okay.
of that to
All right.
cover that.
Thank you.
Yep.
So
Never mind.
what I did was I took wherever I found the sale, I was looking at it from the aspect of how close it was to any one of these lines. Because there isn't a concentric circle. It's just, you're trying to figure out where it is. There's no engineering drawing, so you have to kind of use what you have. That's why I kind of tried to go a little more on the, whether it was there or not. I just tried to do it that way. So if it was 249 feet, I would probably put it in there because a foot is a foot is a foot.
And I'm not going to fight with you over a foot.
Can I ask I say an
Sure.
overall clarifying question? All right, so we live in the mountains,
Mhm.
which topography separates things. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Okay. So your overall, is it fair to say overall that comps, the direct eyeball to eyeball comps in this market are hard to come up with because of where we live? If we all lived in Austin, Texas, where it's flat as a pancake and you develop on a grid,
Mhm.
you can find comparables within. Okay,
And,
Right.
and,
so I understand
and
your
for the
question.
board's benefit, and maybe if I can get through because we're going to go through each of these and talk about the distances, and we're going to throw them up there and show
But-
them so that people can
yeah,
understand
but
what's
my
within
point- my
250
point
and
to
what's
this
not.
Is that part of your test? You're gonna have your own appraiser up here do all this? Then why do it now?
Because he's represented in his report that certain properties are with 250 feet
Oh,
of the conference center site. And
Okay.
this is talking about whether that is
You're
actually
dis-
accurate or
You're
not.
disputing the distance.
Correct.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
And that proximity is relevant to the standard before the board.
Understand.
So sale 2. 796 feet to the closest building. Again, not the conference center site, but in comparing the Jones's home's proximity to the proposed building. That's the purpose of this juxtaposition. We've got 796 between the sale 2 property line and the closest building. 796, correct?
That's what it says. Okay, but.
Did you look
that's-
at the views from that property?
No, I did not.
Sale 3. Again, it looks like in order to get within the 250 feet, you measured to a property owned by Ridgecrest, but not necessarily the conference site, correct?
Again, it's from not the conference center proper building. It would be from where the property is.
And when you measure the conference center site, we're at 415 feet, are we not?
That's what it says on there, but like I said, it's in my files.
Which aren't here as evidence to present to the board, are they?
No.
And you did know you were testifying today, and if you needed those files, you should have brought them, correct?
If I had known I needed them, I would have brought them.
Sale 3, 685 feet to the closest building. Correct.
Again, I can't comment on that.
Again, you didn't look at the view, so we won't spend time on that. Sale 4, again, you measured to the closest property owned by the conference center at 138 feet. But when you measure the conference center site, 397, correct?
That's what it says.
Sale 4, closest building, 812, correct?
That's what it says.
And again, you didn't look at the view for this one.
Nope.
Sale 5. Again, measuring to the closest property, but not the conference center, we're at 247. When you measure the conference center site, we're at 454 feet, aren't we?
That's what you got on your sheet.
And the closest building is 926 feet away. Correct?
That's what it says.
And again, you didn't look at the view for sale 5.
No.
Okay, let's look at comp 2. This is the Lutheridge Conference Center, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This one is interesting in that I want to work through the comps that you have listed as within 250 feet, and then we'll have the ones that are outside of that. This is sale 1 within 250 feet of the conference center property right across the street from it, correct?
Yes,
Okay. The closest building, 297 feet away.
yes. And again, it's from the property line, not the building.
And I'm not fighting with you on that. I'm just in a comparison of the Joneses homes proximity to the proposed
Okay.
hotel versus this sales proximity to the closest building. And we're just trying to establish those distances and ask you about that. So let's look at sale one's view. I assume again, like the first one, you didn't go and look at views. Is that right?
And specifically look at views. no.
Okay. With sale two here, you've got a distance, again, within 250, one street back from the conference center site, correct?
Yes,
375 feet to the closest building, correct?
that's what it said.
And again, you didn't look at the view on this sale.
No,
Sale three, right across the street, correct?
yes.
Okay, and 177 feet to the closest building.
It says the closest building. You keep saying that, but I didn't look specifically at Mr. Jones's property. If you look to see where this is, from here to there is not.
That's correct.
177
And
feet.
I'm not,
That's
it's
what- that's-
within the 250 feet of the property line, correct?
That's the criteria that
That's
I
right.
used. And yes, it's two-dimensional, so you've got to, that's just what the information that we had.
And you didn't look at the view on that property either, correct? Sorry, the prior sale. You didn't look at the view on any of those within Luther Ridge, correct? I'm just trying to
Yes,
speed
I'm
up,
sorry.
move forward.
Yeah, I'm
If we
sorry.
didn't, we won't spend time on it.
Sure.
So in this case, though, with sale four, you list that as outside of the 250 feet, correct?
I don't know. A different report than I do.
I don't think so. This is,
It's on 28.
Yeah, because I see 32. Excuse me, I see 32, but I'm wondering where 32.
no,
came from.
not your report. This is of
Oh.
my document. Sorry,
Okay,
that might be
sorry.
a little confusing for you,
Oh.
but that's,
Okay.
or the exhibit we'll introduce later. So in this context, though, you put this property, sale four, as outside of the 250 feet, correct?
Number 2.
This is sale four, comp
four.
two, sale four.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay. But as we just went through in comp one, for some of those properties, you measured to the closest conference center owned property, but not necessarily the conference site. And I'm happy to go back, but in comp one, there were properties close to your comps that you said made them within 250 feet, but weren't the conference center site. They were owned by Ridgecrest, but they weren't the conference center site.
They were part of the conference center.
So in this
I
case,
believe.
though, you have it outside of 250 feet, but it's within 35 feet of a conference center owned property, is it not?
I mean, yeah, that's what it says there,
Okay, but you listed it as outside of the 250 foot range,
right?
but it's within 250 feet by your own definition.
I don't have a definition.
Okay. This property also, what's on the back side of that property?
Which part is backside?
I'll help indicate here. So the property is the 2180, correct?
Believe so, yes.
I think you use pin number
80.
2080 in your report, but the GIS indicates 2180
Okay.
here. Backside is this right here.
It appears to be industrial.
Okay.
Or office, might be office warehouse.
Give me just a second. So this property here actually abuts a commercial use, correct?
Mhm.
With a large roof area, correct?
Appears so.
Okay. And in your report, I believe this is comp 2, and I'll just pull it up. Sale 4, which is on the backside of a commercial use with a large roof area, has a square footage price of $148 per square foot, correct?
Yes,
Which is the lowest amount of any of the comps in your methodology, correct?
yes. That was the one on Spruce? Yeah.
So I'm going to throw up here, this is Maple. This is sale 5, I believe. So again, you have this listed as outside of the 250 feet, correct?
Yes.
And it's 60 feet away from the conference center site.
Again, I don't have my backup that I did.
Let's go on to comp 3. This is the Von Clarkin Conference Center. And I assume you're familiar with Henderson County GIS as well, which is where this is located, all of them. Yep.
Excuse me, slightly better.
And here, this is sale 1. And again, within, and find agreement within 250 feet of the conference center site. Listed that way and then actually that way. It's right across that little point. I'll use the laser to help
Yes.
here.
Yes, right across.
Right here is that sort of point of the conference center site, 250 feet.
Yes,
But the distance to the closest building is approximately 376 feet, correct?
again, I wasn't measuring from the buildings.
Understand. And sale 2 here off of Lowndes Lane. This is within the 250 feet of the property line of the conference site, but 292 feet away from the closest building, correct?
I didn't measure that.
And let's look at comp 3 residential sale 6. Give me 1 second.
6.
So in this one here, in your report, you indicate, and I'll throw that up just so it's helpful. Just to go back, this is sale 6, is what we're talking about here. So on your sale 6, you indicate that's 510 Kinross Drive, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay, that's your report. So you've got the sale date is 7/24/21, correct?
Yes,
And you've got the sale price of $258,014, correct?
yes.
Okay. When we look at the GIS in Henderson County, what is and I got a bad call out of that. The sale date or date recorded there is May 7th, 2019, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. So it would indicate that there was a sale in 2019, not on the date that you've got it.
No, that's incorrect. This data
Okay.
came from MLS,
Okay.
not Buncombe County. Henderson County, sorry.
So you think this is just an incorrect data toward
No,
the
that's what-
transaction date?
That's what's in the county records.
Okay. It lists the owner as Robert Leslie, correct?
I don't remember. I don't have the grantor grantee on.
Okay. I'll move on from that one. But, well, one last question on that before we do. This is, again, the grantee to Robert D. Leslie Sr. The address or the tax map number is consistent with what we saw on the other page. This indicates that deed was recorded May 7th, 2019, correct?
Yes, that's what it said.
Okay. Transfer tax was paid at that time, which would indicate a sale.
That would indicate a sale.
Okay. So that's 2019, not 2020.
No,
Correct.
let me explain that, I pull stuff out of MLS
Okay.
and I look at stuff on websites. Counties are running behind.
So you're saying this from the Register of Deeds office
That one's
is,
from the Register of Deeds. But I've got that information again in my file because I looked at it on MLS. A lot of these things on MLS, and went back and checked, and if they didn't have the deeds recorded yet.
okay.
Okay, that's what I do with these.
So let's, give me one second here. In this context here, this is 510 Cross Drive. The sales price that's indicated here is 230, correct?
Where's that? Oh, there.
Last
Yeah.
sales price, 230?
Yeah.
Okay. But you got it at 258,014.
Yes, that's what was reported in MLS.
Okay. So that number would seem to be inconsistent with other numbers from the last sales price for that property.
No, with the information you just showed, where'd that come from?
Give me one second. It's coming from a reporting service, homesnap.com,
Okay,
for the property.
this is a,
I guess I'll ask a question related to that.
Okay,
Do
that's-
you have any reason to dispute that it was 230 versus 258?
yes,
Okay. You believe that that's not the actual sales price?
No.
Okay.
if you looked on Zillow, it'd probably be entirely different.
Trying to get rid of this little bar. If you give me a second, Mr. Chair. I guess we're just going to have to suffer through that. So let's move on here. So here we're measuring, this is slide sale. I'll go back, sale 9 here. You've got sale 9 listed as being outside 250 feet, correct?
Yes,
But this would suggest that it's within 207 feet of the Von Clarkin Assembly, correct?
can't see where the line is.
Oh. Right here. Need to move up a little closer.
Oh, I see the line.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then down here.
Oh, I see that, but what's the one, is that the comp?
This is
This is a comp, okay, and that's what they own? Okay. The the Von Clarkin Conference Center is the large piece of property. They do own properties just as Luther Ridge and everybody else does around. What I was looking for is trying to get the distances from where the main part of the property is, which contain both the lodging and the conference centers.
But as we went over in Comp 1, you measured from other properties owned by the conference center, not the conference center site.
Because they were on,
From-
they were on the same property, I believe.
Well, we can go back, but those are different properties owned by Ridgecrest, but
Right.
we're not the conference center site.
No, I think, I
Okay.
think that, no, I don't think that's correct.
Residential cell 10, you indicate, I think for 10, that it is outside of the 250 feet. Correct?
I can't see it, it's too small. But I measured it when I measured the rest of these.
That help.
Yeah, that's better. Well, the map would have helped. If you got the map,
Sale 10, outside of the 250 feet on your report.
go back to the other one.
154 feet.
Okay, I can't really tell. I would have it in my records when I did it, but I
Okay.
can't tell that that's,
So let's look at sale 10 just a little bit more here.
where are we now?
Same sale 10.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Um,
This Ridgecrest?
Yep, this is, excuse me, no, comp 3. This is Von Clark.
Oh, by Clark.
And in this situation, again, your report indicates for 10 that it was sold in 2018 for $257,029, I believe.
No, that is the sale price. What I did was, if you look at the, there's a subnote. I don't know why I didn't print on that one, but the subnote is that I made a market conditions adjustment if it was a year or so as of the effective date of value based on a market increase. We typically do.
I do
that.
recall that in comp 1, and you
Yeah.
probably intended to do that in 2 and 3. So I'm not going to
I
get
didn't put the footnote in there. It's just-
understood. I
yeah,
won't get technical about that, but let's
Right.
look at the date, 6/14/2018.
Right.
Okay. And again, here for number 10, at least according to the county records, we're looking at 4/29/2020
Right.
as a sale date.
Right.
And your position is that your records would dispute that and say that there isn't a sale from 2020.
My records would indicate there was a sale on June of 2018.
You don't have those records though today. So there's just a dispute between what you're recalling and what the county information indicates, correct?
Right.
Okay. Same deed here again. It's Matthew Norman for 1210 West Blue Ridge Road. This is from the Henderson County Register of Deeds. It's dated
It does.
April
but-
29th,
Yeah, it
2020.
does. Yeah. If you look at the excise tax, it's 480.
Yeah.
Which would indicate a value of 240,000.
Okay. Okay. Let's give me
Say
a
that's-
second here. Okay. I'd like to throw up 2 other things. This is 11, second here. Okay, so this is again Buncombe County GIS, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is from 376. If you look on the left here, I'm happy to blow that up. Well, I can try and. See 376 West Virginia Terrace.
Yes.
Okay, that's one of your comps in the property, excuse me, one of the sales in the, within Montreat.
So we're back on Montreat.
Yep. And Buncombe County has a function called property sales report as part of its GIS, and it indicates here last sale date would be 12/15/1994 for 140,000. Did I read that correctly?
Hold on one second. Is this?
Pin numbers up there as well.
76? Is that one of my comps? Oh, there it is.
Yes.
Right.
You indicate that there was a sale on what date in your comp?
5/28/21.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that sale actually occurred?
Well, that's what I pulled from MLS.
Do you have that information for the board to see here today?
No,
Okay. So Buncombe County indicates the last sale was in 1994, does not indicate a sale in 2020. You don't have any evidence to suggest that sale occurred,
the
Correct.
evidence that I have is in my file.
which is not here for the board to see.
Correct.
Okay. So let's look. This is 234 Buckner Road. I think this is in comp 1, sale 2.
I got it.
Okay. Just give me a moment here. I'll just so we can put this up here. Sale 2 there. So with Buckner, what do you list the sale date as?
7/24/21.
Okay. What do you list that price, have that price as?
250,000.
So Buncombe County's records indicate the sale was 11/8/2021 and a sale price of 220,000.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any evidence here today to suggest that your number is correct?
Yes, I got it from MLS.
Okay. Is that here to present to the board today?
No, as I explained, that sometimes these lag and sometimes they're incorrect. That's why we look at different data sources.
Okay.
But if you look on that, excuse me. Go back. Point this out. This is a sale, correct? What you're talking about?
That's the 11/8/2021 sale. date,
220,000?
correct?
What's that say?
It says an
Oh.
in.
That's no.
Okay. So I'm
It's
just,
not a qualified sale for the county. I don't know why. I'd have to look into it.
well, my question is do you have the evidence that the sale occurred? You either do or you don't, correct? You said you pulled this from MLS, correct?
Yes.
You don't have that here today for the board?
No.
Okay. Can I have just a moment, Mr. Chair?
It's okay if I sit down first.
I do have a question for the board attorney while we're waiting on that. I understand that, and about compelling evidence, if it's not brought here, we can't compel evidence to say, well, bring it and put it in the record. Can we compel that kind of testimony?
So you've got the ability to issue subpoenas, but if you were to ask whatever attorney it is that you want to see the evidence from, if they're willing to bring it and put it into evidence, certainly you can do that and then consider it. If you wanted to compel that evidence, it might be that you'd have to do it through a subpoena. But I don't know, if he's testifying to evidence that he hasn't presented before you, you can give it no weight, or you can give it whatever weight you determine to be correct.
I apologize. How's that? Yes.
Someone behind you was doing that. It wasn't her.
Okay. No, I want to make sure everybody can hear. I apologize. Thanks, Josh. Yes, Mike's. Josh keeps us straight. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I can go ahead with my cross, or I don't know if it's a good time for a break, but if it is, I could probably speak with my client, my co-counsel, and significantly cut down on my cross-examination. I'm happy to move ahead, though, if the board would prefer that.
Well, make this a vacuum, so we're gonna break it one. So if it's okay.
I'm fine to keep going. Okay, absolutely. Good morning, or I think now it might be afternoon, Mr. Palmer. We met briefly before. My name's Jamie Whitlock.
Yes.
I represent Mrs. Kate Hayner in this matter.
Okay.
I'm going to show you a couple of diagrams here. And want to make sure the board can see these.
Excuse me,
as
am I
well.
am I on? You hear me? Okay. Okay.
Josh, can you switch me on? Can the board see those, or would it be helpful as maybe at lunch if I switched over to the big screen too? That would be helpful.
Yeah, it would be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I'm also, if y'all could bear with me 1 second, gonna pass out some hard copies of these just so y'all got them in front of you. Thank you.
These guys need to see it. You don't put it up.
This is no different than what we've seen today, correct? Consistent.
It's not, Mr. Slasky, you're right. These are, and I'll state that for the record.
Perfect.
So just so the record's clear, Mr. Palmer, you have a copy of what I've handed you in front of you.
Yes.
And I'll ask the court reporter, we'll mark this as Exhibit H9. And Mr. Palmer, I'll represent to you, and hopefully you can confirm this for me. These are just 2 pages from the MRA's special use permit application that they've submitted to this board. A proposed schematic site plan is the first page. And then the second page is a building setback diagram. Are these documents that you reviewed just as part of your preparation to give your testimony today and prepare your report in this matter?
I believe so. I have to look at the, I believe they are, yes.
Okay. You don't have any reason to dispute that, do you?
No, I
Okay.
don't.
And looking at this, the first page, the proposed schematic, if I can talk today, schematic site plan. Do you recognize the Hayner residence as being that existing residence? And pardon me, give me 1 second. I'll see if you can look up on the screen up there, Mr. Palmer, and I can get this to work. Well, it doesn't want to work on that screen, but it's the existing residence right to the right of the proposed hotel. It's
Yes.
marked as existing residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the second page of Exhibit H9, if you'll turn over, the Hayner residence is right there and it's marked with a 10. Does that appear correct to you?
Yes.
Okay. And let me pull that up so just to make sure we're all looking at the same thing here. And what the building setback diagram does is it shows that from the Hayner property line, it is 13.5 feet to the existing to the porch of the existing Galax house, which is there right now. Does that look accurate to you?
Yes. Yes.
And then in blue, it shows that it will be, assuming this hotel is constructed, it would be 20.5 feet from the Hayner property line to the proposed hotel, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, yes.
So let's set that aside for a second. We'll come back to that. And let me just ask you a couple of kind of predicate questions. So from a methodological perspective, I just want to make sure I understand. What you've done in your report here was you found 3 what you deem to be comparable conference center properties, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you looked at sales outside of 250 feet from the boundary line of those conference center properties. And then you looked at sales within 250 feet, correct?
Yes.
Within and outside. Okay. And you then compared those sales on a price per square foot basis to form your opinions in this matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified on, when Mr. Noor was asking you some questions this morning. You did not take, outside of just the raw data, the sales data, you didn't take any, specific individualized or unique property characteristics into account for those sales, whether they were the within 250 or the without 250, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also did not look at the views from any of those properties, the within 250 or the without 250, to see if you could actually see the conference center, see any of the big conference center buildings. Didn't make any observations like that, correct?
No.
Okay. And would you agree with me that each of what you have deemed to be comparable conference centers, Ridgecrest, Luther Ridge, and Von Clarken, those are much larger parcels of property than the 2.174 acre tract at issue here, where the MRA is seeking permission from this board for a special use permit to construct a hotel, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So going back to what we've marked as Exhibit H9, these just two slides, if you will, from the MRA's special use permit application. Mr. Noor asked you a series of questions about his clients, the Jones property, vis-a-vis the sales that you utilized in your report, and the respective distances. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. And I think my question's very simple, and hopefully I can ask it to you in a simple way, and we can move on. But given that, as we look on the screen right now, and you can see that this hotel would be 20.5 feet from the property line of the Hayner residence. And you understand this would be a newly constructed hotel, correct?
Yes.
29,000 conditioned square feet, correct?
Yes.
40 rooms,
Yes.
would have the capacity to hold up to 160 people, 4 people per room, correct?
That's what I heard. Yes.
Okay. So 20.5 feet from the Hayner's property line, did any of the sales within 250 feet that you looked at for any of these conference centers you deem comparable, were any of them that close to this large of a conference center building?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Mr. Palmer, I believe those are all my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Right in front.
Sorry, I do have a question. If you have any questions, go ahead, because I'm just trying to pull something up. Do you want the screen? I'll try not to be too close to you. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, we can just give ourselves a foot or two of distance. I'm Ann Hayner,
Yes,
one of the
ma'am.
parties. Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Nice to meet you. I just have a question regarding your one aspect of your report, which is your qualifications.
Yes.
At the end of your report, it's on page 38, I believe, of your report, where you're listing your qualifications of the appraiser, and you describe what types of properties you have appraised.
Yes, ma'am.
And you list under that as residential properties that you've appraised. You list affordable housing projects, apartment complexes, residential subdivisions, and low-income housing tax credit properties.
Yes,
But your task, as I understand it, in this report was to compare the 22 properties close to the proposed development. None of those 22 properties are this type of residential property, correct?
no, this is only meant to demonstrate the types of properties that I've appraised before.
So do you have any experience including appraising the types of properties that are not listed here?
Oh, yeah,
the
it would take
22
probably another 4 or 5 pages.
So is there some reason you didn't include other residential properties as the types of properties you
This is only
appraised?
representative of the types of properties I've appraised. So same thing as the services list, it's just a partial list.
So the 22 properties under consideration, you decided to exclude that type of property from
Not
your
specifically, no.
list?
Not specifically, no. It's just the types of properties I've appraised are far more than this. What's on here.
But for this purpose, for this report, you're tasked to compare 22 residential properties, and you decided not to include that type of property as the type that you're qualified to appraise.
I didn't decide that. This is what's on my resume.
Thank you very much.
Am I clear? I'm not sure if I understand your question.
I see listed on your resume that you are qualified to appraise 4 different types of residential properties, as well as many types of commercial properties, special properties, commercial developments. You list many types of properties that you're qualified to appraise, and you list specifically 4 types of residential properties, none of which have any relevance to the 22 properties under discussion today. And I'm trying to figure out why you would list that you are qualified to appraise properties that are not the type that were under consideration today.
That's why I was referring. This is just meant to represent the types of property that I appraise. I appraise a whole lot more properties than this.
Okay,
Different types.
but you just chose not to include those
Really, I
in
didn't
in your
choose not
resume.
to include, specifically include it. It just is, this is just what's on my resume.
Okay, but on your resume, you chose not to highlight, I mean, you wrote your resume, you chose not to highlight that type of property that you're qualified to appraise.
I answered that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I will. Okay, I'm going to do my best to move quickly through our redirect. First, let's go back and talk about what the standard is again. You were asked to review, and I'm reading to you from zoning ordinance 3.10.623. You've been asked to evaluate that the use will not substantially diminish and impair the value of any property, any portion of which is located within 250 feet of the boundary of the parcel on which the use will be located. Is that your understanding of the standard, Mr. Palmer?
Yes,
Okay, so you weren't asked to measure from building to building?
No.
Or to account for views or the view shed from specific properties, correct?
yes.
Okay. Mr. Noor spent some time talking about what use PAP says you're supposed to have in your reports. Do you remember that, Mr. Palmer?
Yes,
And is it your testimony that the report you provided meets all use PAP standards?
yes.
Okay. I want to go briefly to use PAP, and do you have your copy of the?
Yes.
Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to, make sure I've got the right page here, sir. I'm pulling this up. It's under frequently asked questions, number 224.
It's 281.
Could you read the question number 224 for the board?
Yes, it's impact of values on surrounding properties. The question is, my state requires that when property owners seek an exception to a zoning requirement, they demonstrate that the exception will not diminish the value of surrounding properties. I'm occasionally engaged to render an opinion in these matters. Is the service that I am providing an appraisal?
And could you read the response for the board?
The response is yes. USPAP defines appraisal in part as the act or process of developing an opinion of value. The comment to the definition states that an appraisal is numerically expressed as a specific amount, as a range of numbers, or as a relationship, for example, not more than, not less than, to a previous value opinion or numerical benchmark. For example, assessed value, collateral value. In this example, the question could be stated as, will the market value of surrounding properties be less than their current market value if the exception is granted? Therefore, the resulting response is an appraisal.
Thank you. And so the question I would ask from that is, USPAP says that in this kind of situation, you provide a range of numbers or you talk about a relationship, not more than, not less than.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want also, there was a fair amount of discussion about what a retrospective appraisal is. Is the impact study regarding property values that you prepared a retrospective appraisal?
No.
Okay, could you give the board a kind of common example of what a retrospective appraisal would be?
A retrospective appraisal is most commonly seen, for example, in an estate valuation where someone has passed away on a certain date. And the attorney would ask for, we need a retrospective value as of that date. And that's what a retrospective typically is, because they have to establish it for tax purposes. Basically, you see it in condemnation every now and then, but most of the time you see it in estate work. The determination really is, as of that date, what do you believe the value of the property is in that instance? You can still consider other sales after if you believe that they're relevant to the problem or the question you're trying to answer.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I'd like you to flip to page 28 of your report. Yes, sir. And I'm talking about your comparable number one, the Ridgecrest comps that you prepared. And you've got a paragraph at the top of page 28. Could you read that for the board, please? Just to start at. And this is for Ridgecrest, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just read that to the board if you would,
It
please.
says all of the sales are located within a relatively close proximity to the conference center. The residential data set indicates that the average price per square foot of the residential sales within the estimated 250 feet of the boundary line are slightly less than the average per square foot of the residential sales outside the estimated 250 feet of the conference center site boundary. It is my opinion that no conclusive data was discovered indicating the proposed expansion would diminish and impair the value of any property within the estimated 250 feet of the boundary line of the conference center.
Thank you. And just to be clear, you found for Ridgecrest slightly less than average. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. For your second set of comparables, still on page 28, this was again Lutheridge. Would you read at the end of your analysis, starting with the phrase, the residential sales?
Okay. The residential sales data set indicates the average per square foot of the residential sales within the estimated 250 feet of the boundary line are greater than the average per square foot of the residential sales outside the estimated 250 feet of the conference center site boundary. It is my opinion that no conclusive data was discovered indicating the proposed expansion would diminish and impair the value of any property within the estimated 250 feet of the boundary line of the conference center.
Okay. And so for the sales in Lutheridge, they were greater than the average. Is that correct?
Greater.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You had said the residential sales data set indicates that the average price per square foot of the residential sales within the estimated 250 feet of the boundary line are greater than the average per square foot of the residential sales outside.
Yes,
And if you go to your last set of comparables, number 3, and this is for the Von Clarken Conference Center.
Mhm.
And if you do the same thing I asked you before, and just start at the residential sales. This is on page 29, sir.
the residential sales data set indicates the average price per square foot of the residential sales within the estimated 250 feet of the boundary line are greater than the average per square foot of the residential sales outside the estimated 250 feet of the conference center boundary. It is my opinion that no conclusive data was discovered indicating the proposed expansion would diminish and impair the value of any property within the estimated 250 feet of the boundary line of the conference center.
Okay. And again, in this case, the values were greater inside rather than outside the estimated 250. Is that
Yes,
correct? Okay. And so again, your opinion is that based on these comparables, the proposed use will not substantially diminish and impair the value of any property, any portion of which is located within 250 feet of the boundary of the parcel in which the use is located. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. I want to just very briefly, then we're going to be done, talk about some of this question about data. Mr. Noor had shown you some sales and asked you about that. You said, well, I relied on MLS. I relied on MLS. Can you tell me what MLS is?
MLS is a multiple listing service. It's the sales, the listings and the sales that are reported by real estate agents when they sell a piece of property.
Mr. Noor also referred to and I'm not familiar with the organization. I guess it's a company or a website called homesnap.com. Are you familiar with that organization?
No, I'm not.
Okay. In your experience, is that the same thing as the MLS service?
No.
Just to, well, he said he was unfamiliar with it, so I don't know that he can get testimony on it one way or the other.
Fair enough. You don't rely on homesnap.com for your appraisal work.
No,
Is the data available through the Buncombe County GIS system the same thing as the MLS service?
no.
Okay. Is the MLS service and the data you get from it the industry standard for appraisers?
It's a portion of the information, the data that we get. There are other data sources such as CoStar that we use, especially in the commercial field. But there are other data sources, but one data source to me isn't the whole.
Okay.
All
But would you consider MLS to be a reliable data set?
yes,
And you use it regularly for your work?
yes,
Okay. And is your professional opinion that you've reliably applied the data from the MLS service to the standard in the question you've been given in this case?
yes.
Okay. I have just one other question. You had pointed out on the GIS website, there was the field that said qualified sale, and you said that's in for no. Could you tell the board what a qualified sale is?
A qualified sale is when you can confirm it from one of the parties, but ideally from two of the parties. One of the parties may be an attorney or a real estate agent, but you typically try to get two sources of information. When it says no, that means the county either hasn't confirmed it yet, or it's not, because they use this information when they assess, like go and do assessments.
I think our last question, just to remind the board, were you engaged to appraise a specific property? Or were you engaged to consider the impact within that 250-foot perimeter?
I was engaged to try to assess the impact within the 250. I was not appraised to do a specific value for a house.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Just one, I think it'll be one brief. So to clarify that last question you were asked. You have not formed independent value on the impact of the proposed use related directly to the Jones property.
No,
And Mr. Palmer, same question with regards to the Hayner property.
I specifically look at that property for.
And have you formed an opinion as to diminution in value specifically as to the Hayner property?
No,
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I got to clarify. Because that's right. You did not appraise the Hayner property. You did not appraise the Jones property, correct?
I'm just gonna.
No.
Yes.
That mischaracterizes the question. I just asked. Please.
What the standard says is substantially diminish and impair the value of any property, any portion of which is located within 250 feet of the boundary of the parcel from which the use will be located. Is that the standard to which you conducted your analysis?
yes,
Thank you.
The Jones property is within that 250 feet, correct?
yes,
Okay, and you did not look specifically at that property, did you?
not for a value, no.
And again, Mr. Palmer, we've looked at Exhibit H9 earlier. The Hayner property is clearly within 250 feet, correct?
Yes,
Of the proposed hotel.
yes, sir.
Okay. And you did not look at it specifically, correct?
No,
Okay, thank you.
It might be a good time, just as a suggestion of the board, over at 12:43, and I think
No,
that's
I
the
thought-
last witness.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. You know, it's about 15 minutes, a good time to break. There makes a good clean cut. So we need to be back here.
Oh, sorry, sir. I'd just spoken into an empty mic stand and was laughing at myself.
So if Ken, we need to be back here by 1:45. Mind everybody.
This is closed. What about Max? Max. Max.
Mind if I sit in on that?
I gotta get this.
Thank you. Just never know.
Yes.
Sure, we'll be happy to try. I was actually. Goodness. Well, I was actually, yeah, we'll try and do it better. Sure. No, but thank you, I appreciate that. You take care of that, Miles.
Hello? Okay, I think we got a little housekeeping and we got one request from the board attorney.
Yeah, before we get started with all your housekeeping, I just want to make sure, and I've asked this at the beginning of the hearing, I want to ask it again. Has anybody made up their mind to such an extent that you're not willing to listen, or that you don't think that any further evidence would be able to persuade you one way or the other? Does everybody basically still have a fair and open mind and willing to listen to all the evidence to make a determination? And I want to make sure that everyone pays close and careful attention to all the evidence presented. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I think we've got a couple of things that need to go in the record from both attorneys, so go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we heard testimony from Mr. Scott Shuford, we presented exhibits F, G, and H. Exhibit F are selected pages from the comprehensive plan. Exhibit G is the zoning map. And Exhibit H are pages from the Town of Montreat zoning ordinance. And I had weeks ago represented to the board that we've already entered into evidence certified copies of the full complete documents. But just to keep everything straight, we'd ask that F, G, and H be admitted into the record.
No objection, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chairman, sure.
Documents you just submitted, does that complete this?
Yes, sir, it does. Thank you for clarifying that.
And that's why we did that. So the notebook can stay as one entire. So the notebook can stay as one entire document, because the idea would be if the board elects to take it home and review, we don't have to remove any of the pages. But as far as I know, all of the documents, including all of the subparts in I and in L, have been admitted.
And to that point, Exhibit K are the CVs and resumes of our experts, and they've been admitted individually as we've gone through. So the entire notebook is now in the record.
And for the record's purpose, I think that's exhibit L for you. K is,
You're correct, sir. Thank
Okay.
you. So Exhibit L is our list of resumes and CVs, and then K is our impact study regarding property values.
and that would include at this point exhibits A through L, including I, 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, sir.
Just so we're letting Mary Ann get this down. And then the only exception with that would be the memo of law that I think you've got. Is that in there? That's not
Uh,
an exhibit that's been introduced, but it's a memorandum of law just for clarity
Yes.
purposes.
So you all have a version of the memorandum. We submitted a first memorandum of law. We are going to be submitting a second memorandum of law, presumably around the time the parties do closing. But that has not been given to the board at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I also would ask that the board admit Exhibit H9 into the record. That is the exhibit that I just used with Mr. Palmer, the MRA's appraiser. Yes, Mr. Slasky, just the collective exhibit of 2 slides from the MRA's application, the proposed schematic site plan and the building setback diagram.
No objection.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we are going to call our first witness here in about 5 minutes. I wanted to take a brief second to address the board, not in the sense of a traditional formal opening statement where I give a long drawn out forecast of our evidence, because I know we're all anxious to move forward with the evidence. But I did think it was a good time just to take a quick step back. The applicant, the MRA, has finished putting on its evidence now. The board has heard that evidence, and now it's our turn. Those in opposition, myself on behalf of Mrs. Kate Hayner, Mrs. Ann Hayner, and Mr. Knorr on behalf of the Jones family, to put forward our evidence. And as Mr. Golden has been rightfully reminding the board, we would obviously just respectfully ask that everybody keep an open mind as you listen to our evidence. You know, you've only heard half the story, so to speak, so far. And we want everybody to keep an open mind. And along those lines, I've just got a slide or two here. And again, this is not going to be anything drawn out, but I'm going to skip over that one because we've already talked about that. But I wanted to talk about the purpose of special use review, kind of just bringing us all back to the reason we're here and the framework under which this board will ultimately render its decision in this matter. And I'm sure you all probably recall, and I do too, because I came and it was back in June. And Mr. Golden gave y'all a training right here in this room. Mr. Golden is a well-respected land use attorney in Western North Carolina. He and I have worked together going back 10 plus years. He knows this stuff, and I know the board listens to him, and you're lucky to have him here advising you. And he went through some of this at that training, and therefore I'm not going to belabor the points. But there has been some testimony and discussion amongst the board and amongst some of the witnesses, you know, to the effect that, oh, well, you know, a hotel it's allowed in the IR district, you know, and again, I'm paraphrasing. And of course, we wouldn't be here. I think you all know that. We wouldn't have forced you all to already sit through 20 plus hours of hearings if it was a permitted use, a use by right in the IR district. It's not. It requires a special use permit. And of course, the MRA has followed the procedures to submit an application. And now we are in the quasi judicial public hearing portion of that process. And so just wanted to quickly look, and this is section 310.6.1 of the zoning ordinance dealing with special use review. And it says the purpose of this section 310.6 is to ensure there is adequate review and control of the issuance of special use permits, which may have a direct influence or impact upon neighboring or contiguous land uses. This review is intended to aid in protecting the private and public values and interests in such land uses, whether residential, institutional, or commercial in nature. The uses for which special use permits are required are listed in the table of permitted uses. And as you all know, we've seen the table of permitted uses multiple times now. I think, oh, I apologize. I think I have it right here, but in the IR district, hotels require, as designated with the S, require a special use permit. And so I just want to make sure, and I know you are because the chair aptly touched on it at the end of the meeting Monday night, that everybody is keeping, in addition to some other criteria I'll talk about briefly in 1 second, but the 6 special use criteria in section 310.62 in mind as you're listening to the evidence and as you ultimately deliberate and arrive at your decision. And the first one of those, 310.621, that the use will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare if located where proposed and developed according to the plan as submitted and approved. And just one thing I want to focus on there, of course, that says a lot. And I think, you know, that's an important finding that this board has to make. But the language, the plan as submitted. And, you know, that we're going to see that in a lot of these criteria as I quickly run through them. But this board has to make its decision based on the plans that the MRA has submitted. Of course, there are some, you know, some exceptions, you know, that conditions, things like that, the board can do. But largely, this board, you know, has to make its decision on what the evidence the MRA has either put forward at the hearing or submitted to it in its plans. And that's something I hope the board will remain cognizant of. This board can't make a decision on something happening in the future unless expressly allowed under the language of the ordinance. 310.622, that the use meets or will meet all the required and applicable development standards and conditions of the town of Montreat, including without limitation, all development standards, conditions, and requirements related to utilities, parking, access, and stormwater drainage, and the applicable regulations of the zoning district in which it is which it is located, except as such regulations may, for each case, be modified by the Board of Adjustment. So as I just mentioned, there's an example of one of the criteria that gives the board some additional authority to perhaps, you know, do some modification of regulations if it deems appropriate and is otherwise lawful under the zoning ordinance in North Carolina law. 310.623, that the use will not substantially diminish and impair the value of any property, any portion of which is located within 200 feet of the boundary of the parcel on which the use will be located. Of course, we heard from the MRA's appraiser, Mr. Palmer, this morning, and you will hear from our appraiser, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Don Reed, when the time comes in our case. 310.624, that the location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan as submitted, again, there's that language, and approved, will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located and will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property for the purposes already permitted within the area in which it is located. 310.625, and this is one I think that is important to mention, given the testimony of Mr. Shuford and the discussion that we had Monday night, that the location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan as submitted and approved, will be in general conformity with the adopted policies and plans, including the comprehensive plan of the town of Montreat. And so that's where the importance of the comprehensive plan comes in. This board is going to be required to find that either that the location and character of the use either is or is not, based on the application and the evidence that it's heard, in general conformity with the comprehensive plan. And so I know perhaps we haven't done a great job of explaining, and I think a lot of that got cleared up with Mr. Shuford. I thought he did a good job of that, explaining the relationship between the comp plan and the zoning ordinance. But again, this board is going to be tasked with making a finding of general conformity one way or the other. And then finally, the last one is that adequate measures have been taken or will be taken to provide ingress and egress so designed as to minimize congestion in the public streets. So again, I didn't mean to belabor the point, but I just want the board just to keep all of those 6 special use criteria in mind as you're listening to all the testimony. And again, to keep an open mind, you've heard half the story at this point, and we're about to start our case now. So, yeah. And one other thing I wanted to mention here, and this kind of goes again to something that I thought Mr. Golden did a good job. It's hard to believe it was June, but it was. I know Mr. Morphus was here too, but what this says is, well, actually, I'll get to that in a second. I apologize. I got one slide ahead of myself. But in addition to those 6 special use criteria, what section 310.634 says is that the board shall only approve the requested application if it concludes, based upon the information submitted at the hearing, that, and I'm highlighting 3 here because I think this is the most important one that there could be a question to. If completed as proposed in the application, the development will comply with all the requirements of this ordinance. And the board might recall we had some discussion and some questioning of the zoning administrator about 1 principal building per lot. We still think that's an important issue that this board's going to have to decide upon. And so that would be an additional, obviously, the use has to comply with all requirements of the ordinance, not just the 6 special use criteria. So, and finally, and I'll go back again to my comment on Mr. Golden, because I thought he did a good job at y'all's training of explaining the burdens here. But what 310.637 of the zoning ordinance says is that the burden of persuasion on the issue of whether the development, if completed as proposed, will comply with the requirements of this ordinance remains at all times on the applicant. The burden of persuasion on the issue of whether the application should be turned down for any of the reasons set forth in subsection 310.62 rests on the party or parties urging that the requested permit should be denied. And so ultimately, at what is likely to happen here is if this board determines that the MRA has produced substantial competent material evidence on all the criteria and has demonstrated compliance with all other provisions of the zoning ordinance, and then that the quote unquote opponents, for lack of a better word, do the same thing, then you will kind of have to weigh that evidence and see where the preponderance of the evidence ultimately falls. And so again, I'm just trying to kind of have us all take a step back and just hope that was kind of a hopeful refresher, a little break from testimony, and a reminder of why we're here and the legal framework that we're operating under. So, and I don't know if Mr. Knorr had anything to add.
Just briefly, I just asked the board, as you've thought about everything you've heard, the quote that comes to my mind is the old Paul Harvey quote of, "Now you know the rest of the story." And this is our opportunity to talk about the rest of the story. You've heard from the applicant, and now you're going to get to hear from experts who've looked at that same application and those same reports and are going to tell you what they think the facts are based on their expertise and their ownership in the properties. So maybe you've listened to everything and you have a feeling one way or the other. I just ask you to continue to keep your minds open and listen to the rest of the story.
And Mr. Chairman, at this time, we would call our first witness, Mr. Matt Sams. And do we want to pass that? And we are also going to start passing out our exhibit notebooks. That would be on behalf of Kate Hayner, the Jones family, and Ann Hayner combined.
Again, you are distributing for both.
Correct. Ms. Sams, you could come on up, please, and if we could get Mr. Sams sworn in.
Is there a Bible there? I'm sorry?
Is there a Bible
There's.
Yeah, if you're just.
Okay.
Is you want
Okay, if I take the mask off so you can hear me.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sams.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the board how you are presently employed, please?
I'm a consulting engineer with Accident Research Specialist.
And what do you do from an engineering perspective with accident research specialists?
So I have a civil and structural engineering background and joined this firm about 15 years ago. And so our firm is primarily involved in the investigation of accidents, defects, failures, collapses, claims, things that have sort of gone wrong. And so we would call that the area of forensic engineering or investigative engineering.
And you said you've been at accident research specialist for approximately 15 years?
That is correct.
And what, just a brief summary of your employment history before you went to accident research specialist, please, sir.
Sure. I worked while I was in college. I attended NC State University. While I was there, I worked in a materials laboratory, construction materials laboratory. Then I worked for that same firm, designing and constructing, managing the construction of industrial facilities around the U.S., some a little bit abroad. I practiced then as a structural engineer in the Raleigh area. I then returned back to my original employer to work on things like bridges and some other structural related product development type products. And then joined in 2006, joined my current firm. And so in being employed in my current firm, I've investigated hundreds and hundreds, if not 1,000. I've never counted, but many construction related concerns, or I get maybe concerns is probably the way to say it.
And I think you mentioned NC State. Is that where, did you go to NC State for undergrad, or was that where you went for your postgraduate work?
I obtained my bachelor's of science in civil engineering from NC State.
So got your engineering degree from NC State. Did you have any particular type of focus or?
Yeah, so the degree is in civil engineering, and then the concentration within that is in structural design.
Okay. And are you a licensed professional engineer, Mr. Sams?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And how many, you licensed in North Carolina?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other states?
Yes, sir. Several other states. To be honest with you, I probably have to look, but I think 4 or 5 states, South Carolina, Alabama, that I have obtained licensure in more states, but in other parts of the country where I don't spend as much time these days, those are inactive now. But I am currently licensed in several states.
Okay. And have you been previously qualified to offer opinion or expert testimony in the fields of civil, forensic, and structural engineering?
Yes, sir, I have many times.
And you have an approximate number of occasions that's happened?
I would, there would be no way of knowing. I could not count the number of times I've been designated in those areas. I have testified. I think the last I checked, it was over 60 times, 65, 60 to 70 times.
Thank you.
And that would be in depositions, arbitration hearings, industrial commission hearings, trials, things of that nature.
And thank you for that, Mr. Sams. And we do have a copy of Mr. Sams' CV is at tab 1 in our report, or excuse me, in our exhibit notebook to the board would like tab 2. I apologize. Tab 2. It's at the back of his report. If the board would like to look at that further. But in the interest of time, I would like to offer Mr. Sams to the board as an expert in civil, forensic, and structural engineering.
Mr. Chairman, I had just one question for Mr. Sams. Does your experience include working with older buildings and structures?
Yes.
And just to clarify, Mr. Sams, your background is in civil engineering. You're not an architect or a planner.
That is correct.
With that, we have no objection.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, was the board going to vote or are we ready to proceed? Oh, okay, I apologize. Civil, forensic, and structural, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Mr. Sams, have you reviewed the MRA special use application and supporting materials that have been submitted to this board for the development of a proposed hotel here in Montreat?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And just if you could briefly kind of summarize for the board what you were asked to do in this matter with respect to the MRA special use permit application.
Sure. Mr. Whitlock contacted our office, contacted me, and presented this matter to me, explaining that a special use permit would be required in order to develop this hotel, and that the board was in the process of reviewing that. Mr. Whitlock's office provided me with a copy of that special use permit application, so we certainly reviewed that. We spent time interviewing his client, Ms. Hayner. We've evaluated, various standards, ordinances. Mostly, the intent, as I understood, of our work was to evaluate the proposed construction as it would relate to the Hayner residence. So that's what we did. And then as I evaluated information, developed opinions, I advised Mr. Whitlock what my opinions were, and then he asked me to come here today to speak to you all.
And thank you for that, Mr. Sams. And any other documents you've reviewed that you can think of that have been pertinent to your review and your opinions in this matter?
The special use permit application, the several pages and drawings and renderings that go with that were a large part of what I reviewed. I also visited the site of Miss Hayner's home. Was careful to not visit the site. I didn't want to be considered trespassing to visit the MRA property, so I visited the Hayner property. That's what comes to mind right now.
Have you had a chance to review the MRA's geotechnical report? I know that wasn't submitted as part of the initial application, but have you had
Yes,
a
sir.
chance?
Good question.
subsequently?
Yes, sir. I did review that.
And have you had a chance to at least to remotely listen to some of the testimony that's been presented in the previous hearings to date?
Yes, sir. I have.
Okay. And have you also had the occasion to prepare a report with a summary of your opinions in this matter?
Yes, sir. I have.
Okay. And that report is, again, along with Mr. Sam's CV, contained in the exhibit notebook at tab 2. And we would ask to move that report and Mr. Sam's CV into evidence as exhibit H10.
No objection.
What was the last? figure that was given?
H10, exhibit H10. You're welcome. So, Mr. Sams, let's move into your opinions that you formed in this matter. Could you provide the board with just kind of a broad overview or summary of your opinions in this matter?
Sure. It's my opinion from reviewing all the evidence that I've evaluated that the magnitude of the proposed project in relation to the vulnerability of the structure immediately next to it creates considerable risks.
And could you, if you could you explain just in a little more detail what you mean by that considerable risk?
I have several slides prepared, if that would be helpful, where I can walk through what I believe are the pertinent parts of the application from an engineering perspective, the things that I would see and would offer to you guys to consider. And then the same, I've got some slides prepared for the home as well that I think you might find useful as well.
Mr. Whitlock, will these be coming into evidence or are they just illustrative as part of Mr. Sam's
They
testimony?
will be coming into evidence, and yes, and I'll lay that foundation, Mr. Morphus. Thank you. And Mr. Sams, does this appear to be at least be the first page of those slides that you referenced?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is this, did you prepare all of these slides in the course of formulating your opinions and working on this matter?
I did. Yes, sir.
Okay. And we will move through them here. And as we move on, so at this slide here, if you could tell the board what this slide is demonstrating.
Sure. Do you happen to have a laser pointer?
Yes,
That might be helpful.
absolutely.
Okay, excellent. I was here earlier today where we heard a found a fair amount of conversation about GIS websites, county GIS. This is from Buncombe County GIS as well. And so the application presented property information as it relates to the subject property, the MRA property, where the proposal is occurring, the proposed construction is occurring. So I used this GIS information to describe some of the Hayner property and specifically what we're talking about here is this is the Hayner property here. And then this is the existing Galax Lodge, which is part of the MRA property. Next slide. Yes. And we can go ahead and go one more slide, please.
Okay.
Thank you. So what we're looking at here, I've circled this area of interest. And what this tells us is these lines here are contour lines. And the lighter colored are, a certain, represent a certain elevation, the darker color as well. So as we look across here, everywhere you see that line is the same elevation. And so anyone that's maybe looked at, if you're hikers or you spend time or you guys live in the mountains, so you're probably familiar with contours and topography and things of that nature. So what you see here is when the lines are running this way, that shows the line of essentially common elevation. And then we see when the lines are parallel, that represents a rise or a fall. So here we can tell from this that essentially the property, because of the values of these contours, the property rises as you work your way from the street. So if Assembly Drive is here, as you work your way away from Assembly Drive, the current grade rises. And then what we see is there's not a significant change as you move from one side of the property line to the other. So as I speak today, you'll probably hear the term common property line a lot. And what we're talking about there is this property line, which would be the right property line. And also directionally, I tend to stand at the street, look at the property and use that. So the right property line of the MRA property is the left property line of the Hayner property. And what we see here is the contour lines cross that property line. They're essentially the same. And what we learn from that is as you get to the back of this, of the home here, we sort of project that across and estimate the grade of the two properties based on that. In other words, the MRA application will tell you what that elevation value is. This GIS tells me that it's also the same on the other side of the property line. And after visiting the site, it's generally the same. There's not, if you saw a big hook in the contour line, then it would show there's a hill or a swale or some other change. So I felt like based on this, that the grade information that's presented in the MRA property would accurately represent the grade of the Hayner property just across the property line.
And Mr. Sams, is that the 2640? Can you show the board where I think this slide is showing the 2640 contour line, and where is that depicted vis-a-vis the Hayner and the MRA property?
Okay, so the county tells us, so when I selected this topo line right here, the county tells us the value of that topo line is 2640. So then as you go up, it increases. In this case, these are 5-foot contours. So this area is 2640. 2645, 2650, 2655. So we estimated the grade at the back, sort of in the back of the Hayner home to be about 2654, just shy of. So if this is 50 and that's 55, you're just shy of that. So we'll call it for the conceptual review that we were doing, we'll assume it's a 2654.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. And this appears to be a page from the MRA's special use permit application, their proposed parking diagram, correct?
That is correct. And from this slide, we can see why I was sort of looking at the rear of the property, or this kind of helps go into that step a little farther. This is the proposed parking diagram within the application. And then our area of interest is here, and specifically that area right there.
And that again, is that roughly 2650 elevation, correct?
2654.
54.
Yeah. If we go forward there, we'll see. This is, actually, if you don't mind, can we go back one slide? Sure. I thought we were going to zoom right there. The reason I'm looking here is this is the back of the subsurface parking garage. What's been proposed is to excavate out and construct a below grade parking garage. And so recall, we spoke earlier that the hill rises as we move away from Assembly Street. So the farther back the excavation goes on this project, the deeper the excavation cut would be. So here in this particular proposed parking diagram, the back of this building, again, the subsurface parking would be right there around the back of the Hayner home. And if you go forward one slide, there is an alternate proposed as well, which takes you farther, which would take the excavation deeper because it would go farther into the hill. And if we could go forward.
And did you hear, were you able to hear the testimony by Mr. Kreckelberg in this matter on behalf of the MRA, that the MRA does not want to pursue this alternate parking diagram, Mr. Sams? Did you hear that testimony?
I did not. I was not. My analysis is based upon the other one.
Certainly.
Being conservative, I chose the other.
Certainly. And
analysis.
then I'll move along.
Okay. And then again, just identifying, this is a drawing from that same application. And we see that number one is the Galax house, which is the current home that would be demolished. And then number 10 would be the Hayner residence right here.
Okay.
And so once again, we see this is the topography. These are the topo lines, et cetera, that we see right in through here. And we see right there, if you recall, we saw the darker burgundy line and the GIS image and call that 2650. That's this line right here. And then this particular contour diagram has 2-foot steps. As we go from 2650 here to 2660, the GIS had 5-foot intervals. Well, here we can go 2650, that would be 52, 54, 56, 58, and 60. So again, we're saying that the grade near the rear of the Hayner home, we're estimating at 2654 based upon the application that was submitted.
And again, that was the location of approximately the back of the parking garage in the first parking diagram submitted by the MRA.
That's correct. The below grade parking garage. Yes.
Okay. And this is the building setback diagram, which I know the board's seen several times, but what did you find important about this diagram, Mr. Sams?
Yeah, a couple of things here. You see, we've highlighted first that these are scale drawings. That the items, you'll see this on several items. So in other words, they're presented to a certain scale. So if they're not called out, there's still a scale that establishes how everything's arranged on here. In other words, from here, we see the MRA folks have indicated that's a distance of 64 feet. Well, if you applied the scale and measured it, you would get a 64-foot number as well. So things are the scale indicates that the items in here are depicted relative to each other to a certain scale. In other words, something that's really big compared to something really small in real life would appear the same here as well. So from this drawing, we see that their work is to scale. And then we see this is the subject property line, the common property line we'll talk about quite a bit. And then we see that they've established through their survey that the current Galax home porch is 13.5 feet laterally off of that property line. If you could advance the slide, please. So this is just a zoom in to help us, again, the scale. This is the Galax home that would be demolished. This is the porch. It sticks out just a bit from the main house here. And the application indicates that that edge of that porch is 13.5 feet from the property line. So we put together, in lieu of renderings, we decided to put together just a simple sketch, and this sketch is to scale as well. And what we're trying to do here is illustrate a concept. So what we see is this view is standing at Assembly Drive, looking up, and the current Galax house would be here, and then the current Hayner residence would be here, and then we're showing the proximity of the property line. We'll call that 13.5-foot number. We're showing it 13.5 feet off the home. And so from the scale drawings, it implies a distance of 10 feet from the Hayner residence to the property line.
And just for the board's edification, Mr. Sams, did you do this in the CAD software?
I did. And what I'd like to point out also about this number here is this is an estimate, and you'll see this tag on everything here. I'm not saying it's 10.023 feet or 9.87 feet or exactly what that is. What we're doing here is illustrating a concept which shows this roughly 10 feet. When we scaled the drawings that were provided to us, we saw a range there, from 9 feet to 11 or 12 feet. So we put 10 into this schematic just to have a number there that would show some relative positions of these things. And then once again,
I'm sorry.
and I'd say once again, we see the grade here I've marked as 2654.
You beat me to it.
Okay, continuing through the application, once again, we see this is a scale drawing, and we'll go to the next slide and we'll kind of zoom in on this. So another item that we pulled from the application is, so this would be the property line here, and then this next dark bold line here that they've marked as limits of disturbance. So that tells us, so the limits of disturbance would typically define the edge of land disturbing activities. That could be clearing, grubbing, grading, anything of that nature would go to this location, extend from the MRA property over to this limit of disturbance.
And those are outside of the building footprint itself for the hotel, correct?
100%, yes, sir.
And so land disturbing activity would be going on even closer to the Hayner residence than where the eastern, if we're going to call it, or the right wall of the hotel would ultimately be constructed, correct?
That's correct. And it scales to a distance of 6 feet. So the limits of disturbance would be 6 feet from the Hayner property line. And I believe that number was validated during the MRA's case. I believe that someone did mention, concur with that number, the 6 feet.
And so 6 feet from the property line and approximately 16 feet from the western or left wall. I know, because since we're not dealing in due directions, or left wall of the Hayner residence.
That is correct. And then this is titled the master plan, and this is also within the application. Once again, we see it scaled, and then we pick out a few key features here. If you jump to the next slide. Sure. So the items that we pull from here, the architectural drawings show a distance of 20.5 feet. I'll call these the civil drawings because they're engineering and related to stormwater and erosion control. They show 20. That's not, half a foot is not something that I'm super concerned about, because we're just looking at the concepts being proposed here. But my analysis uses the 20, since that is called out here in the civil drawings. And we see this is the existing property boundary. So I think it's pretty clear here. The building is being established, being proposed 20 feet left of that common property. The other information that we see here, this is very helpful to us in sort of evaluating the building that's being proposed. What we see here is the FFE, if you ever see that in a construction drawing, that means finished floor elevation. So for instance, in this room, the finished floor would be the floor that we walk upon. So in this conceptual, in this concept that's been proposed, they've indicated, the application indicates a lower level finished floor elevation of 2641, a middle level finished floor elevation of 2654, which recall is the grade. We've kind of looked at that already. There's a grade in that area is about that same elevation. And then the upper level finished floor elevation is at 2669.
And I imagine you're going to get to this, Mr. Sams, but obviously to get the middle level finished floor elevation to 2654, where you've shown earlier current grade is at the back of the Hayner property, there's going to have to be some excavation, correct?
100%.
Fairly
Yes.
significant excavation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so this is me standing in the front yard looking back. So the sketch that you saw earlier that showed the home and the Galax Lodge, this is that same view. And there'll be some more as I walk through my information here. You'll see this view a lot in terms of if you see the AutoCAD sketch that we looked at earlier. Essentially, I just thought I'd throw a photograph in here that shows helps you see what we're talking about. The Hayner home and the Galax Lodge.
That's the
And the
area.
property.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
go
sir. And the
ahead.
property line would run in this direction.
Gotcha.
Okay. So this is a sketch illustrating the concept that's been proposed. So what we see here is the Hayner residence, 10 feet off the property line with our existing grade in the area of 2654. 20 feet, we recall seeing that number in the civil drawing. 20 feet off the property line, 3-story building has been proposed here. One of those stories is below grade. And taking the finished floor elevations that were proposed, one of those is 13 feet below the existing grade. And then the next story is 15 feet tall. And then there's an upper story as well. But we see here, I'm repeating the 3 FFE values right here. And this is to scale, just to help sort of illustrate the concept. One thing I will say, I did listen to some of the testimony prior hearings, and my understanding of what the architectural firm indicated is that the top, if any adjustments to the height were needed at the parking level, the height of the building would not be altered. That if they needed more room, it would occur down here at the parking level. So I believe what I'm showing here is conservative because there's been an indication that if anything, that may get a little deeper. And then we're going to talk in a minute. Let's keep in mind that we're talking about a finished floor elevation here. Well, you have to excavate deeper than the finished floor. The floor is not infinitely thin. You get whether it's a concrete slab, it's going to have some thickness. There may be some structure beneath it, et cetera. So I've ignored that as well. Like we know, I'm confident that executing the plan that was proposed will require more than 13 feet of excavation. But because we don't know what that number is, there's also frost depth line, there's other considerations. We don't know what that number is. My analysis is just based on the known number that was provided. So what we see here is, thank you. That's perfect. That's exactly what I was going to do. Yeah, if you could, is what we've got is with the 20 that's proposed in the civil drawings and this 13, we see here, and I've just kind of highlighted the 13 we were just talking about is the number that we were provided. This just indicates there will be more excavation than the 13 feet to execute the proposed plan. And then because of the 6 foot to the limit of disturbance right here and the 20 feet stated in the drawings, essentially the face of the building has been proposed 14 feet off of the limit of disturbance.
Mr. Sams, a couple of questions. In your professional opinion, based on your specialized knowledge and skill in the field of engineering, are these limits of disturbance for a building of the magnitude of the proposed MRA hotel, are they too close or close? And I might not have worded that very eloquently, to the Hayner residence, or perhaps closer than you would have expected?
Well, I'm going to object to that because there's been no indication of what's closer, what's allowed and what's not allowed.
And the question was formed phrasely, so I'll withdraw it. Mr. Sams, do you often encounter limits of disturbance for such large buildings being in such close proximity to smaller residential buildings in your field?
I would have to say that I mean every site is different, so I would have a difficult time generalizing that. The area that I would say I found surprising is this 14 feet. So and we're going to go through this in pretty great amount of detail. So while I will accepting the 6 foot distance from the property line to the limit of disturbance, it's what the drawings show. Accepting that as what's being proposed because that's what we have to evaluate. That leaves this 14 feet. This 14 feet scares me. And we're going to go through that in some detail here as to why I have such concerns about this.
Fair enough. In the 13 feet, it's one thing to look at it on there. Am I correct? You have a demonstrative exhibit that might be able to and Mr. Chair, with your permission, we'd just like to be able to illustrate to the board, to show the board what 13 feet is very quickly. If Mr. Sams, that's a grade rod, is that correct? Okay.
Thank you very much. What I was going to point out, I also have, thank you, just a simple tape measure. Thank you. So I'll try to step out of the way of the projector here. So what's been proposed, the 6 foot distance is what we see here in this white tape. So if we say the end of the tape over here is the property line, the proposal calls for 6 foot of lateral distance and then a drop of over 13 feet. Now, this is where the limit of disturbance is. So what we see there would have to be some transition. So I'm not suggesting, in fact, I don't think anyone would suggest a sudden drop of 13 feet at this limit of disturbance in order to obtain that. We'll get into that in some more detail. So there would be some transition from this location down to this depth, but wanted to provide this, and forgive me, this rod when extended is slightly over 13 feet. It's like 13 and a half maybe. But again, like we sort of talked about, I do believe the excavation in order to accommodate what's been proposed will be significantly over 13 feet. So this just gives an illustration as to the depth and the distance from the property line.
Could you move out 20 feet?
I'm sorry?
The 13, where eventually the 13 feet is actually going to be 20 feet from the property line. I understand the transition area, but the actual depth will be 20 feet from the property line.
So the
Could you
tape
move
measure,
out? Yes.
Yeah, if I,
Well, 20 feet that way. Yep. 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 Now, would you go another 10 feet? I'm using, sorry, wasn't close enough. Can you go another 10 feet?
No, the tape's only 25.
Oh, okay. Well,
We're at 20 feet. That's
all right. So that's where the basement would be according to the property line, but it would be another 10 feet away from the actual Hayner residence. Correct?
if I could, I want to make sure we're clear on the record. So this distance at 20 feet, this would need to be 13 feet into the ground,
Yep.
first of all. So if the floor, let's say the floor where you guys are at would be the point there where the yellow horizontal line turns to gray dashed.
Yep.
Right at the property line, and we come off 20 feet, and then we would have to be down 13
feet.
and change. It's
Right.
over 13 from here. That would then the base of this rod would be the red line down there, the
Yes.
tip of the red line that says 2641.
Right. But if I wanted to see how far from the actual house that basement would be, it would be an additional
correct.
10 feet.
Another 10 feet.
Could you walk another 10 feet?
I'm afraid I'm gonna hit the roof.
Oh, yeah, that would be a problem.
And I would say this amount, I stretch this out. This is taller than the Hayner, the eave height of the gutter line of the Hayner residence. This is above that roof.
Right.
I don't
He
think
can't
I.
because he'll hit the roof.
Yeah, you can pull the rod down.
I pull the rod down.
Okay, so where you are is another 10 feet. Okay, so that's actually where you're standing is where the drop into the basement would be if I was flat up against the Hayner house.
That would be the wall. And I,
You're-
Yeah.
yes, if
You're
if
wall-
you're the,
Wall to wall,
that's wall to wall, correct.
house to hotel.
Got it. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
I've never been a prop before.
You were a good, Mr. Golden, you were a good hotel, I thought. Member Slasky was a good representation of the Hayner house, I thought. Thank you, Mr. Sams, for doing that. I think that was helpful for the board and helps put things in perspective for all of us. It's one thing to look at diagrams over and over and over again. It's nice to see some actual representations of things, which is often hard to do in courtrooms and in hearings like this. So we appreciate that.
I think that covers everything in that slide.
Okay. And exhibit this, or this is slide 2.07. This appears to be an excerpt from the MRA's geotechnical report. Is that
That is
accurate?
correct. Yes.
Okay. And tell me what, based on your review of the geotech report in this slide, what findings or conclusions you've been able to reach, Mr. Sam?
So this was helpful to me. What we see here is each of these B designations of their boring locations. And so the geotechnical study that was performed by the MRA found rock at certain locations. And so that's what's marked in yellow here. So, and one of the things I want to kind of flush out in the civil engineering world, when you're looking at these augers, when you see the word partially weathered rock, that means they've encountered, it's some amount of rock. But perhaps the auger may still be able to drive through it. When you see the word refusal, that means the auger cannot. It's a hard enough surface that the auger that's boring in can't penetrate the rock. So I did look at this to see where rock was encountered. And so if we could just to kind of by way of geometry here, this is the current Galax Lodge. This is the proposed hotel. This is the 30 feet from the Hayner home to the hotel. So it'd be our esteemed board members would be right here. And then our esteemed board attorney would be right here. And the analysis we just did. So that'd be the 30 feet between there. But what we noted there was that the B6, which is the closest boring to that location, did encounter partially, and I apologize, it's a little difficult to read, encountered partially weathered rock at 14.5 feet below grade and encountered refusal, meaning the auger could not turn anymore at 15.5 feet. And if you recall, the 13 feet is just to the finished floor. It would need to be excavated more than 13 feet. And I don't have a number because it was not in the plan. So we don't know if it's 15 feet, 16 feet. We don't know exactly what that would be. But what I would tell you is that we're getting into the range where these borings found, this one found refusal at 15.5. This one found refusal at 16.5. And then I would point out over here, these found refusal at 2.5 feet. But this is on the other side of the property.
And this, Mr. Sams, appears just to be another portion of the narrative excerpt from the MRA's geotech report, which I believe, and I apologize if I'm wrong, but is MRA Exhibit M. Yep. Go ahead.
And what I would say with this, again, from the civil engineering community, is that these geotechnical studies are performed by property owners when they're trying to characterize the soil that's on site and then inform their decisions about how to found the building, whether that's to found it on like a shallow foundation or a deep foundation like piles or what have you, or find rock. The job of the civil engineer, the geotechnical engineer here, is to characterize that soil and provide recommendations that they're going to seal and sort of stand behind. And so in this particular case, the geotechnical report did mention retaining walls at certain locations on site. So it was something that was being discussed. We can go on, and we see here again, this is a drawing from the plan, and we're gonna zoom in on some of these things. But right here is a retaining wall. It's been proposed, and we're gonna see that here, and then we're gonna look over here to this area. And the thing I'd like to point out is there's no retaining wall proposed here. Retaining walls were discussed on site, but not at that location. So this is looking at the legend of the drawing, and they tell us this, this pattern represents a new retaining wall. Okay. And then we see it called out here, proposed retaining wall by others. This is over in that area on the left side of the MRA property where we saw the borings and the at 2.5, sea refusal at 2.5 feet, et cetera, that we just talked about. The proposed project is, well over here, or excuse me, the area that I was evaluating, the common property line is well over here. But we see that retaining walls have been proposed, but not in this area. So once again, this is the Hayner residence. This is the proposed hotel. This is the 30 feet we just established here in real life. There is no retaining wall proposed in that area. In fact, this is a swale, and we're going to talk about that some more in a minute. That's been proposed in that area.
Did it surprise you, Mr. Sams, based on your engineering background, to not see a retaining wall proposed on this side of the property, just to be clear?
Very much so. When we're talking about the height change that we were just discussing, where it's going to be more than 13 feet, to transition over that distance by just sloping the earth takes a lot more distance than what we just laid out. So the only way that you typically get excavations of that depth, that close to another building, is by driving sheet piling, which acts as a retaining wall, or building a retaining wall. I can tell you that either of those would be very concerning for the Hayner house. Driving sheet piling is literally taking dynamic equipment and driving sheets of metal into the ground at a location that's very close to the house.
One question, I have to go back just for a second. My note, I'm trying to keep my notes up with what you're saying. Did you say refusal happened at 14.5?
Could we go back? I believe, sir, there was one at 15.5 and one at 16.5 refusal. Yeah, right. One ahead one. There you go.
Apologize.
So this B6 had partially weathered rock at 14. Yep.
Refusal at 15.5.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So it counted rock at 14.5 and then refusal at 15.5. Yes. Thank you. No, thank you for clarifying that.
Nope, no problem.
So once again, there's no retaining wall there. Okay. And then this is a drawing that shows the proposed grade for the property. All right. Once again, it's scaled. We can go to the next slide.
Okay.
And I want to kind of flush out what some of this is. And would you guys be okay if I just stepped over to it? There's some thin lines that I'm worried I'm going to have trouble hitting with the pointer. Oh, thank you. Okay, so this is from the application. And so this shows proposed grade and existing grade. So you hear us use the term grade, it just means that the top of the earth, the surface of the earth, where the grass is, things of that nature. So the existing grade would be what it is right now. Proposed grade would be what grade that the project would propose setting the earth at. So when you see the lines overlap, that tells you that's where earth is being moved. So what we see here are the light gray dashed lines are existing grade. And then the colored solid lines are the proposed grade. So from this, we can see that the plan that's been proposed calls for altering the topography in this area as such. Fortunately, they're in red. It makes it real easy for a presentation like this to talk through. There's also spot elevations called out. And so what that is they're saying that's what we say the earth is going to be in the new project. So that same statement is made by these solid red lines and also by these spot elevations. There's one, and incidentally, this is the parking garage that we were talking about. This is the property line we've been talking about. This is the limit of disturbance right here we've been talking about. And then this is the right wall of the parking garage. I'm sorry to be so close. And then so a spot elevation was called right here at the mouth of the entrance to the parking garage. Okay. Okay, can we go back one? Sorry, I thought there was one more there.
Yeah, apologize.
Yep. What I do want to point out is we see no red in this area. There's nothing been called out to establish what the elevations would be along that line. So it's impossible to say that we know what's going to occur. It's not shown. In other words, we see grade established, proposed locations all around the property, but there's not anything here. So I'm left with the question of what's the plan? Like how are we going to accomplish? Clearly, we've got 2650s elevations back here, and we've got 2640s at back here. So there has to be some transition. It's not called out. I'm not sure exactly what the plan is. If we can go to the next slide.
Did you see anything else in the plan, Mr. Sams, that would have shown those proposed contours?
I did not.
Okay, thank you.
So let me get something straight. Can you go back, please?
Yes, ma'am.
So basically what you're saying is either to dig the basement out, you're either going to have to slowly transition and change the contour of the land, or you're going to have to go straight down.
Excellent. Couldn't have said it better. Yes. And we don't, the drawing doesn't tell us which way, right? Which we can say, okay, well, maybe that's a preliminary thing that's going to be worked out. But as we go through this, I don't believe it can be worked out with what has been proposed. There are items and concepts presented in the drawings that I don't think are reconcilable. So I don't know which is the plan, and each have some concerns to me. But yes, you said it very well. It's exactly what I'm saying. And that's the point of these sketches, is to try to show some of what we're talking about. We're going to stop beating this dead horse. We know what this is: 6 feet, 20 feet. There's the building. There's no in this area. So if you see this shaded area here, this is all soil that would have to be removed in order to accomplish the construction of this subgrade below surface parking level down here. So no retaining wall was indicated like there were in other locations. So that would mean presumably that there's a discussion about sloping it instead, because there was specifically a retaining wall was called out in other locations, not called here. So that would lead one to deduce that sloping is the plan. So what we would have to do here is see what we're talking about in terms of this angle. So is it doable in that space? So we'll get to that. So what would inform our analysis as to whether or not it would be doable in that space? It would be the geotechnical study that was commissioned by the MRA to characterize the soils that are there. And so this is straight from there. And so first of all, this analysis does not anticipate any cut or fill slopes greater than 5 feet in height. We're going to be much greater than that in order to build the plan that was called out for in the application. There's also mention, and I won't bore you too much with these details, but they're mentioning here that if you're going to slope the soil, there's reference to 2-to-1 slopes, 3-to-1 slopes, things of that nature, and I'll show you what that looks like. And I think that'll help what we were talking about earlier. But I just want to point out that the geotechnical engineer did specify what the maximum slope on those soils could be. It mentions that if we're talking about these bigger slopes, that a separate slope stability analysis would need to be performed by the geotech. They're not signing off on a 2-to-1 slope. Even though 2-to-1 and 3-to-1 are the values they're talking about, they're saying that's not even doable at this height without getting further clearance from us. Essentially, they have to do a separate slope stability analysis in order to do that. The other thing I would point out here is that in this area here, they talk about buildings near the bottom of a slope should be located at least half the height of that slope from the toe of that slope. So in other words, let's say we are allowed to do a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1. The building can't be right there at the tip of that slope. It needs to be an additional distance beyond that. And that's for slope stability purposes.
Apologize, Mr. Stewart.
Yep, no, we're good. That's exactly. So I've prepared a sketch that sort of shows all that. So this would be the 30 feet that we were just, talking about in our room would be here. But if you play out the range of slopes that the geotechnical engineer allows, 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, and I will point out, when we say 3-to-1 slope, what that means is for every 3 feet you move horizontally, you move 1 foot vertically. So a 3-to-1 slope is a flatter slope than a 2-to-1. So for 2-to-1 slope, it means we're going to move out 2 feet and down 1. So just using round numbers, if you had a 10-foot excavation and a 2-to-1 slope, you'd need 20 feet to accomplish it. If it was a 3-to-1 slope, you need 30 feet. So anyway, the geotechnical engineer also said that after that slope, there is a run out distance that's required, that you can't put a building right at the toe of that slope. So I've drawn this into scale, again, using the 13 feet. It would be more than that, but using that same number to come up with this H/2 value that the geotechnical engineer talked about here, we're showing a 6.5 foot run out distance, which would be the nearest a building could be. So according to the geotechnical engineer, this building could not be here if you're trying to accomplish this change in slope without, like we talked before, if it's a slope as opposed to yeah, exactly. So the numbers that we did have, we're showing 14 feet here at a 2-to-1 slope. That 14 should be 32.5. At a 3-to-1 slope, that 14 should be 45.5.
And so the building would have to be moved to the west, if you will.
To the left,
To the
away
west.
from the Hainer.
Away from the
Correct.
Hainer property.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, next slide. Okay, and so we this is an erosion control plan. So this is something the civil engineer would have generated to establish how erosion would be controlled during construction. This is not the permanent long-term. This is during construction. So if we could go ahead, Jamie, and
Yep.
we'll advance this slide. Just so you see, again, we're looking at his legend here. This symbol right here, the SW with the arrow, is a diversion ditch. He says permanent here, but we'll address that in a minute. This plan is for the temporary erosion control. So what we see here is this is that common property boundary. This is the distance we keep talking about. And what we see here is that symbol indicating that in order to comply with his civil site design, stormwater site design, during construction, there would have to be a swale there. A swale is a ditch for all intents and purposes. But the job of a swale is to convey stormwater, just like a pipe would do. So again, remember, if we recall, this area back here is higher in elevation than this area here. And if the stormwater collection devices are down in this area, the stormwater has to get to it, right? So if you had a pipe in the ground, the pipe would be buried and would have to have downhill slope and flow by gravity, usually down into this area. In this case, instead of a pipe, a swale has been called out, which is a surface ditch, similar to what you might see on the roadside or something like that. So this is during construction, a swale would be needed. And then right here, we see a stormwater structure. So that makes sense, right? They're conveying stormwater down to a stormwater structure, which then is going to carry it in this direction towards the more permanent area.
Did you see any stormwater swales like the one located in that approximate 30-foot area between the right wall of the hotel and the left wall of the Hainer residence, anywhere else on the MRA property?
Did I see this swale?
As compared to pipes?
I didn't look in that detail around the rest of the property. I kind of focused in this area. But one of the things I would like to point out, I think is pertinent to your question, is this would have to be done on the MRA property, right? Like in other words, the transition in the existing grade down to whatever grade is needed, as well as all the temporary erosion control measures, would have to be done on the Hainer property. And keep in mind, we've only got 20 feet in the drawings between the Hainer property and the Hainer building. Yeah.
It has to be done on the Hainer property or the MRA property?
MRA property. If I said Hainer, I apologize. If I said that, I'm sorry. Yes. So the presumption here is that MRA work would be done on MRA property. Any alterations or modifications would be on the MRA property. I apologize.
Let's go back to that for a second. The edge of the limit of disturbance, are you LOD or LOC? What does that plan say earlier? But there's a limit. There's going to be a silt fence put right there.
If I could, the limit of disturbance is not shown in this drawing.
Okay.
Just so you know. But yes, that SF is a silt fence right there.
Okay, there's a silt fence going right there. Then there's a swale created during construction, which prevents the stormwater, what channels the stormwater into some plan that's approved by some engineer, whoever the town does.
Yes, sir. It would convey stormwater downhill by gravity to this structure
And
here.
that's all on MRA property.
That's all on MRA
Okay,
property.
got it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The silt fence, everything to the left of that would all be MRA property. Correct. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
if we could, or do we need an after lunch bathroom? We're at 3 o'clock. Okay, can we do 5? Let's do 5. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Jamie, his exhibit you're going to admit, right? Can we get it now? I'm trying to keep my notes, we're trying to keep our notes kind of in check. See whenever he's ready for it. Yeah, he's gonna submit that. as evidence. If you're gonna admit that as evidence, can we get it now so we can make our notes to it? Oh. That's fine. That's why there's no problem. That's fine. We get it. We're just trying to keep notes.
Get
Yeah,
that?
that's fair. That's fair. No, we'll wait. No problem. No problem.
I think that's. Yeah, resident, permanent residence.
Me and Kelso may have. Oh, how sweet of her. They're not for us, but I figured we were public servants.
Ann was talking, what you talking about your Christmas cookies?
Oh, that's wrong.
I think it's all a bit.
I think she's just. Might have a point.
I think you can go with the truth.
I'll have to prove it to you. one day. I'll have to prove it to you. It's trade.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sams, if you're ready.
Yes. So this is the next drawing that we evaluated in the special use permit application. And so it looks kind of similar to the last one we looked at, which was a erosion control measure drawing, which would address temporary erosion control during construction. This is the stormwater plan. So this is the plan intended to be permanent. So if we could go to the next slide. Again, we see this SW symbol as a new diversion swale. So we go to the next. So here we're in that area, and this looks a lot like the last slide for the erosion control measure, where there was a temporary erosion control swale through there. It's intended for the permanent installation as well.
So just to be clear, Mr. Shams, the only difference in the last couple slides and then these most recent two was the temporary sedimentation erosion control plan. This is the permanent, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The
Thank you.
stormwater plan, the permanent erosion control. When you hear that phrase, typically there's a connotation about construction. So this would be, they're calling it the stormwater plan. So, but all for all intents and purposes, it's a swale, just like was presented before. Again, carrying it down to a structure and then there beyond. Okay, so what we see here is we're returning back to our sketch here. That's to scale. The red is what has been proposed. We see these light gray dashed lines. These are the ones we looked at before. This was a 2-to-1 slope or a 3-to-1 slope. Well, now we see as we look at the stormwater plans that a swale has been proposed in that same space. So this slope is not attainable. You know, according to the geotechnical engineer, these are the steepest slopes you could have on site. So I don't know how to reconcile the civil engineer's stormwater swale with the geotechnical engineer's statements about maximum slope. So what we see here, I've just drawn this in kind of as a schematic to show you generally what a ditch or swale might look like. But this is an unattainable slope. This is well beyond the temporary, anything allowed by the geotech. And then this is, because of that, there's inadequate space in this area to put the swale that the stormwater designer says is needed. So continuing on, this is another drawing. This by contrast is a rendering. So this would have been generated probably by a different part of the design team from what we're looking at earlier, which were the civil drawings or the stormwater drawings. So this is an architectural depiction, a rendering. When you hear the word rendering, that means it's made to look somewhat realistic. So if we could go ahead and advance here. And this is the area that was in yellow is what we're calling out here. This is the Hayner residence. This is the MRA. This is that wall, the right wall we've been talking about. And in and amongst these trees would be the property line, limits of disturbance, et cetera. The architectural drawings, and I'm not sure if it's a landscape architect or exactly which part of the team, so we'll just say the application. The application on one hand proposes a minimum 6-foot evergreen buffer in this area. And so your eyes are drawn, you know, when you look at this rendering, first of all, I'll speak for myself. I tend to look at the pictures first, right? So when I look at this, I see really that's 20 feet of tree that's shown here because it fills the area from the property line over to the building. So what's shown is 20 feet, but what's called out is a minimum 6-foot evergreen buffer. Okay, we can keep going. And then these are other renderings. This is the area we're talking about. The property line runs through this area. We see plenty of trees, you know, here in this area. And these renderings, I'm sure you probably imagine you've seen these renderings before. Jamie, if we could go to the next.
Yes, sir.
This is another, in fact, could you go back one? I'm sorry,
Sure.
after I just asked you to do that. Yeah, so if we look at label here, view from the southeast, and we see in this rendering, trees of this nature, you know, they're reaching this is the upper, so earlier when we were talking, the lower level finished floor elevation will be down here at the parking level. The first floor, I guess they call it the middle level, MLFFE, middle level finished floor elevation will be right in here, which is about that 2654, the existing grade. And then the upper level finished floor is up in here. So we see trees that are grown all the way up into the upper level here. We see no trees in this area. If you go to the next, this is note from the same location, view from the southeast. And so like from an engineering perspective, I don't know how relevant, I'll talk a little more from the engineering standpoint in terms of the relevance of the trees and everything. But one thing we don't see is a swale. Secondly, we see trees, very large trees depicted through here. And if we go back one slide, I don't know which is being proposed. There's no trees here and much less trees. And if you go ahead one, there's several trees in this area. So
Excuse me real quick.
Yes.
Didn't you say the swale was going to be a temporary?
no, ma'am.
No, the swale
There
is
is a-
permanent?
There's both. Yes, the swale is built as temporary, and then the stormwater plan calls out for a permanent swale in the exact same location. And we can go back and look at that
Permanent
if you'd like.
swale.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So there is supposed to be a swale here. It is not shown in here. Instead, they're very large trees. So if the board were making a determination about, use and enjoyment of neighboring properties, perhaps, some clarification on which set of trees, might be helpful to that. to that decision. But
The
if
board
you-
might recall at one point I asked Mr. Kreckelberg about if their software could show views straight up the proposed driveway to the parking garage to kind of get further into that. And at that point, I think the board had not had interest to inquire further into that. So
So we have some views kind of in that area, and I would just suggest if this has been represented as being a scaled rendering of what's out there, I just see it depicted two different ways in these two slides. And then if we could go ahead one slide. Either way, from a civil engineer, this is the part that's relevant to me. I don't see how trees in this area can coexist with the swale that's supposed to be there and the slopes that are called out by the geotech. So that there's a number of concerns I have in this area that are not resolved by the application. That the design that's depicted, in my opinion, is not constructible. It is not, you can't reconcile this distance to the property line with the slopes the geotech called out for, the swale that the stormwater engineer says is required, and the tree buffer that was depicted in the architectural renderings.
So on your comment, you're saying that the applicant showed an evergreen buffer between the two buildings in their work.
Could you back up a couple slides?
absolutely.
Okay.
Right there, minimum
Right.
6-foot evergreen buffer.
Okay. So let's go forward back to your drawing.
Okay.
Evergreen implies that it keeps its leaves throughout the year, not necessarily an evergreen tree, correct?
That I would,
But you depicted an evergreen tree.
what, if you go back, the reason I did is because go back, there's, if you go back, yeah,
Sure.
go for it. There's nothing but trees here. Go back one, please, Mr. Whitlock. There's nothing but trees here. If you go back, Mr. Whitlock, this is full, again, my eyes are drawn to this. This is fully filling the 20-foot space. It's called out as minimum 6 foot, but it's depicted as filling the 20-foot space.
It may be canopy or whatever, but the point is, was the applicant specific about what trees are in that space?
All I saw was evergreen. This note right here.
Okay, that's where you guys.
Yes, sir. That's where, exactly. This is the basis of my analysis.
I'm good.
Oh, sorry.
And I will say this, I mean, the reason I put the tree in of that size is because it reaches to the upper level, just like the trees in the rendering did. The trees in the rendering show trees up past the upper level FFE. If you recall, there was the ML FFE, which is the middle level, and then there's the upper level FFE. And the trees were up into the top story of the building.
So you selected a tree based on the overall height you were trying to achieve from the other drawing. So that's the tree that grows to that height is what I'm saying.
I won't say that this is any particular breed or species of tree. This is a tree because trees were shown and also filling the 20-foot space. You know, it looked like a canopy. I agree with you. Like in that rendering that we saw before, it looked like a canopy, number one. Number two, they show trees growing up to the upper level of the building.
Okay.
I don't know that a shrub or some other type of evergreen. I don't know.
Okay.
I just evaluating what's
I
been
imagine
proposed.
the applicant can fill us in later.
But the point of my slide is that is not doable with a swale and with the geotechnical slopes that have been specified.
But that implies you're an arborist, though.
That is not, I'm a civil engineer.
Okay.
And this is a civil engineering feature, stormwater feature. And what I'm saying is having a tree of the size depicted in the renderings is not consistent from a civil engineering standpoint with the way a swale would look. You would not have a tree like that in a swale. The swale would be, it would have lining, you know, I mean, the civil engineer could design it, but it would not have obstructions like trees in the swale.
Okay.
And so we're just returning back here, the criteria you guys have seen quite a bit. And I would, again, these are the special use permit criteria. What I would speak to is just, we can kind of jump down into this area. You know, essentially you guys are being tasked with a difficult task of determining whether to allow it or not. And what I'm saying is what I have seen, if you go to the next slide, in the plans as submitted, you see the language in your plans as submitted here several times to make your decisions. I've seen something that doesn't coincide. It's not construct the various things that we just discussed, in my opinion, can't be reconciled with the plan as submitted. So I find it hard, for instance, where you've got to make a determination as to whether it meets all required stormwater drainage. I find it hard to answer that question. I'm not a board member, but I'm a civil engineer. I find it hard to answer that question if there's not room for a swale. And the swale is part of the stormwater plan. Like that's what the civil engineer indicated was needed.
I understand that a swale is what they have indicated. Is there any other way of dealing with stormwater drawn runoff that's not a swale, an underground pipe, such?
Sure, there are a number of ways to convey stormwater, and it's up to the civil engineer to determine that. And for some, I don't know why here
It was
he or
not.
she chose a swale versus a ditch. But what I tell you is that a pipe, you can't plant 20-foot tall trees where pipes are either. So I don't believe that the architectural renderings reconcile with the civil stormwater design here, whether that is a swale or a pipe or something else in that area. And also incorporate the geotechnical, the amount of slope and room needed.
And to be fair, Mr. Sams, that portion of your presentation ended with the swale, but there were other issues in that 20-foot area as well, correct?
Yes, if you'd like to go back a couple slides, my intent was that this final slide would be cumulative. So you see the light gray dashed lines represent the slopes that the geotechnical engineer says are needed. The light gray line here represents the swale that the civil engineer, stormwater designer says is needed. And then right here is the tree that is depicted in the architectural, or maybe the landscape architect drawings. Now, granted, one of the drawings is 6 foot minimum, but the renderings show something much bigger than 6 feet. It shows it filling this entire 20 feet.
And as to the slopes, I believe it was your testimony that based on your specialized knowledge and skill and engineering background, that those slopes were unattainable, correct?
100%.
Okay. And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
This slope right here that I've drawn to scale is not attainable. In normal construction practices, there are ways. We've talked about driving sheet piling, building retaining walls. There's ways, perhaps things could be done, but for the reason they're not depicted in the drawing, and the retaining walls, other retaining walls were shown in the drawings, so they were not incorporated. So that tells me that it's not the plan. Like, in other words, in other areas on the site where there is no retaining wall, it's sloped. Retaining wall is something that's specified and called out specifically, whereas the plans show other changes in grade that aren't. And so if it's not marked there, all I can deduce is that it's intended to be a slope, which I'm saying is not attainable in accordance with the geotechnical report.
And just before we move on to the Hainer residence, and do want to do that, what were your main concerns in general, not with perhaps any particular criteria, but with the special use criteria as a whole? I see you've highlighted there in several locations, if developed according to the plan is submitted.
Yes, the conundrum that we see in the drawings on the last slide, or the conundrum we see in the arrangement that I put together in the last slide, is what's depicted in the drawings. So I find it difficult for a board to say, yes, I believe it does meet. I mean, as a civil engineer, I would not be able to make the determination, yes, this does meet all criteria as submitted, because I'm only evaluating what's submitted, and that sort of conundrum is there. And I'd point out that stormwater drainage, one of the concerns I have about the plan is specifically cited within the criteria.
Okay. And we'll come back to the criteria, but we'll move ahead. And does this portion of your presentation deal as noted with the adjacent Hainer residence?
Yeah, so everything we've talked about so far has been my review of the proposed project and how it might relate to the existing residents. So we've talked about some of the things that have been proposed there. This remainder talks about my evaluation of the Hainer residence, and it's one that I believe is particularly vulnerable to the construction activities.
And what does this photograph depict?
So here I'm standing at the back of the property, or not all the way at the back, but I'm looking towards Assembly. This is Assembly Drive. This is the Hainer residence. This is the current Galax Lodge, which would be demolished.
And Mr. Sams, I don't mean to interrupt you, but does that photograph depict the 30 feet that we measured off earlier? between buildings?
well,
or
This has the Galax
correct,
Lodge.
the
yeah.
Galax,
If you
which
give me
is 7 feet closer, correct?
Yes, sir. I was just heading
Okay.
there, which is, this has the, we're dealing approximate numbers here, 10 foot here. And then the surveyed number from the property boundary to the Galax Lodge was 13 and a half feet. The right wall of MRA would be somewhere in this area
Okay.
if you're standing off from the property line.
And is
So-
that photo a fair and accurate depiction of that area between the Hayner residence and the Galax house?
Yes. And you'll see here, I used the MRA applications existing survey of the MRA property to estimate the property line here. So I pulled a tape from a concrete monument, and then I lined it with the 13 and a half feet that was indicated there. And again, we're not, it's a foot one way or the other. That's not that's a little more detail than what my intent was with this analysis. My intent is to analyze the concept. It's a proposed project. It's not a finished product. We don't have sealed structural drawings and engineering drawings and architect. We don't have a life safety egress plan. We don't have a fully developed set of plans. So I think it's fair to look at that on a conceptual basis to see what's the concept that's been proposed. So that's what this line here estimates the location of the property line between the two properties. Okay. And here we are just walking along that line.
And did you also take this photograph, Mr. Sams?
Yes.
And again, does it fairly and accurately depict the area between the Hayner residence and the Galax house?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just showing here, I measured, again, I tried to stay off the MRA property to be fair. So I pulled a tape over 13 and a half feet from this. I would point out that that 13 and a half foot dimension that's indicated in the drawings, I didn't see where it specified that it meant the base of the wall. In other words, if we look up above, like most homes, there's an overhang, and so that overhang hangs beyond that base. So I'm being a little conservative here and saying, let's just take it from the base of the wall. There, depending on what the surveyor intended and then operate in that plan, this line could be a little bit closer to the Hayner house. So again, it's an estimate, but I used what was in the drawings to establish that. Okay.
Thank you.
And so, again, property line here, Hayner residence, Galax Lodge. And if you see here, this white tape is the very same tape measure that I had up here earlier, the 6 foot. So that's what this yellow is showing, the 13 and a half to the existing Galax porch. This white shows the 6 foot. So this is representative of the distance, the limit of disturbance would be from the property line. So clearing, grubbing, grading activities could all exist from that point to the left.
And again, Ms. Shams, this is a picture you took.
Correct. Yes.
And does it fairly accurately depict the property line again to approximately, and then the approximate distances with the tape measures as you've testified?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll try not to do that for every photograph of this area. If opposing counsel will work with me on that to save time, and we'll see if we can move forward. Go ahead.
One more clarifying
Yes, sir.
question. Every dimension that's being shown on this plan, that you're saying 6 foot back and all of that, this is all fully within the ordinance of Montreat, correct?
I don't know that. I've not evaluated in relation to the ordinance.
Is it in compliance with Buncombe County stormwater and all those kinds of standards? Or are we looking at, are you implying that the document the applicant put forward is not in compliance with Town of Montreat or Buncombe County subdivision or stormwater ordinance? Or you're saying this is just, you're measuring distances and giving your opinion about the impact on the Hayner house? I've gotten confused on this.
Right now, we're just talking about the Hayner house. But to answer your question with what I said, I think this is responsive to the first part of your question, is I think it's impossible to say it complies with all the stormwater requirements for the town, the county, the state, for anybody, when the swale is not buildable. Like, and there's trees shown in the swale, et cetera.
And all, that's your opinion of that. Okay, but I want to go back to this thing of what we're looking at. The applicant proposed a plan, and the engineering of that thing will all come after the special use. You're talking about just a proximity issue, correct?
I evaluated the plans as submitted, and that's exactly what I understand the board is
That's fine. That's what I'm
intended to
saying.
do. Yeah, I evaluated what was submitted. And so I think this may answer the second part of your question, sir, and that is what I'm showing here is just trying to graphically show some of the things that we talked about. This is the Hayner property. This would be the 6 foot of standoff that would be from the property line until you get to the limits of disturbance. So beyond that 6 feet would be where clearing, grubbing, grading, et cetera, would occur. And then as we proceed through these photos, you'll just see me moving the tape farther, towards the back of the property. So here we're around the front of the Hayner home. And then we're kind of around the midpoint. The midpoint of this Hayner home, we see this gas tank here, propane tank, and there's a chimney here as well. And then I think the next photograph may be, yeah. So now we're kind of near the rear of the property. Again, just giving you a feel for where that limit of disturbance, where the clearing and grading and grubbing have been proposed. They could occur up to that 6 foot. Okay. And keep going. And then this, you guys have seen the grade rod. This is the grade rod at the same dimension, the same height that we had here in the room. Just showing you, again, this would be the depth into the ground in order to reach just the finished floor elevation, not the additional excavation to be required to build it. And we can see it's a significant vertical drop. I mean, it's taller than the eave height or the gutter height of the Hayner home.
And since we can't see the numbers on that rod, I'm going to object to this photograph being part of the
And I can tell you it's exactly the same position it was when it was in the room, if that is helpful.
I'm sorry, your microphone didn't. You object to what?
I object to this. I'm sorry. I object to this photograph being used even for illustrative purposes because we can't see the numbers on that rod. And I know he's testified that it's 13 and a half feet, but it's and the board can see the 13 and a half feet in this room, but what we're looking at is doesn't show that. Plus, it's depicting this elevation or this distance in a place where it's just not going to be.
Mr. Chair, first, I'm not sure why Mr. Ost is accusing my witness of lying. Second, the law in North Carolina is that any questions as to the authenticity or and I can get it, I don't have it at my fingertips right now, but as to the exact measurements or something like that in a photograph, those go to the weight this board affords the photograph. They don't go to the admissibility of the photograph, and certainly not to its use for illustrative purposes. And I'm sure Mr. Ost knows that.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to allow it in. At this point, I would like to allow it in, and we can take it up during deliberation and apply the weight that we need to apply to it.
And Mr. Chairman, when this witness is done or we're done for the day, I'm happy to produce the board with a case that says exactly what I just said.
And if I may, I very well may have photographs that were closer. I took 300 or 400 photographs and just selected a few for this. I don't know if I have a photograph of that, but I can tell you with, I took an oath today. I can tell you that grade rod is set exactly to the same height it was here, which was the 13 and change, which I'm estimating at 13 and a half feet.
We have the actual measurements on the other map.
That is correct. This is illustrative, really. This is for visual purposes.
So we can
Correct.
apply.
That's a good, yes,
we need to apply.
that's a good point. And then again, and we can see the tape kind of wobbly, but in trying to stay on the Hayner property and stretching the tape 20 feet, that's 20 feet there. So it's that would be the location of the right wall of the proposed hotel in relation to the Hayner property line.
So you are standing there with your back to the Hayner house?
That is correct. And looking, this is the Galax Lodge. The photo we just took, I was standing about where I am here, but looking along the property line. Now I've turned 90 degrees and looking perpendicular to the property line to the back of the Galax.
Understood. Let me correct my question. You're standing with about on the property line.
Yes, sir.
Correct. And does that picture fairly and accurately depict the view from the Hayner property line towards the Galax house?
Yes.
Thank you.
and just returning here to just a photograph that I took of this area. This is the area we're talking about, the swale being proposed, various trees, the sloping. I kind of included this because it was, you could see the front face of these buildings, and you've seen me sketch it up. So essentially where there's property line, you transition down and slope, and then the building, would be over here, the new building.
And Mr. Sams, does that photograph fairly and accurately portray the view looking up from Assembly Drive of the Hayner residence and the Galax house?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, but I've got to. So is the purpose of this photo it's not for factual, because we don't have any dimensions on it, right? This is not a factual thing we're looking at because we can't see the tape. So is the purpose of this for emotional or dramatic effect?
Oh,
If I could answer that, it's my photograph. I'd be happy
Sure.
to answer that.
sure.
It's factual to me. I mean, this is the view. There's no alterations.
But
I've not-
you're asking us to, in our minds, draw a swale, which I think I'm probably the only one up here that works with swales all the time. And if I'm sitting there looking at that swale, trying to draw it in, I can't imagine that I can accurately draw whatever the applicant submitted for an application. So I'm trying to figure out, why are we looking at these things other than for dramatic effect?
I can answer that question. As a civil engineer, I can draw a swale, and you cannot draw what's been proposed. You cannot draw the swale in what's proposed using civil engineering principles. This photograph, I've kind of left that. This photograph depicts the view from standing at the road looking back. And the only reason I included it, frankly, I'm an engineer. So the drama is not like, that was not my intention. My intention here was to show the view, because we had shown the sketch that I had drawn in CAD that sort of shows the arrangement of various things. I thought it would be useful to see a photograph from the front looking back at these two properties.
And Member Slasky, with all due respect, the question I asked Mr. Sams was, does this picture accurately and fairly portray the view from Assembly Drive towards those two residents? That's all. And he said, yes, yeah, that's all we're trying to show, and no dramatic effect, I think, until you asked your question.
So I have
Yes,
one,
ma'am.
I have one more question, because I want to make sure in my mind I'm understanding this. Are you saying that what was proposed by the MRA definitively is they're going to dig this big hole in the ground by using the slope method? Or are you saying that's one of the methods they could use, and you don't know whether they're going to use that method or another method?
As a civil engineer reviewing the drawings, I can't tell you which they're planning to do. They can only answer that question. I can tell you from my experience in the industry, the master plan shows retaining walls in some areas and does not show a retaining wall in this area. So that tells me, I'm inclined to believe that means that there's not a plan for retaining wall in that area, because it's not shown.
Which
Number
would,
one.
which would imply that they're going to go dig straight down.
Equally true, I could say that slope is not attainable. So that's why I can't tell you what they're going to build there. I mean, they would have to answer that question.
Because the whole argument here seems to be, if they're going to use the sloping way of digging the hole, it can't be done that way. But is that the only way? And is that what they're proposing? And you're saying you don't know.
I'm saying the plan is not clear, in my opinion.
Okay.
And based on my background, the plan is not clear. And again, whether the sloping concerns me, because the building's too close to attain the slopes that the geotechnical
Yeah.
engineer said were possible.
We get that it can't
Yeah.
be done the way that you're
Right.
saying. If they were going to use a sloping situation, it could not be done that way. That's what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
If they were using it.
Yes,
that
ma'am.
way.
And I mentioned there are a couple other ways of handling that slope. One would be driving sheet piles
Right.
or building retaining wall.
Right.
Retaining wall is not shown in the drawings. Driving sheet piles would be concerning because of the dynamic energy required, et cetera. But it's not in the drawings.
Okay.
And we're asked to evaluate what was proposed.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
And Mr. Sams, just to be clear, the sheet pilings that you've talked about, and you might have just said this, I apologize if you did. You've talked about your concerns about those in the first instance, but those are not shown in any of the plans or in the geotech plan.
I did
correct?
not see any mention of that.
Okay. Thank you. What
Okay.
is this picture depict?
So now we're going to start just walking around the property, and I'm going to describe some of the things that I found in visiting the property and looking at it. This is the left rear corner of the Hayner home. right here. This would be the left wall that faces the proposed hotel. On this wall includes a masonry chimney, a masonry foundation wall. And we can keep going.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the left corner, including that bottom masonry wall of the Hayner residence?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is cracking right there at that same corner, cracking in the current foundation wall.
Fair and accurate depiction of that wall?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
As we work our way around, now we're on the front wall. And we see here the home. What I found particularly interesting is that it's built similar to other homes of its vintage, of its age, and that the construction techniques that were utilized to build this house are not the same ones we would use today. So here, this foundation wall, instead of being concrete block, CMU, cinder block, those are terms that I think most people know. Instead of that, they're natural stone. So this is a stone masonry foundation wall, and it's natural stone. So that means every stone has different dimensions, up, down. They're not manufactured to precise tolerances. Obviously, they are broken rocks, so they're stacking here. And over the time that this building has been here, there's been some shifting. So the foundation wall has destabilized to some extent. Just it's over 100 years old.
Question, do you know if there is a basement to the Hayner house?
Yes, ma'am.
There is. And does that stacked wall go down all the way to the basement, or is it sitting on top of earth?
There will be a couple photographs inside, and I'll see if that answers your question. But to try to answer your question with this one, I'm standing at grade here. When you walk inside, the finished floor in the basement or crawl space, whatever we're going to call it, is just above where I'm standing. It's sort of in this area here. So there is a wood framed wall right here that bears upon this foundation wall. Just like most homes have a wood framed wall, and they sit on top of, nowadays they'd sit on top of concrete block or CMU or cinder block. Well, in this case, it's sitting upon stacked stone. And we see here that's already displaced. And it's not stacked vertically to carry loads in a nice vertical path. Next slide.
But there's a premise I'm getting more and more disturbed about here is what you've said is the Hayner house was built to what today would be substandard practices. That was, if the wall's cracking and things like that are happening on the Hayner house, you're saying it's built to an old standard that we wouldn't use today. What I'm having a trouble connecting with is why, if the Hayner house was not built to a standard or it's deteriorating or not maintained properly, why is that an obligation on the applicant to be concerned or worry about a condition that's substandard?
I can respond with what I think is the answer to that question. And that is, no one's asking, my understanding of the application is quite the opposite. My understanding of the application is there is something that's existing and we're proposing to bring something new in. What effect might that have on what's existing? That was kind of that was the scope of my analysis of what I was asked to look at.
Yeah, Member Solaski, if I could, and opposing counsel is welcome to interject, but from a legal perspective, the special use criteria, one of which I read to you, reads that this is 310.624, that the location and character of the use, that being the proposed hotel, if developed according to the plan as submitted and approved, will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located and will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property for the purposes already permitted within the area in which it is located. The Hayner residence is a permitted residential house in the IR district. Whether or not you have an opinion as to whether or not they've kept up the house in a manner you deem appropriate is irrelevant, with all due respect.
His testimony was it was not built to a standard that we would have today. It's a substandard condition.
That's because the house was built in 1903, sir.
Okay.
We don't build, you know that, right? From your work, we don't build houses like that anymore.
Yeah, and if I may, what I said, and I don't know if this helps clarify, sir, is that I said it was built in accordance with practices that were done back then. So in other words, I've seen this type of construction in other homes of this age. Which is a lower standard than we have today.
Yeah, I'm not sure there was a building inspector even in those days.
You were correct. There was not a building code, I can tell you
There
that.
wasn't building code and there wasn't
Right.
a Montreat building
It
inspector.
wasn't until the 30s till North Carolina had a statewide building code.
Okay.
Wouldn't
Yes,
that
sir.
be the same even if it wasn't a lodge or a hotel? Would it be the same concern?
So if you'll, maybe I'll say it now. I was gonna say, if you could bear with me till we get, my initial opinion, what I tried to indicate is the magnitude of the proposed project compared to the vulnerability of the existing residents poses considerable risks. So I do believe that the magnitude, the depth of excavation, the fact that there's rock near that excavation, the fact that a lot of construction activity is being proposed very close distance to this property. That's one side. The other side is this isn't a brand new home. I mean, I imagine this looks pretty similar to other homes around here that were built in the same time frame, or built anywhere, 100 years ago. So in my opinion, my overarching opinion, we'll return to at some point, is that the magnitude of this project poses considerable risks to the existing home that's there. And I think that the vulnerability of the existing home plays a role in that. And I do think that the magnitude of the project plays a role in that too.
That's, in my opinion, that's a fair statement. If we continue on that line, I can hear you and understand you better on that.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. And if you need further clarification, please, I tried to begin with that, and I think we're going to end with that. And, that's all I'm trying to say. Okay, let's keep. This is all I had on this slide.
Yep, I moved on.
We're continuing on the front again, foundation wall. What you're going to see, you're going to hear me use a term called dry stacked. And so what you'll see as you look through here are stones that don't have mortar connecting them to the next stone. Just like in masonry, if it were brick or concrete block, if there's not mortar, we call it dry stacked. And so you'll see there's displaced dry stacked stone foundation wall here. We can go through these, I think, pretty quickly. Same here.
And Mr. Sams, let me just ask you, for all these pictures we're looking at right now, you took these pictures, correct?
That is correct.
And they are true or they are fair and accurate depictions of the Hainer Foundation as you observed them.
That is correct.
Okay.
And then you'll see here, just, essentially there's large holes. You'll see that several times. This screwdriver I use, we can go to the next slide, and it fits completely within the existing foundation wall. Keep going. Another spot, go ahead. Same thing. This is, can you play this video? Let's see. I think I see play down there in the lower left.
Yep. Thanks.
Madam James, if you don't mind, right there is the concrete slab inside, if that's helpful, the question you asked earlier. Okay. Just photographs of the same. You can keep going through here. I did that in case the video didn't work. More of the same. You keep going. Keep going. So next, so that was kind of a survey around the outside, just photographs of what we saw on the foundation, what I saw on the foundation wall. And then you'll see a couple photos here, and you'll see, so what's the significance of the foundation wall? Well, it supports the home. And so as we look around here, the style of roof on this particular property has roof rafters that bear on all the exterior walls. So the exterior walls are roof load bearing, and in some cases are floor load bearing. So if it is a load bearing wall, that is of structural significance for sure. So we can keep going here.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the Hainer residence looking at the back rear corner towards Georgia Lodge?
I don't know Georgia Lodge. That's the left rear corner.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
And that would be Georgia Lodge in the back.
Okay. Oh, that's Georgia Lodge there?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. This is the back of the home, and so presumably that would be Georgia Lodge there. But we
And-
see the framing members coming down and framing on the exterior wall.
And same question I asked you for the last picture.
Yes, they're, yeah. And so here we're on the left wall. This would be the wall that would be adjacent to the hotel's right wall. And on this wall, we see a tall masonry chimney. We see this bay window. We're going to look at this from the inside. I'll kind of flag it now. We're going to go inside and look at this same wall from the inside. But this is the wall that's near the hotel property, proposed hotel property. Okay, we can keep going through here. The front of the home, in case there really hasn't been a front of the home photograph. This is the right side of the home. And what we see here is this is an exterior wall. The porch comes out and wraps around here. So there is enclosed crawl space here beneath the porch, but there's also crawl space back here beneath the inhabited space. And so this wall right here bears the roof loads of the main home. And that is the stone wall. We'll see that here in a second from the inside. That is the stone wall we'll be taking a look at, which is taller. That's approaching more like 6 or 7 feet tall, taller than these. Okay.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what I'll call the east side of the Hayner home?
The right side.
Right side?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. You engineers.
Engineer
you
can't walk
you-
away.
You engineers.
It's not
just-
Drew nor.
You engineers won't go with me
Yeah.
when it's not true.
We can
to
keep
us, I
going.
know.
Yeah, guilty. So more of the same here. We just see the roofing and the fact that all the exterior walls are roof load bearing. Okay. And just showing the roof rafters that come out bare. You can keep going. Come out bare on the exterior wall there. Okay. Okay. So now we're inside, looking at the foundation wall, and we're seeing less mortar than we saw outside. So once you come inside, these are dry. So there's no mortar here. In fact, in some places it looks like mortar's been added over the years, like in order to kind of we would call that repointing. But there's a number of areas of dry stack masonry supporting the home. Here's one. There's the Galax Lodge. So the proposed hotel would be in this direction through that window. And this is the wall facing the proposed construction activity.
And what is
Certainly.
your screwdriver depicting there, Mr. Sams?
Dry stack, no mortar in that joint.
Okay.
And more of the same here. And here, this is that same window. Go ahead. And this is the same wall a little farther down.
Looking towards Galax.
Yes. Okay. This is looking towards Galax as well. Oh, excuse me. This is the wall. This is the other side of the wall we're just looking at. So this is the thickness of the wall essentially, but it's still, it supports loads, and we see this dry stack nature. This is that same wall. More of the same. And then I think Madam James asked a question earlier about inside. So this is the front left corner of the home. So this would be that left exterior wall we were just looking at from the outside. And then obviously down here is kind of where you're standing. So if that helps with elevation, the height, this is the height of the foundation wall, and the front portion, we're beneath the porch now on the left side.
So am I right in thinking of that corner, basically the corner of the house is not being supported by any rock at all? Is that correct?
So
Right,
this
right.
is,
Yep, right where you're pointing.
this is a sill plate right here.
Yep.
This runs along, it's a wood
Yeah, yeah.
member
I
that
know
runs
what
along the
sill
top
plate
of the
is.
wall.
Yep.
Right here, the rock has fallen out.
Right.
So
So you were talking about the roof coming down and being supported by the exterior wall. That means right there in that corner, there's nothing under that sill plate to support it.
this is beneath the porch. So I would have to look
Still.
at the framing. This
Still.
is the front of the exterior of the porch. So I need to look at that, but very likely, yeah, there could be roof framing coming down here.
So all the weight of the entire front left corner, if it's supported, if that porch goes, the roof goes over the porch, it's going right down there.
Well, I can tell you from an engineering standpoint, it wouldn't go just right here. I mean, the point of the stud wall and the sill plate is to carry that load along the length.
Along
Yes,
the way,
ma'am.
but in the front corner.
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
not.
So this is about 4 to 6 inches maybe. And up here might be 6 or a little more. So there is a stretch of the sill plate that extends beyond the stone right there. So this is a load bearing wall, and we see lots of dry stacked, gaps and things of that nature here as this natural stone was stacked up. We can go through, there's a lot of the same, screwdriver inside one of those gaps. Same there. More of the same. More of the same. And then this is, I tried to, my screwdriver, I grabbed there was a wooden dowel there, and you can go ahead. I pushed that in and pulled it back out and keep going. And it went in about a foot. But more of the same. So then we moved into the home, and we do see there's cracks in the home. This is the left wall. So this is the wall that faces the subject hotel. We see this is significant cracking here. This is the back left bedroom, so the back left corner. The rear wall would be over this way, and then the left wall is here. And keep going. And so as we went through, these are typical. In my report, I mentioned, you know, it was built in such a way that exhibit characteristics common with its era, right? And so masonry foundations that may not be fully pointed, cracks in the walls, usually plaster walls, are common, and they're indicative, they're consistent with its age, but it does have those cracks.
Is this building, in your opinion, from I guess a forensic, is this building safe with that foundation?
Yeah, I don't see any, I see no imminent danger, no immediate, you know, collapse concerns or anything like that.
Are you, as part of your service, are you going to give the Hainers a report on needed maintenance that needs to occur, structural maintenance needs to occur on this house going forward?
I've not been asked to do that.
Okay, that would be a wonderful courtesy to them to explain to them how much the lack of maintenance on this house has kind of put their house in jeopardy.
Mr. Golden, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to object to the testimony from the board member. I just think it's inappropriate, and I think it ought to be stricken from the record. I don't know the proper way to deal with that. With all due respect, Mr. Solowski,
I'm saying that he should help them understand their house.
well, I think we should maybe not make it worse, but I would object to that testimony.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, you can state an objection and strike it from the record.
Sustained and sustained. We'll strike it from the record.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Sams, I want to wrap this up in interest of the board's timing, but do you have a demonstrative exhibit that kind of would potentially show the effect of construction vibrations on a stacked stone vibration for a home like the Hainer home?
I do.
And with the board's permission, could we show that just very quickly? Thank you. Yeah, or Mr. Chair, would this be a good time to take a quick break? Are we good? It's 4 o'clock. Yeah, if we want to finish up this witness, perfect. Or at least the direct anyway. Sure. I don't know. Can't speak on cross.
Make sure we use our mics from Josh in the background.
Josh, we're hard.
Can you hear me, Josh?
Let's make sure counsel for the board uses the mics as instructed by Josh.
Mr. Chairman, are we on break now, or are we letting Mr. Sampson finish?
We're going to let him finish up. Just direct, if that's okay, TC.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, while Mr. Sams is setting up, this may be a little premature, but we are going to object. There's been no foundation to show that the construction vibration that he's going to be talking about accurately reflects the construction methods or techniques that will be used by MRA. And I think there are just a lot of variables as well, including distance between the two structures. This just seems speculative at best. So we'd like to lodge that objection.
And Mr. Chairman, this is not intended to be a depiction of what Mr. Sams is opining will happen to the Hainer residents. This is intended to be a demonstrative example of the effect of when you have as Mr. Sams has talked about, you know, high magnitude construction in close proximity to a particularly vulnerable structure.
And that's exactly my point.
It's just a demonstrative.
That's exactly my point. I don't think Mr. Sams has demonstrated this will be, quote, high magnitude construction. You know, he's talked about sheet piling and things like that, but I don't think there's anything in the application that he's pointed to that shows the board that he's about to show accurately reflects how we built.
Can we?
Let's,
I want to know what these vibrations are intended to depict in terms of MRA's construction.
I believe, at this point, can we overrule it just? Yeah,
We can see the demonstration, but then he'll need to tell us what kind of construction techniques this is reflecting.
fair enough.
And we'll be happy to do that, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, big people Legos.
Yeah, there's Mike up there. Or I can go up there with him. Ms. Sams, do you have your mic up here? Okay, you do. I don't want to get in the way. Very small area. So, Mr. Sams, when you get ready, if you could you explain to the board the type of construction vibrations you are intending to demonstrate with these demonstrative exhibits, and also the various types of construction vibrations, and also the types of foundation types, if that's a correct way to describe it, that you're also depicting here.
Sure. And I'll say it this way. I'll tell you, my intent is to depict some of the home's vulnerabilities. I don't know what vibration load, I don't know what construction activity, first of all, if you're going to monitor vibrations, it's very site specific. You set up seismographs. There's things you can do depending on where the rock mass is. Every rock mass is different. There are ways of monitoring construction vibrations. I cannot begin to tell you, as we sit here today, what those would be. I can tell you what types of activities would cause vibrations. We've mentioned driving sheet piles. We mentioned just running heavy equipment, clearing, grubbing, grading, things of that nature. Lots of construction activities create vibrations. So my intent here is to display the vulnerability of the Hainer home to vibrations.
And Mr. Sams, on the construction vibrations issue, I want to be clear, that is not limited to the situation where rock has to be drilled through, correct?
Correct.
And you just mentioned some of them, but if you could, would that include compaction of fill soil, for example?
100%. The geotechnical engineer in this job stopped short of saying that the existing soils were suitable to found the buildings. They talked about over excavating or either compacting that's there or bringing in new materials, whatever. But if you're generating engineered fill, there's a presumption that there's some compaction that goes with that. So compactive effort applied to soils, whether it's existing or whether it's proposed, would absolutely would be a source of vibrations. I will say that.
Clearing and grubbing, you mentioned.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So if I may, to display the vulnerability, in the interest of time, I'm not going to, this would be a brick. Again, these are built out of foam. It's just demonstrative, intended to illustrate brick that is mortared together, as we see here. And if, hypothetically speaking, you had a home that was founded upon brick that was dry stacked. We mentioned no mortar means dry stack. Each one of these modules are free to move independently of each other. And so the good news here, that we'll start with the bad news. The bad news is each is free to move independent of each other. The good news is at least it's an engineered modular unit where there are, flat and even surfaces. But if I may, I'll turn this on. What this is a vibrating table, just vibrating this stack of foam bricks. Correct. I had made no intention to dial this in to represent any particular construction activity. It could be worse, more, different, you know, it's just intended to show the vulnerability of a dry stacked set of bricks to vibrations. Stop there before they all go down. Show what you see is. I stopped it there to save the big. Eventually, they would all fall over. But what we see here is we see that they are sort of free to move. Each one of these is its own face that it can slide and shift upon. That's what it would look like if you had, you know, modular units like an engineered.
But wouldn't there be weight on the top? I mean, you don't have
Absolutely.
anything holding that down, so it's moving.
Yeah, I'm demonstrating how they move separate from each other. I
Okay.
mean, there'd be a sill plate, there'd be loading,
Yeah.
but there'd also be ground underneath it that's moving and shaking. To what magnitude, we don't know. So it's just intended to show the slip that would occur at the various joints, tri joints.
I believe that's it. I've got one question just to clarify if I can understand.
That was to show the ratio, to show rock. There was one more step, but please.
That's okay. Go ahead. Finn.
Okay. Again, in the interest of time, this would be, you know, this represents like rock with its irregular surfaces and shapes. And it is, in this case, we have glue, but it's intended to represent mortar. You know, if it were all together, it would be like that.
So you had to look at the number.
Yeah.
I
saw the number, that's a Jenga.
And again, in the interest of time, I won't vibrate the stone that is glued together that represents mortar. So this would be a situation like the Hainers. And again, my only intent with this is to show that the Hainer home is particularly vulnerable to construction activity. The larger the scope and scale of the construction activity, the bigger risk. Just like on the other side with the home, the you know, something of this age is more vulnerable. So this is intended to just sort of show the difference. You know, if we had stacked dry brick, they slip horizontally, you know, in relation to each other. With this, because of the, we have irregular shapes, as they start to slip, the effects are much greater. And again, I'm not trying to say I think the Hainer house is going to fall down if, you know, this global collapse would happen. That's not at all what I'm trying to say if there was a construction activity. But what I am trying to just demonstrate that when there is dry stacked masonry that is natural stone, it adds to the level of vulnerability of the home.
Thank you, Mr. Sam.
Okay, I think it's time for 10. Let's be back at 4:20 and I need to rule on this. At this point, and I don't want to I know it's my job to rule, but I'd like to do I hear input from anybody on the board on this? My predisposition is to sustain the the objection. It's not admissible. Okay, sustain the objection.
Well,
We could get every.
Mr. Chairman, if we could just go down and get the last two board members. I'm not sure that we did.
I saw a shake of the head.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Did everybody?
Yes, everybody
make their-
did.
okay,
Everyone.
Thank you.
Sweat on my brow.
Well, no, I was just saying, not.
Did that safety seal actually? Make sure.
Just something, just down, no, that was the end of that. Just down the wrong pipe, nothing else.
I have one right here. Yep, here we go. I think, yeah, we got next one. Thank you. Yes. That's all. I'm good.
No. What are you trying to say? Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna wrap you up.
Exactly. I think we need to be clear. Oh, is that? No.
My question is, where does he get the Chick-fil-A? We ready, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we're back in little housekeeping, I believe, since we've got maybe some potential conflicts. The board has agreed to go to at least 6. We understand there's some issues with travel, but we'll go till at least 6.
And we will move with all expediency to finish up Mr. Sams and get through Dr. Case.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sams, as just noted, in the interest of time, I'd like to conclude your direct testimony. Could you just again summarize your major opinions for the board?
Sure. We'll sort of take two sides of the equation. One side would be the proposed project. And so my evaluation of the proposed project, it appeared to be a pretty significant project. Large building, large subsurface, below grade construction, very deep into the soil, in proximity, with that proximity to the property line. Given the other things, in my opinion, the things that are irreconcilable amongst the design, I think it's hard to say. It would be hard for me to say that it does comply with various standards when 3 different things that were shown in that area.
Yeah, hang on a second.
I thought it was like a patriotic movie, like the camera. I'm gonna have it right there. God bless America. I like that.
Get her a little coverage. So yeah. Poor thing, she can't see
I've got sunglasses outside. You need them?
Oh, gosh.
Go ahead.
It's my opinion that the magnitude of the project and it poses significant risks to the home.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
I do.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Had you finished there?
Yes, sir.
And looking back at the special use permit criteria that you looked at earlier, and in particular, I'm looking at 310.624. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan as submitted and approved, will or will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property for purposes already permitted within the area in which it is located?
I approach that like I do with all cases I work on, which hundreds of cases acting as an expert witness. And in my honest opinion, that's the fine people of the board's decision. They're finding that as an expert witness, I believe that I'm retained to provide the information and background, so one question, might be of an expert, do you have knowledge in a particular area that might prove useful to someone making a decision like that? I feel like I do here. I've been designated as such. And then, would it be useful? And so I've tried to present that. And in my opinion, that's the board's decision.
And do you feel like you've offered facts and data and opinions to the board that will be helpful in resolution of that issue 310.64? I know you talked, and let me ask you that first.
Yes.
That issue and also 310.6222, which you talked about earlier.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sams, those are all my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
In respect to the board, I'm not going to ask duplicative questions, period. I'm going to incorporate the questions asked by Mr. Whitlock as also being on behalf of my clients so that we can move forward with the case.
If we can be as,
I have no questions. That's why I'm going to incorporate his line of questioning as mine on behalf of the Joneses and move forward unless there's an objection from the board or opposing counsel. Ms. Hayner might. Nope.
Microphone.
I will do the best I can. If y'all can't hear it, please let me
just
know.
take it out, you can take it out of that.
But then I can't use both hands.
I'll hold it for you. Too.
Thank you. Mr. Sams, my name is Bob Ost, along with TC Morphus here. We represent the Mountain Retreat Association, which is the applicant in this project. You've provided us with a lot of information on, it's a lot to digest, a lot for us to digest, a lot for this board to digest. But one question I want to ask you is, you had said, and I believe indicated in your report, that well, just tell me when you think the house was built, the Hayner house.
I've seen various reports indicating from 1903 to I think 1917.
Okay,
So I characterize it as over 100 years old since I don't know the exact date.
right, and as Mr. Solaski noted, there were not only were there no building inspectors, there was no building code for them to administer at that time. Right?
That's correct.
Does that mean that every house that's over 100 years old is somehow not sturdy or is going to suffer from some kind of frailness in its construction?
I'm going to object to the extent that question calls for speculation. Mr. Sams has inspected the Hayner residence here, not every other house over 100 years old.
But he's also testified that he's been involved in work involving older structures, and so we would ask, based on that experience, is it always the case that an old house is one that's not sturdy in its construction?
It's also irrelevant, Mr. Chairman.
Respectfully, we'd argue it is relevant. While I think it's been correctly pointed out that the board is asked to look at the MRA project and not the Hayner house, because they've talked about the fragility of the Hayner house, I think it is fair for you to evaluate, is it more fragile than an average building? Because that goes to the standard you're looking at. So if they're going to talk about the Hayner house as being relevant, then I think the question about Mr. Sam's experience in other structures of a similar type is relevant as well.
That was not the question asked, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman.
At this point, I'm going to throw this, get out of my responsibility here. My opinion is that the Hayner house is not relevant this case, we're looking at what's happening to the, we're here to approve a special use permit. If there's no evidence that can prove at this point that a whole lot of shaking, no shaking, whatever is going to be injurious to you, there's no evidence there, which we said we're not going to include that particular evidence of these demonstrations. I don't know whether we have a whole lot to talk about. So I would tend to sustain that argument. Again, I'm not trying to shirk my responsibility or disagreement or.
And
Okay. sustain.
that is fine, Mr. Chair. We'd just like to be clear on the record that you've provided the opinion you don't think the condition of the Hayner House is relevant. So thank you.
We would object to that classification made by Mr. Morphus because that was not what the chair was indicating. He was ruling on an objection that was made by the applicant's attorneys, and he was not offering any kind of opinion or statement factually about.
I withdraw my statement.
Let's just say it's sustained and let's leave it at that. Okay.
Thank you. I'll move on. Mr. Sams, you've also said that you, with respect to the north side of the proposed lodge expansion building, the side that's adjacent to the Hayner House, that you don't know what is going to occur in that. Is that an accurate, like what you said?
I said that the plans do not depict a clear plan as to what would happen there. So I do not know because all I have to evaluate is the plans. The plans in one respect show a 6-foot tree buffer. In other respects show a larger tree buffer. In other respects show temporary swale and then a permanent swale.
And what you've shown in your presentation as being something that is unbuildable is a diagram that shows slopes running into or underneath the proposed lodge expansion from a point, I guess, which is.
Mr. Oster. I still can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. But you in your testimony, you described the project as unbuildable the way you understood the plans to be.
The way it was depicted, correct.
And it was unbuildable because the extent of the slope required from the north to the south towards into the MRA property, what was so extensive that you couldn't, but basically it would intrude on the garage. Is that accurate?
That's not how I would characterize it. Maybe if you could rephrase your question.
Is it possible to get that slide up here?
Sure, I'm sorry, Bob, which one?
It's the diagram that shows the slope of the.
I think you go forward.
This one.
So what you've shown there is a diagram with the Hayner House to the right, and and what will be what would be the lodge building, and you've shown that a slope of you show two slopes there. Could you run through that again?
Sure,
please?
be happy to. So I want to be clear on this. The position of the right wall of the hotel is as depicted as in the drawings. That is not like, that is 20 feet from the property line in the drawings. That is a fixed location. What I'm saying is none of the elevations and the contours were called out for how to develop the property between the property line and the building. And that includes no mention of retaining wall. However, a swale was specified in that space. And what I'm saying is that if this is at 20 feet, which is what the MRA says where they intend to put the building, you cannot put a swale there and have this slope is not attainable. Okay, so that's one part of my opinion. The other part of my opinion is you cannot attain the slopes that the geotechnical engineer said were required for the fill on the site, and that would be these slopes here. So the geotechnical engineer said, first of all, he did not say a slope for something that's great. Like he said, 5 feet or less is what he anticipated. And he says you get above 10 feet, you got to do a whole slope stability analysis and other things. So just ignoring all of that, and you just looked at the slopes he said were the maximum slopes. This is the steepest you could stack these, either at 2 to 1 or 3 to 1, depending on which part of the report you're talking about. So what I'm saying is it's not buildable, and that this is where MRA has proposed to put the building, but this is where the MRA's geotechnical engineer says the building needs to be, either here or here.
But in the geotechnical report, and I'm reading from it here, it says ECS does not anticipate cut or fill slopes greater than 5 feet in height.
Exactly. That's a problem, because the proposed plan certainly calls for cuts and fills at a greater depth than that. So there's a miscommunication between the design team, among the design team.
And so where does the plan say that that cut and fill slopes greater than 5 feet in height are going to occur?
That's part of the problem, is that the plans call a finished floor elevation. And I can tell you, you have to excavate to get that finished floor elevation, number one. Number two, the drawings do not show how they plan to transition that slope from one to the other. So I don't know if the plan, what they plan to do, but I don't see a way to do it that complies with any of the requirements of the geotechnical engineer, et cetera, or the stormwater designer with the swale. So what I'm saying is the plans the design team consists of multiple professionals. And so in this case, it appeared there's a landscape architect, there's an overall architect, there is a civil or stormwater designer. And when you look at the different documents, they don't all depict the same thing. Architectural drawings show trees in this area, civil drawings show a swale in this area, and then the geotechnical engineer, who doesn't have a drawing, but does have a report, says if you do slope, you have to slope it in this way and put the building out here.
It says if you do slope, but what if you don't slope?
I don't know how, even if we talk about just construction. So if we recall, there was a drawing that showed elevations around the property and showed no elevations in this area. So it's not been specified what the plan is to put here. So I don't know what the plan is, okay? But what I can tell you is you can't magically get to 2641 without excavating. And what I can tell you is my understanding is this work is only being done on the MRA property. There's going to be no excavation on the Hayner property. So the construction team's kind of stuck with that point right there. They're stuck with the grade of the Hayner property. And so if you've got that as a given and it doesn't move, and you've got that at that depth, you have to excavate to get down to that depth.
Well, first of all, it's not going to be it's not going to be the excavation depth. It's not going to be that depth, the entire depth of the property, going from front to back. It's in other words, the entrance to the garage is at ground level, right?
I don't know that, but I will tell you, the farther you go back on the property, the deeper the excavation.
Okay, so
we looked at that at the beginning of my presentation. We had a little yellow line at the back of the Hayner house, which matched the back of the proposed parking garage.
but what you're depicting here is the deepest extent of any excavation work that would be needed, right?
It is, but recall I'm being conservative, and that I've not even allowed for or added the additional height that would be required to attain a finished floor elevation of 13.
And as to that, the shallowest depth at which weathered rock was found was something like 14.5 feet, correct?
In the borings that were taken, my recollection is there's partially weathered rock at 14.5 feet.
I'm sorry, partially, but if I didn't say partially.
Oh, I didn't mean that as a correction. I was thinking through in my mind what I recall reading. Yes.
And any other and the point of auger refusal on the two borings that you referred to was deeper than that, correct?
1 foot.
Okay.
Yeah, on the one where I believe it was B6, where they reached partially weathered rock at 14.5. My recollection is refusal was 15.5.
And so how would it affect your analysis if well, let me ask you this. The wall, the red vertical line that's shown on that drawing.
This one here, sir?
Yeah, that one there. That is what is that?
That's the right wall of the proposed hotel.
Okay. And so would it change your analysis at all if that was if that, yeah, I know that's not a retaining wall, but would it change your analysis if you knew that was a foundation wall?
In other words, if earth were stacked up against the wall
Yes.
here, Well, a couple things. So number one would be we have construction. So you have to excavate to build this lower level parking deck. So the long term may be to stack earth against there. But what I would say is during construction, you'd have these conditions. You would have to excavate the earth in order to build this lower level parking garage. So it has no effect during construction. Once it's built, then the building would have to be designed for that, number one. Number two, that's not what's depicted in the plans.
Well, do you have anything to suggest that the building is not designed for that?
Well, I would say so if I could ask a clarifying question, there is a swale called out there and there are trees called out there. So is the presumption that all those would occur together, the swale and the trees and the stacked earth against the wall?
It would all occur in the area that is on the north. I believe I'm correct in this. And my architect back here, correct me if I'm not.
Nudge
But
me.
it is the swale and the buffer would all occur in the area between the hotel and the property line and the north property line of MRA.
And so what I would say to that is that a couple of things. So, and we'll start with the finished state and the final state. If the final state is that earth would be stacked up against this wall, then I would say that the idea of 20 foot of trees as depicted in the rendering and the swale I can't coincide how to make those things occur together, the swale and the trees. Number one.
Would it be possible to make them occur together?
Again, as a civil engineer, I've taken courses to be certified in stormwater BMP inspection. It would surprise me if a civil engineering designer would put trees in the swale and that a municipality would approve it. It would surprise me. But continuing on with your question. So now let's talk about during construction. All right. So during construction, let's keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen of the board, that the geotechnical engineers said the maximum slope they could attain here. So if it's 2 to 1 or 3 to 1, then they can't excavate and build this part of the building because according to the engineer that studied it, this building has to be not just at the toe of the slope, but beyond the toe of the slope by half the height of the slope. So I would have some problems there. So, and then during construction, there needs to be a swale here that connects the backyard to the front yard. And then the last thing I'd say is, let's just say hypothetically, all the stars aligned and the plan was to do all of those things and try to excavate this, build this, and then put it back, but somehow, not cause harm here. My concern is you can't just the point here is, if you go back to, we don't have to do it, but in our earlier slides, this light gray line extended across here and there was some gray shading here. That's all soil that has to be removed to construct the subsurface building. And so if the plan was, yes, maybe the plan would be permanently to have the soil up high here. Number one, I think that would be appropriate to show in the application because you are proving that you've thought through the stormwater aspect when you do that. Number one. Number two, the excavation itself doesn't just happen. In other words, if you came in here and removed this soil, it jeopardizes the stability of this soil. Why is that? It's because the geotechnical engineers characterized that the soil is only stable at this slope, at these slopes. So it may be easy to talk about on a drawing and just say, well, just cut it at that slope and do it. But what I'm saying is that this is a steeper slope than is allowed. Like the geotechnical engineer says, this is the slope you have to lay the existing soils back in. So if you're not gonna do that, again, these are all hypotheticals because it's not depicted in the application. If the only other way that I know of you could do it is to drive sheet piling here to begin the excavation. Driving sheet piling next to this home introduces additional concerns for me.
You made a point during your direct testimony of saying that there was a contour map with I think it was the before and after contour map. You made a point of saying that there were no red lines in the area between the right, that there were no red indicators in that area there.
That is correct.
So wouldn't that mean though that those contours were not changing?
Okay, so if that is the theory, okay, that then these would stay the same. First of all, there's no swale shown here. A swale has contours, right? Like a swale, but let's take the benefit of the doubt and say maybe no swales are shown at all in this drawing.
Yeah,
Um,
And this is not a stormwater plan.
Correct. That is correct. This is a grading plan, I would call it. That's correct. So that would say that the intent, and this is a good point. So I'm glad you asked this question. If the intent of this drawing is to show that the finished grade will match the existing grade here, okay? And I think that's what you're asking me about, sir. Is that right? Okay. So if that is the case, we now have a situation where we have to make this deep 13+ foot excavation in a straight line right here. And it can't be done, to my knowledge, over 20 years of practicing civil engineering, it can't be done without some sort of stabilization like sheet piling that we keep talking about. Sheet piling is never mentioned in this plan. So if the idea is that this grade would stay the same, what I'm saying is the magnitude of this excavation alone threatens the stability of this soil and therefore anything that bears upon that soil.
And you just mentioned having to do a 13.5 foot deep excavation, and you pointed to the area along the north property line, but in fact, it's not going to be 13.5 feet that whole distance, right?
You know what? It'll be a lot deeper back here. So these grades go up. So I've tried to be conservative in evaluating this concept. We've taken the back of this right here, okay? And that was the back, close to the back of the parking garage. We don't see the parking garage in this drawing. Can we pull that up? That would be probably one of the first few. Yeah, right in there. So this is the proposed parking diagram. We show the back of this is right here, subsurface parking. So this is what I understand to be depicted as the subsurface parking garage. The back of it meets the back of the house here. If we go to the next slide. This is an alternate which goes farther back in for the subsurface. So if there's excavation, and what I'm saying to you, and I don't know if this is exactly what you're asking, but I'm trying. That first of all, you cannot excavate that space alone and build something 13 to 15 feet in the ground there. So there would be your construction activity would extend beyond the building footprint. So any amount that you extend beyond that up in this direction would be additional excavation, because we can go forward. One more, the hill, it slopes uphill. So the farther back we have to dig up here, the deeper the excavation. So yes, up in here, it would be less of an excavation. But as we get, the farther we go this way, the deeper the excavation.
So in your experience as a construction engineer or civil engineer, is it possible through the use of construction techniques to build the structure that's proposed?
I think I've indicated, if I can't reconcile how to build, how the project is depicted with among the various design professionals. One design professional is calling out for a required buffer, another is calling out for the need for the swale, and then another is calling out for the need to slope the slopes at 2-to-1 to 3-to-1, which cannot be done with the building where it's located. So I believe that those differences are irreconcilable. I don't see how to reconcile that, and the application is all we have to go on. So I find it hard to say it will comply with all requirements, in my opinion, if it's not, what's shown doesn't even present a clear picture. Well, if what's shown presents a conflicting picture of what the plan is.
But just to be clear, your analysis did not take into consideration the fact that there's going to be a foundation wall along the north side of the structure.
It did not, because that was never depicted. That is not, and I did not find that in any part of the application that I reviewed. Number one. Number two, even if it were, I would still have the same concerns about construction activities, because you have to cut in the soil to build that item, that wall, or the building itself. If the right wall of the building is a retaining wall, you still have to excavate the existing earth that's there in order to put that structure below grade. You can then you can bring the soil back and put it on the side of the building, later, but you have to build that subsurface part.
So are there construction techniques that would enable that to be done?
Enable what to be done?
to build, to do the excavation work that needs to be done without having to cut a slope of a 2.1 or 3.1 ratio all the way along the backside.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect to Mr. Oast, we're kind of drifting off into pure conjecture here. And Mr. Sams, I think appropriately keeps answering, that's not what's shown in the plans that have been submitted. And, you know, sure, they could have shown a lot of things in their application, but that's not what they did. And we could sit here all night and say, well, what if we could do this? We could do that. That's not what's in the plans. So I would make an objection to this line of questioning.
Respectfully, sir, it was asked several times, the same question. So I think we've done that. I would like to ask one question.
Yes, sir.
It's a very good question that was asked. Is there a technique that allows this thing to be put in without a swale or would make it acceptable between the two buildings? Is there a technique, in your expert opinion, is there a technique to do that?
Not that comports with the various reporting that's been done on this project. In other words, the geotechnical engineer has
Understand.
indicated the
Understand.
maximum slopes.
I understand.
Right.
The reporting aspect can be, it can be watched, it can be verified, it could be have reassessed. Is it your opinion that there is a technique to do this?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's maybe it's not depicted in the application.
Yes, correct.
With time and money, you can do a lot of things, right? And
Okay.
so like the answer is, and I've mentioned several times, and I hope it's clear, one of those techniques is sheet piling. Sheet piling allows you to drive, which essentially what you do is if you have, let's just say we have this existing earth here, we drive sheet piling here. Now we can excavate on this side, and that sheet piling holds back the soil that's here. It's based upon its embedment into this soil. But what I'm saying is that is one technique that can be used. I've been asked to evaluate the proposed project
I
in relation to Hayner. Driving sheet piling that close to the house would present a different set of concerns
I
that we've not.
I understand.
prepared to talk about.
Thank you. I
Yes, sir.
just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Sorry. Let's see, I'm going to, go ahead.
Let me check with my team here and see what more we need to ask.
Okay.
Mr. Sams, in the part of the geotech report that you had mentioned earlier under site design considerations, it mentions one of the recommendations is we recommend that permanent cut slopes with less than 10 feet crest height through undisturbed soils be constructed at 2.1 ratio. Is there a difference between permanent cut slopes and construction slopes?
I'd like to see the full language of that because there's also comments where it says this analysis is only based on, a 5-foot cut or fill slope. And then there it says if you've got more than 10 feet, it should be a site specific. Thank you, sir. It should be a site specific slope stability analysis. And I'll tell you the reason they didn't give the slopes there, civil engineering community, is because it's a bigger risk. The larger slopes mean they believe that they would need, I'll read this verbatim, a slope stability analysis should be performed, meaning it was not performed for this analysis. It should be performed on cut and fill slopes exceeding 10 feet in height.
And so, but the question was whether there's a difference between permanent cut slope, which is mentioned in this section of the geotech report, and a construction and a slope for construction.
I'd like to, if I could see the language. And the reason I'm checking is because you mentioned the 2-to-1 and the 3-to-1 that I testified to before. So,
and that's for permanent cut slopes, right?
well, I'll have to look at this to see. And then the other part of that I'll say is the slope is larger than 10 feet. The cut is larger than 10 feet. We've established that for hours now. So analyzing what they say to do on a 5-foot or less cut slope is not something I'm prepared to talk about because the slope exceeds that. The slope falls into a category where they say a separate analysis needs to be done. So I can just read. It says, we recommend permanent cut slopes with less than 10 feet crest height be constructed, and I'm leaving some words out to move this thing along. We recommend permanent cut slopes of less than 10 feet, crest height, be constructed at 2 to 1. Permanent fill slopes less than 10 feet may be constructed using engineering fill at 2.5 to 1 or flatter. However, a slope of 3 to 1 or flatter may be desirable to permit establishment of vegetation, et cetera. They're addressing permanent slopes here. But what I can tell you is I've worked on a number, and I mean serious construction, excavation failures, resulting in serious injury and death and things like that. And so what I'm trying to say is the slopes that are proposed, if in fact what you're suggesting is true, that the plan is to leave the earth at the current elevation, I'm saying from a construction standpoint, that area needs to be excavated and has to be done properly. And on here, I saw no slope allowable that was flatter than the ones we've talked about. I could look through this to see, but I can tell you if we incorporate the swale and other things that are required, that I can't imagine that slope satisfying any engineer's criteria. And the other part of that I mentioned is that once again, the geotechnical engineer talks about not just putting the wall of the building at the bottom of the slope. He says there's a run out distance that's needed, a flat area beyond the total slope. And then actually right here, he says temporary slopes should perform satisfactorily at 2 to 1. So when I looked at this, I looked at all the different slopes he talked about, 2 to 1 to 3 to 1. That's what was up there. He, in his report, does say 2 to 1 is the appropriate slope for a temporary slope during construction.
Mr. Chairman, that's all we have. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one final follow-up question. And Mr. Sams, just wanted to clarify one thing. And based on your review of the MRA special use permit application, do you have opinion as to whether or not, assuming in the event this hotel was eventually allowed to be constructed pursuant to the plans as submitted, and the nature of land disturbance and excavation as set out in the way it is in the application, there would be vibrations caused by such land disturbance, excavation, and or construction?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just again very briefly summarize the sources of those vibrations, potential sources
Sure.
of those vibrations?
Generally expect that vibrations that might come from a job site like that. So the earth moving equipment's very big, very heavy. We're clearing trees, grubbing, which means ripping the stumps out of the ground, grading, clearing. There's fairly big equipment that handles that. Number one, the geotechnical engineer. Number two, describes the need to compact the soil. And there's a term in there called engineered fill, which means that what's supporting the building needs to be compacted. So that there's a variety of types of equipment that compact. What you're doing there is you're densifying the soil. You're taking the air voids out of the soil by applying a dynamic compactive effort. That would be for sure a source of vibrations. I mentioned sheet piling if that occurred. If a wall, just a regular retaining wall, were built over in this area, there's the potential for that, for vibrations, even just in constructing that. If this, let's say this side of the building becomes a path to the back, like during construction, right? And you've got people operating up front and they need to get to the back, take equipment, and they're squeezing vehicles or construction equipment in that narrow space up there. That could be another source.
We need to object to that because there are a lot of ifs in that response, and we think that's speculation and it's objectionable.
Yeah, here's my question.
Yes, sir.
This is all hypothetical anyway, but if we, let's say we approve this, I'm not saying we are, don't misunderstand. Let's say we approve this, and God forbid, the Hayner house falls to the ground. Who's gonna decide, how are you gonna decide who caused what? Was it the house? Was it the vibrations? I haven't seen testimony either way.
As I could tell you, so I'm a forensic engineer. That's the type of thing I would evaluate. To me, I would weigh the evidence of a structure standing for 100 years without falling down, and then a construction activity and happening. And then I would look for other signs, tension cracks in the soil. I'd look for settlement. I would look for, in other words, there's cracking right now in that home. I'd mark all that before any construction activity occurred, right? And then come back and see if the cracks grew, see if walls collapse more, you know, those types of things. So the 100 years of standing it means something, right? And then if that were to come along and happen, that would be something I'd have to consider.
Mr. Sams, just to make sure we have a clear record, based on your specialized knowledge and training in engineering background, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the MRA's proposed hotel, if allowed to be constructed pursuant to the plans as submitted, would cause vibrations?
I do believe it would, yes.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to whether or not those vibrations pose a risk to the Hayner residents?
I do believe they pose a risk, yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I would like to offer Mr. Sam's slides from that presentation. I'm not sure if opposing counsel potentially had an issue with one or two of the pictures, but I would mark this as Exhibit 8, as Exhibit H11. I apologize, as Exhibit H11, and ask that that be admitted into evidence. And I do have a copy for opposing counsel. I think I only have one more copy, but I'm happy to submit copies electronically to whoever I need to make sure. I know Mr. Solaski was interested, and I want to get all the board members a copy. I can send it electronically to Mr. Golden if that would be the easiest way.
And then I'll make copies for everyone to have available at the next hearing.
We do not object to the slides coming in, but we would note that we take issue with the characterization of the slopes in the design. And we would say they're not representative of the plan we presented. But as to the slides coming in, no objection.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Sam before we release him? Mr. Ost, any further questions? I think you're done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
And so now we've got an issue where we're at 5 o'clock. We had indicated that we might want to stay till 6. Mr. or might be Dr. Barrett Case is, I think he's a doctor.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, is going to come up and offer what I would contend would be expert opinion testimony. We saw that Mr. Sams took 4 hours. And so if we start his testimony now, it looks like it, in all likelihood, is going to run past 6 o'clock. We understand that Dr. Barrett Case is from out of town, but we also understand council has their own, any one of the councils has their own time constraints. And so the board needs to decide, are we going to jump into Dr. Kay's testimony or ask that he come back?
Alex, is there any time constraint this evening from the town's perspective? Thank you.
The board agreed to 6. Yeah, council has to leave at that point. That's going to give you some.
And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the consideration. I will say I'm happy to stay as long as the board wants, but I do appreciate that consideration, sir.
We would call Dr. Barrett Case.
Afternoon, sir. Put your Bible there.
Okay.
Okay. Just for technical, we can't affirm if one.
Like to.
Yeah. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do.
Chair, can you just give me 1 second to look at the technology set up here.
Mics, please. We're having our technical guy says he's gonna slap.
I apologize. He's probably just going to hit me in the back of the head at
Me
some point
too.
or a paper wad. But yes, tab 3. And there is an index in the front of your binders for future reference as well.
Is all of his testimony or are any of the exhibits you're going to admit in tab 3 right now, or it's forthcoming?
There will be a couple, I think there will be a couple more. I'm having to restart my computer, but I'm gonna move ahead in the interest of time.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. One thing. Be helpful for the board to have a copy of this. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. But I wanted to get Barrett. Brian, can you send me one of those for Dr. Case, please? And possibly one for me too. Everybody else get one. Good evening, Dr. Case.
Good evening.
And oh, I'll wait 1 second. Ready to proceed? Okay. Once again, good evening, Dr. Case. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. Dr. Case, could you tell the board how you're currently employed, please, sir?
I'm employed by Landis PLLC.
Sir, can you step a little closer to the mic? Sorry.
Okay, how's this?
That's better. Got thumbs up from the key.
Okay. I'm employed by Landis PLLC.
And what do you do in your capacity with your employment with Landis PLLC, Dr. Case?
We work on various projects across North America. And many of these are design projects. And then I also handle a lot of expert witness cases.
And you mentioned design projects. Could you elaborate on those a little bit for the board, please, sir?
I've been involved over 45 years in all types of subdivision design, city planning, design work, related work, and a lot of work in stormwater design on various locations and sites.
And as part of your 45 years of consulting work, as you've kind of just given the board a little bit of summary of, Dr. Case, Have you been involved in the preparation of stormwater management plans for proposed developments?
Yes,
And have you reviewed, similarly, have you reviewed stormwater management plans prepared by others for consistency with applicable regulations?
yes,
Okay. And have you had the occasion to design stormwater detention or infiltration systems like the StormTech system that's been proposed by the MRA for its proposed hotel in this case?
yes, a variety of different types of infiltration and treatment systems.
And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, if I recall from your CV, which I don't have at my fingertips right now, but it's at tab 3 at the back of Dr. K's report, I believe you had played some type of role in the design of the detention or infiltration technology that ultimately became the StormTech technology. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And could you just tell the board briefly just a little bit about that?
The advanced drainage systems came to visit a project we had designed in Central Park in New York City. And it consisted of 24 acres of infiltration system. We started on that in 1992 before we had a lot of the terminology that's used now. And the StormTech folks, well, the advanced drainage system folks recognized that we're using a tremendous amount of plastic pipe in that project. They came to visit it, and then they developed the idea of using the chambers, plastic chambers, to do a similar way on various projects. So I've met with, in the early days, the StormTech folks and with the principals in each of the firms.
Can I ask a question? Would opposing counsel have a problem, in the interest of time, just admitting him as an expert, or do we want to go through the preamble?
I can try and wrap it up really quick. Member Slasky, if you'd like me to. I did think it was important for the board to understand Dr. K's familiarity with the exact detention technology that the MRA is proposing to use here. So moving forward, Dr. Kays, you're a nationally certified soil scientist, correct?
Yes,
You're a North Carolina licensed soil scientist.
yes,
You're also a North Carolina registered landscape architect.
yes,
You have a PhD in soil science, correct?
yes,
And you did your doctoral research in stormwater infiltration,
yes.
correct? Okay. I would offer Dr. Kays to the board. Okay. Yeah, Barrett, maybe hold it.
Is that better?
Hold it really close, I think, to your mouth, Barrett. Yeah, I'm working on it too. We'd offer Dr. Kays to the board as an expert in stormwater management and infiltration, landscape architecture, and soil science. Objections?
I would like to ask one or two clarifying questions, but we have no objection. But Dr. Kays, you're not an engineer, planner, lawyer, or appraiser. Is that right?
That's correct. And
one other question: have you said you designed stormwater systems? Does that include preparing drawings like the exhibit we've been handing out here today and applying your seal to them?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
We're fine. Do it.
You just put that on the record that
Yeah.
he's admitted.
We're going to put it on the record that he.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's been it's been the way you've been doing it. So I think it.
Well, it's really.
I'm not sure I
Yes.
have.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, yes,
Sure.
yes.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I'm looking at you like that, I'm confused. Dr. Case, can you just briefly kind of summarize to the board what you were asked to do with respect to the MRA special use permit application for a proposed hotel that was submitted to the board and that we are here discussing today?
Yes, I was asked to look over all the MRA documents that were submitted and to offer my opinion on the stormwater system.
And would that be the Storm Tech MC 500 detention or infiltration system in particular?
Yes,
Okay. And you've reviewed the MRA special use permit application and some more supporting materials, including its stormwater plan, correct?
yes,
And the stormwater plan, if, John, yeah, project me. I think all the board, printed out a big copy, so hopefully everybody can see it because it's kind of hard when it's small. But this is from the MRA's SUP application and the engineering plan specifically, and it is sheet C 5.0, the grading and stormwater plan. And Dr. Case, you've got a copy of that in front of you too, correct?
yes.
Okay. And any other documents pertinent just to the MRA stormwater plan that you've reviewed that have been important to you, Dr. Case?
I looked at background documents from the soil survey for Buncombe County and some topographic maps and other related materials. And I reviewed the report that was done by for the regional government on the water quality system of the Flat Creek watershed.
Great. Did you also, Dr. Case, endeavor to prepare your own calculations relating to stormwater runoff from the subject site?
Yes,
And have you personally observed the site at issue, the 309 Collegiate Circle property?
I've driven around the site and but I've not been on the site.
Certainly not, not to trespass, of course. And have you also attended the previous hearings of this board in this matter remotely and listened to the testimony that has been offered to date?
Yes,
Okay. And have you formed opinions as to whether or not the MRA stormwater plan as submitted demonstrates compliance with the Montreat Stormwater Ordinance, other applicable rules and regulations, and the criteria for special use permits contained in the Montreat zoning ordinance?
yes,
Okay. And have you prepared a report containing those opinions?
yes.
Okay. And at this point, we would ask that Dr. K's expert report and CV, which are at tab 3 of your notebook, be admitted into the record as Exhibit H12.
I'm for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I'll speak up. Apologize.
So Dr. Kays, on, I believe it's page 1 or either page 2 of your report, and I can either put that up on the big screen, or if you have that in front of you, you
I
let me
do.
know. But just a couple quick threshold issues I want to go through with you for the benefit of the board. At the bottom of page 2, you have a heading, water quality of neighboring Flat Creek and stormwater protection. And you just mentioned your review of that report that was done by Mary Roderick, PhD of the Land of Sky Regional Council, and Tim Orman, PE of Blue Earth. Could you tell the board what was important about that report to you and what your major takeaways from your review of that report were?
the major takeaway is that though the stream at this location in the town is a class 3 water stream, the quality of it is sufficiently high. It could have been classified as a high quality waters. And secondly, that they identified that the biggest threat to water quality of this area is stormwater runoff.
And that, of course, is Flat Creek that we're talking about.
That's correct.
Correct, Dr. Case. Thank you. And again, trying to move things forward as quickly as I can. On the bottom of page 3 of your report, you have a header, background soils data, and you reference a soil series data and then an exhibit E that's attached to your report that the board can look at its leisure. But then the same questions on that. What was important to you about reviewing the background soils data when formulating your opinions in this matter?
The MRA's application had very low information about the soils vis-a-vis the stormwater system. Their basic requirements that the state and Buncombe County have in terms of evaluating the depth to rock and the seasonally high water table. Therefore, I use the soils data that I've described in here to show that in most cases, the rock is very shallow, and in some cases, the actual soil is shallow, and also that the likely his number of factors led me to believe that we're likely going to have a shallow depth to seasonal high water table.
And we'll, of course, get in and discuss the importance of the seasonally high water table, Dr. Case. Thank you. Moving on page 4 of the bottom of your report, you have a background section discussing the headers, the town code and NCDEQ regulations. And can you explain the importance of the relationship between the Montreat Stormwater Code and NCDEQ regulations for the board, please, sir?
The Montreat ordinance covers many aspects, and I think the board has been told that your local ordinance is more stringent than the state regulations that Buncombe would apply. In some cases, some aspects of the ordinance, that's true. In other aspects, the state's regulations are more stringent.
And based on your years of experience in stormwater management, in cases where the state regulations are more stringent, would those apply over the requirements of the local ordinance?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, what Dr. Kays is providing are legal conclusions that we clarified at the start of this, that he's not a lawyer.
The question was phrased just based on his 45 years of experience. I'm working in stormwater projects, reviewing projects for consistency with applicable regulations. He was offering an opinion as to which ordinance or regulation would apply in a given circumstance. That is correct, Mr. Chairman. However, I do believe based on his experience, he's qualified to offer that opinion.
And if I may just add on behalf of the Joneses, Mr. Chairman, based on his experience, he can testify as to when he's worked on these projects, which regulations have applied when they're more stringent. That's not a legal conclusion. That's saying, based on my experience, here's what happens. So I don't think the objection is well founded.
Well, I'm a lay person in the law, so I can attest to that issue. Discussion. Yeah, we'll let it stand.
Thank you. And just moving on down, Dr. Kays, can you discuss the importance of NCDEQ, that is the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, stormwater regulations for high density developments?
Yes. When we have a high density development, the state's regulations apply, and Buncombe County is delegated authority to implement those. And you have to provide a detailed way of determining seasonally high water table. And you also have to provide for at least 2 foot of separation below the bottom of your stormwater system and the top of the seasonal high water table.
And Dr. Kays, I'm going to flip through here. I apologize for the flipping here, but I want to show a figure in your report, which is right here. And does that tell us anything about the seasonally high water table in regards to the, let me back up for a second. I apologize. So if we could look at I'll strike that and let's back up. If we could look at sheet C 5.0, Dr. Kays, which is the MRA's stormwater plan. And I've got that up on the screen as well. Can you direct the board to the location where the MRA is proposing to utilize an underground detention system as part of its hotel development?
Yeah, the chambers are shown right in front of the hotel and right next to the entrance drive to the garage.
And is that approximately in this area? If you can see, yes, you have the pointer over there. If you can point to it. Okay. And I believe, Dr. Kays, it's kind of small even when you print it out big, but what I can get my glasses, what it notes on here is proposed stormwater control measure E, ADS StormTech MC 4500 underground detention with water quality treatment isolator row, 22 chambers in 2 rows, 4,285 cubic feet of total storage. Does that sound accurate to you?
That's what that's what it reads. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So let's move on, Dr. Kays, and number 2 on page 5. And am I correct? These are kind of the facts and data that form the basis for the opinions you offer later in your report, correct?
Yes.
And so let's just summarize. Obviously don't want to read this to the board, but tell the board the importance about the provisions of the town of Montreat stormwater code as they apply to redevelopment in this instance.
The stormwater code under 305.5A allows for the applicant to submit a low density development design. And then you would apply the 1-inch rainstorm runoff from that to be contained and then to be treated. 305.5B allows for you, if you don't want to do a LID or can't achieve that, to use a difference in the to use a 1-year 24-hour storm and the difference between the pre and post development flows. So the on 305.5A, you would end up with a larger volume of water that way. And on B, you would end up with a lesser amount because you're taking the difference between the pre and post runoff. The state code, which Buncombe County enforces, requires you to use the 1-inch storm over the entire site and to calculate the amount of volume of runoff to be stored and then treated. The proposal by the MRA is to use the volume they did for the storm tech is based on the difference between the pre and post. But the state code is based on total from a 1-inch storm, which is a larger volume. And so therefore you would have some peak discharge controls that the town code would enforce. But the total volume for detention and treatment would be based on the state code, which is in the state stormwater manual. So those are the main differences. And then also the volume to be the surface area of the infiltration system. There have certain minimums. The state requires a 2 times volume. You have to double the volume as a safety factor. That's the minimum you could use. So there are some differences, the way the town code is written and the state code. You end up having to do some of both.
And so
Excuse
based
me.
on.
Can I
I'm
ask a
sorry.
question real
Sure.
quick? So is the argument here that the MRA has based their stormwater system on the town's ordinances, but that the state has a higher accountability and therefore they have not done that?
That's correct.
I mean, so that's kind of what we're here. The difference is that they've submitted something for Montreat, but the state has a higher burden.
That's correct.
And that one, in your opinion, or it has to be the one they go to?
Yes.
And I'm going to get to the implications of what that means. So
We're getting very, very technical and it's going
understand.
over my head.
Yep,
I'm sure
understand.
It's going over a
Understand.
lot of people's heads.
Understand. So Dr. Kays, given that the MRA has chose to use, and as you talked about, the pre and post conditions instead of the 1-inch storm, has that resulted in the storm tech system being undersized in your opinion?
Yes.
But by how much is it undersized?
Based upon what I believe their numbers are, it is would need to be increased by 159%. Based on the way I would calculate it, it would have to be enlarged by about 237%.
So somewhere between 160 and 235% roughly.
That's right.
And given that it's undersized by those types of percentages, what's the probability that the MRA's proposed storm tech system will work and function as intended, in your opinion, Dr. Kays?
I believe it will fail and it will surface and it will contaminate Black Creek. Simple as that.
And in addition to being undersized, do you also have any opinions as to problems with the proposed location of the Storm Tech MC500 as shown on the MRA's plans?
Yes.
And tell the board what those are, please, sir.
The proposed location for the system is in the area that's going to be graded for the driveway to come in and similar slopes to be on to the left of the driveway. And therefore, I think you had a diagram you were showing earlier.
Yep, let me get that back up here. That's not the ordinance, right there.
that this is a diagram out of the Storm Tech manual for the MC 4500 units. And they're the largest units that they make. So in looking at the plans and the lowest portion or portion closest to the street, it appears that the ground elevation will be at approximately 26 or 2,632 foot, which I've added over on the right side at the top. I've estimated the seasonally high water table at 2628. And the stream elevation across the street at Flat Creek at 2625. And the minimum depth for this type of Storm Tech unit is 7.75 feet deep, which would mean the base would be at or below the bottom of the creek. So most of that system, at least half, if not more, would be in rock. And so I believe that there'll be stormwater that's untreated that will move laterally into the creek. But that will be fairly slow in the way it operates. And more likely, during storm events, the system will fill up and it'll surface and run down the front lawn of the project and across the street and into the stream. So those are two ways we get untreated stormwater into the system. Also, if we go back to the plan view.
Yes, sir.
Right, so you're basically saying it's not deep enough. That basin, you said 7 feet below, and it's 2 feet or foot below the Flat Creek, where Flat Creek is. It's just not low enough. The water will come in and overflow that and go on down. Is that correct?
The system is too deep.
It's too deep.
Too deep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So in fact, if the range was 159%, need to be larger. The system would have to be shallower and the system size would go up dramatically and the surface area would be about 800% larger than they show. Also on the plan here, they're showing to treat, to detain and treat stormwater from the right side of the project for the hotel portion, but they're separated over here, and they're not applying the same standards over here to the calculation of flow. So they have this as a separate system over here. They don't say what the flow is for that. They're showing some detention in this parking plaza.
And to be clear, Dr. Kays, I don't mean to interrupt you. Those are permeable pavers on the left side of the property, correct?
That's correct.
The Storm Tech will not be serving the left side of the property, correct?
That's correct. And the town code indicates that you can do detention with that method with porous pavement, but you're not allowed to use it for, it doesn't do any treatment. Therefore, on the left side, they're not treating stormwater, which is required in your ordinance and required by the state.
And so Dr. Kays, excuse me, along those same lines, section 3055C of the Montreat Stormwater Ordinance requires that there be a removal of 85% average annual total suspended solids. In your opinion, will the Storm Tech system do that for this site?
Not as proposed, yes.
And And what are the major reasons it will not achieve that ordinance requirement?
Because it's undersized and it doesn't meet the basic calculations for infiltration systems and the surface area.
And kind of a similar question, 3055D of the Montreat Stormwater Ordinance requires that peak stormwater runoff from the site be detained so that the 50-year, 24-hour storm can be passed and capacity can be restored within 72 hours, to paraphrase. Will the Storm Tech system achieve that goal?
No,
And why not?
because it's undersized
Okay.
tremendously.
And then finally, section 3055E of the Montreat Code requires that any best management practice, or BMP, as we speak in stormwater language, will not receive runoff from greater than 3 acres. Will, in your opinion, the Storm Tech MC 500 as proposed on this in the MRA application receive runoff from greater than 3 acres?
Well, the total drainage area for offsite and onsite is about 13 acres. And they don't show any way of preventing offsite storm water from being stopped or kept from. So there's, I don't see any mechanism where they could just limit it to 3.
Could you tell from the MRA's application how they were calculating something smaller than 3 acres? Were there any calculations or anything to show that to you?
No.
Okay. So Dr. Kays, we've talked about the fact that the system is undersized. The fact that it cannot be located as proposed because of because it's proposed to be located too deep. Are there any other issues with the proposed location as you see it?
Well, as the MRA in their earlier testimony attributed, there are wetlands on the property. They have not completed a soil evaluation pursuant to the stormwater regs. And looking at all the facts, I think the vast majority of the site is a very shallow season high water table. Therefore, there's very low room to put a system in from a vertical depth and keep a 2-foot separation from the groundwater, season high water table. So that, you can look at different configurations, different designs, but fundamentally the soils on the site are unsuitable for what they're talking about.
Member Slasky, did you have a question?
Yeah, question. Jurisdictional wetlands or wet areas on the site
They are jurisdictional wetlands.
by Army Corps standards?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
So in Dr. Kays, kind of following up on the that last point you made, based on your review of the MRA's application and the stormwater plan in particular, even if the MRA were to modify its application with respect to stormwater or submit a more detailed plan, or perhaps try and move the Storm Tech system, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this detention or infiltration system, however we want to refer to it, could work on this site?
I don't think there's enough room vertically. I don't think there's enough room horizontally on the site to be able to do it. I think the only thing they could do to effectively provide the detention and treatment is to go to a very expensive approach, which is basically a sand filter system. They run considerably more than the storm tech system, but you can do it. And those can be built because you're putting it into a vault, concrete vault. You can do those in an area of high water table.
So Dr. Case, so we have a clear record, given that the storm tech detention system, or let's strike that. It is your opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the storm tech detention system will not detain and treat stormwater in accordance with the Montreat Stormwater Ordinance and applicable regulations, correct?
Yes, and I would say the applicable regulations would be what are required in the ordinance relating to the state code.
Thank you for that clarification. And given that the detention system will not detain and treat the increased stormwater runoff in that manner, that will lead to the discharge of polluted stormwater to Flat Creek. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And do you hold both of those opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And given that this system as proposed, in your opinion, would result in the pollution of Flat Creek, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the use, the MRA's proposed hotel, would be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare if located where proposed and developed according to the plan that's submitted and approved?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is that it would contaminate surface waters and groundwaters in and around the site.
And same question with regards to, do you have an opinion as to whether, and I think you've already stated this fairly clearly, but whether the use will meet all the required and applicable development standards and conditions of the town of Montreat, including without limitation stormwater drainage?
I don't believe it could meet the requirements as laid out in the town's ordinance.
Thank you. Dr. Case, those are all my questions. I'll see if my co-counsel might have a few questions for you. Thank you.
Just a couple. And again, I plan on doing the same I did with the last, of respect for the board and moving forward. You mentioned that your opinion is that the system will result in the discharge of untreated stormwater to Flat Creek as you expected. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that means that those who use Flat Creek would be exposed to that untreated water?
Yes.
Okay. Were you here when during the portion of the hearing when we dealt with standing, or excuse me, not here, but you hear that portion when you were tuning in through Zoom?
Of which portion?
The standing portion?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard the testimony of my client, at least through his affidavit, Mr. Jones, about how he recreates in Flat Creek
Yes.
with his grandchildren, correct?
Yes.
And so those conclusions would apply to him and the use he expressed through his testimony and affidavit, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And let me say that the biggest threat in terms of contamination is to contact with humans. And because typically stormwater has a very high fecal coliform count.
And what kind of impact can that have on the human beings that come into contact with that?
Because
We need to object again, which I think this time the council is asking for a medical conclusion.
I'm not asking for a medical conclusion, and maybe I'll ask a question before that. I'll let Dr. Case take a sip of water. Dr. Case, do you have any experience with the impact of fecal coliform on human beings as part of the training or experience you've had throughout 45 years in this industry?
yes, I do from a scientific standpoint, and also I was a commissioner of the North Carolina Public Health Commission for 4 years.
So you have experience both scientifically in your training as a doctor, or excuse me, as having a PhD in the area of soil science, and through your experience serving on the Commission for Public Health, correct?
Yes.
We have an objection here. Did I hear an objection?
With the foundation that Mr. Newer is establishing, we'll withdraw the objection.
Okay.
Based on that experience, I'll ask the same question again. What, based on your experience, is the impact of exposure of fecal coliform on those who recreate in waters like this?
Causes tremendous amount of digestive diseases from the bacteria getting into people.
Diarrhea,
Yes,
other things like that?
very much so.
And that's what you expect could happen if the untreated water were released to Flat Creek, as you project will occur based on this system, correct?
Correct.
Just a second.
What is the type name of this other system that you're talking about? And percentage wise, how much better is it or what is it? Can you describe it a little bit?
Well, a sand filter bed is used sometimes in downtown areas and urban areas. But it's a controlled system involved, and if water that's collected in storage tanks, and then it's pumped into the sand filter bed or flows into it. And the ones we've done, we have recirculating pump, and it recirculates and goes through the sand filter multiple times. And it produces very high quality, and it basically is just like, it's a small version of a water treatment plant for the town.
Thank you, sir.
So what you just described as a sand filter, that's like a swimming pool filter where it goes in through that sand filter and circulates.
It's a
Okay.
it's a big one because
Okay, I'm with it, familiar that. The second question is this, will the state and the county and the town ultimately be the ones that decide if that's accurate or not? Are they the permitting authority for this, the state and the county, or state, county, and town?
well, the county is implementing the state requirements.
Okay, so they merge together now.
It's one of the methods that's in the state stormwater manual.
Okay, so it's fair for us to rely on the county and the county to enforce the state standard. That's reasonable.
Yes,
Okay, and so we would then rely on Buncombe County to do the same thing.
yes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Dr. Kays, just a couple follow-up questions on that. You were asked, and I'll just pull those, give me a second, those standards up. I've got it here. I don't want the board to lose, Member Solaski was asking about relying on others in this case. And I want to turn back again to our special use permit standards, because I think that's a really important part of understanding this here. And I'll read from it again. Couple here. So 310.622 says that the use meets or will meet all the required and applicable development standards and conditions of the town of Montreat, including without limitation, all development standards, conditions, and requirements related to utilities, parking, access, and stormwater drainage. That's what you've been talking about today, correct?
That's correct.
And your opinion is that it will not meet those standards.
That's correct.
And that's a standard this board has to conclude in order to issue this permit, correct?
Yes,
It doesn't say wait for Buncombe County. It says you have to conclude that in order to issue this permit, correct?
that's correct.
And it,
So
excuse me, but it continues on to say that except as such regulations for each case may be modified by the Board of Adjustments.
I
So
think
does
that's a
that
great,
mean it's up to us to say, we can approve this as long as these standards are met?
so let's,
Under the way the state views it, actually, when I started on this project, I talked with the head of the water quality stormwater system for the state. And Annette Lucas was in the head. She said they have to meet our requirements. And from the manual, it is mandatory. It clearly, the way it's been submitted, doesn't meet all the requirements. It's possible to meet it another way, but it's difficult to figure out how to do it, and would be a heck of a lot more expensive than any other methods. But it will work. I mean, the storm check system's expensive, but the sand filter system would be probably 10 times that in cost. So as it's been submitted today, or submitted to this board, you would have to say that it can't be permitted and direct the applicant to come back or come up with a version that does meet the requirements and consider at that time. So there's some different avenues for that. But they may have to move the building substantially. They may have to reconfigure the building. We don't know all the things. I've not been on the site to really be able to envision how it would work. I always believe, you can make almost anything work. At New York City Central Park at $18 million, and we made a huge system. But that's totally different,
Just as a follow-up on that, that stormwater manual you were talking about is Exhibit D to your report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
The infiltration section.
And as you were just talking about for a moment, that they might have to move the building, they might have to do this, they might have to do that. Are those realities essentially why the standards require you to look at the plan as submitted? Because changes in one area might then result in changes in another area. It might change where the swales would be, as we heard from Mr. Sams. It might change lots of different aspects. So the board is asked to look as submitted so that you have a fixed set of proposals to evaluate. Is that your understanding based on your experience? Okay.
That's correct. It's, you could imagine there must be a solution, but, when it gets down to dollars and cents, a lot of projects have failed because they couldn't come up with a way to do it.
And just to address Member James's question about whether they could, sort of grant an exception here or in that modification here, I want to be clear so that the board would understand what that would mean. If they were to approve this, say essentially, well, we'll give an exception here under 3.2.2 or 310.622. What would that result in? Would that negatively impact the public health as a result of giving that waiver, so to speak?
Yes, it would. What's more important, maybe, or
I wasn't saying an exception. I was saying a modification.
Yeah,
I was not,
Understood. Okay, I just want to make sure.
saying,
Okay.
we're just going to ignore this.
Fair enough. I apologize.
The reason it's important to have a good stormwater system and for it to effectively work and meet the standards is that the town inherits all of these systems that flow into the creek. And they have a permit from EPA, just like the general permit that the developer would use. If the developer's systems don't meet it, you all then have the responsibility for cleanup in the future of Flat Creek. The entire town does. So you want to have systems that are good, effective, and last long and can be maintained so you don't inherit those costs on the town.
1 second.
I wanna smell it when I'm eating it. Holy guacamole.
Well, give me 1 second, Mr. Chair. That may be my last question. I just want to check one. That's my last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Hayner? No.
Mr. Chairman, I would note that it's 6 o'clock.
It is 6 o'clock. And since we were on time tonight, let's say we're gonna
Can we ask as a, go ahead, Bob. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
To be honest, I don't know. I don't think, it's just impossible to say how long cross-examination. I'm so tired of stumbling with my words, it could take even longer. So
If we could ask for one accommodation, if we were to postpone right now, and we did this with the geotech engineer, I think, is that Mr. Kays would be allowed to come back for cross-examination via Zoom, rather than having to travel all the way back from Raleigh here, which conserves costs if that was the request to do that.
I don't personally.
And we did it with the geotechnical engineer as well.
Pardon me? We're okay. We asked and we're allowed permission for our geotech engineer to do the same thing, so we have no problem with that.
So I hear that we're pausing. Okay.
Yeah, we'll recess, but we'll end up having to pick a date.
Yeah.
I think we would need a date, time certain before we
How about
leave
We
today.
can always,
We talked to Alex earlier. January 4th is the first week of the day from town, correct?
And I unfortunately, I have a hearing that starts at 2:00 in Brevard on the 4th. So we could do half a day till noon.
just as a
that's-
suggestion, maybe we set it for the 4th, and then we could always have a situation where someone shows up to continue it to a later part in the 4th, kind of as we've done before. And then proceed into the 5th, into the 6th. Is that sort of what you're thinking, Brian?
Yeah, well, yes, I just can't get out of my hearing on the 4th.
Well, and I don't want to take you away from that. So you could do I guess, the morning versus the afternoon.
We could do the morning, we could set it for the 4th. And from here, I probably have to leave it. I usually leave it 2, so 1:30. I'd have to leave here to get to Brevard by.
But if
Yep,
continue.
up at 6, so we could do that.
I will say, I know with Brian, if you've got a hearing, you also have to prepare it. So to ask you to spend your morning, I'm just trying to
No,
be
I
respectful.
will be fine.
Okay.
With that. It
Okay.
was already continued once, and so I've already got.
And are we, excuse me, are we planning on also the 5th and the 6th and the 7th?
I think that would be the plan, but I don't know that we're.
And for the board's
So the
planning
4th and 5th.
purposes, we don't anticipate taking all those days. But I think everybody that I'm sensing is we want to get this done by the 7th. And so we're,
Yes, it's fine. Not to say.
Yeah, it's too late. Too late.
sounds like an upgrade on the gift there, Mr. Selesky.
It always is always a penalty clause.
That's for sure. Well, again, if we start the 4th and we go to the 5th and we'll hopefully avoid the 6th.
Yeah, well,
What-
Brian, we got Cindy here also. Can we continue on the 4th? Can we work on the 4th? Two different functions. Oh,
So we're going for half of the 4th
4th.
and all of the 5th. Is that the plan? All day on the 5th?
If
And
needed.
is,
Well, there might be an issue with the 5th. We don't have tech available on the 5th.
I brought my cardboard box.
To what? Well, if we've got a cardboard box and we can just get that to work as long as no one else.
I try to
needs-
be self-reliant so we can make it work.
Can you get Zoom working?
and could I just clarify, are we really not meeting on the 6th because one person's not available? Could we just,
So there's been plenty
I
of times that we haven't met because one person hasn't been available. So I'm going to say yes. And I appreciate your concern on
Well,
that, but.
I mean, my birthday is the 5th. I'm not
Well,
I'm
then we
not
won't meet on the 5th.
withdrawing. I'm not withdrawing because of my birthday. So I'm wondering why we have to cancel on the entire 6th because someone else is.
Okay, let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable. Someone gets sick, we move it for a month.
I missed one meeting already. And I had to watch all the video.
Right.
I don't think this board serves at the pleasure of the board members. It is not something that you guys should be able to dictate when we do. And the 6th in the afternoon, when you guys say one attorney's not available or one person not available, we move it months. So I don't think my request is unreasonable for the 6th in the afternoon to be gone.
And
Except that we have a deadline of the 7th.
We
So
don't have a deadline of the 7th. There's no
Well, As I
deadline.
keep hearing. So
The deadline on the 7th is that if we don't get it done by the 7th, we would have to resume in February.
No, we don't have to, well, unless we're gonna do the one member rule, yes, we would delay till February.
Because Mr. Spence will be out of town.
I think for all practical purposes for the board, we are going to do everything humanly possible to make it work within that amount of time. We have Mr. Kays and we have, I think we have Andy McDonald, Chris Collins, and our appraisers, so 3 others. So within a day and a half, and potentially one other, and a morning on the 6th, which is what I'm hearing from Mr. Solaski. I mean, I would anticipate we'll do that. We'll make that work. So again, my clients want to accommodate Mr. Solaski just like you all have accommodated us. So
I have a question too, because once we hear all of the testimony and then council is going to sum up, they're going to give us your big hurrah, going to hit every single point, both sides. Do we have time to deliberate? Are we going to be sitting up here deliberating? We can't go back to the back and go, what do we
That's
think?
my
We've just got to go ahead.
You can't go back to the back and do anything. Your
anything, right,
deliberations
I know.
have to be
Out here.
open in the public eye, but
Right.
that does not mean that if they finish up on the 5th, that you can't take the notebooks home, come back on the 6th and talk.
Because I think we're going to want to have our say along, obviously in front of everybody else, but we're going to have to go, they made a good case. They made a good case. I don't know if that's enough. Yes, it's enough. I mean, I don't think we're just going to go
This-
down the line and just go, yes, no, yes, no, yes.
This was kind of the goal or a thought that we want to deliberate, but we also may want to continue to the next day to actually perform the vote. So we can go home or 2 days later or whenever, so we can actually vote.
And if we do that, then we're into the 7th. That's
Or-
my point. So we
yes.
would have to, finish this up by the 5th to take things home, mull it over.
Yep,
The sticks come in and everybody,
or 7th or 8th or 9th.
but you will
or-
be gone.
Well, I will be gone, but the provision is that there are. I
There's
can-
enough to
Yes,
do
there,
this.
there is enough.
So we
And it's
would
basically going to
appoint,
be the vote, right?
right, so we would appoint another chair. I vote.
Let's just let's just,
No.
before we get off
If elected,
into,
I shall not serve. I know that.
yeah, no.
whatever.
Before we
I'll
get
just-
off into appointing members and
Yep.
electing chairperson, let's set a date and time certain so everyone
Okay.
can leave.
So we know it's January 4th. We know it's January here,
9:00.
9 o'clock. We know it's January 5th for some. Can you catch up or whatever if you miss that date, or you'll be here on the 5th? If we
No
want to go,
technology on the 5th, so you guys weren't going to be able to do your things, but you can use that.
if we wanted to go on the 6th, if you could be here,
I
Okay.
can't be here on the morning of the 6th. I've got a conflict in the morning, so I'll be here in the afternoon.
okay,
And
4th, 5th, and possibly 6th.
And Mr. Ost, if it was just the time after if everybody had closed their case, rested, and they were just coming back to the vote, do you need to be here for that? Could you watch it by Zoom? Could you?
Can Mr. Morphus cover?
I'd like to be.
It-
Okay.
Okay, so let's just, do I hear a motion to continue to the 4th? And then a second,
Here.
all in favor, say aye. Okay. And then on the 4th, we can continue to the 5th, just to verify, double check, make sure we don't have issues and contingencies or somebody that's.
Let's just set the 4th today.
The 4th is day. So I had a first, I had a second, so moved. So we'll be here. Known date on the 4th of January, one day after my birthday.
Mr. Chairman, one thing that might help the rest of the case, one thing that would help help us facilitate the completion of this hearing, we have not been provided with some of the expert reports. We'd like to know when we're going to get those, so we'll have sufficient time to go through them, perhaps streamline our cross-examination.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to provide them in the same amount of time that we were provided with the applicant's reports, which will be in advance of the meeting with several days for them to prepare. But it'll be the same amount of time we were afforded when we first received their reports. But as I've said, it'll be in advance of the meeting, several days for them to prepare, as we've done with the reports that were given today, were given before the last meeting, which had to be delayed.
Okay, so I understand your complaint. Your proposal is they're going to give it the same time you gave it to them, or is it acceptable to you?
Well, they say that they have had our reports for weeks and in some cases months before testimony started. And this, this is not something that we're asking for selfish reasons. We want to be able to go through the reports, do the work we have to do so that we can facilitate cross-examination.
And I'll just note for the board, before all of this started, we threw out to the MRA, how about we all agree on exchanging our reports well in advance of the first meeting so everyone would have a shot at them, and we didn't get a response to that. So instead, we got the reports on the first day of the first meeting and had to live with that. And even when we didn't do that,
Yeah,
we provided
you
our
guys-
reports in advance.
If you could, we're good. If you would, you guys work it out, but that's what we suggest.
How about they just provided dates when we can expect? If they've said to you all, so we're all on the same. I think that would be very helpful.
Okay. Very good. Well, we'll let that happen. And do I hear a motion to adjourn? I mean, continue. I'm sorry. Second.